Snapchat's blowing up, they wanna see where we might go. Just a country kid with Wi-Fi making every back road show. Digital dirt road, we're going live tonight. Got the whole world riding shotgun, everything's gonna be alright. Digital dirt road, connections running deep. Making memories with my people, even through the screen. Got my magnet on a rope, pulled a treasure from the creek. Live reactions got me laughing, chat's going crazy every week. Old bar on the horizon, history beneath our feet. Every rusty finds a story that the stream helps us complete. Por los caminos rurales, compartiendo mi comida, costamales y aventuras, esta es mi vida. Con mi familia digital, explorando sin parar. En cada rincón del mundo nos pueden encontrar. Digital dirt road, we're going live tonight. Digital dirt road, we're going live tonight. Sometimes life ain't about the destination, it's about the chat's anticipation. When that magnet hits something heavy and everyone's watching steady. Hold up, let me tell you what we found today. Chat's going wild, what you say? This connection we've made worth more than any treasure I've saved. Digital dirt road, we're going live tonight. Got the whole world riding shotgun, everything's gonna be alright. Digital dirt road, connections running deep. Making memories with my people, even though they're through the screen. We're living our dreams.
What during? What during? What during?
Chatter to Clown 96 says good morning Rellik.
Good morning.
Ozzy 1962 says hi Rellik.
Hello Ozzy. What doing? What
Army
doing?
Vet 007 says what up player crazy clown in the house or van.
Army Vet, what doing?
A_Terranaut says howdy do from Palm Beach. Happy Sunday.
Hello from Palm Beach. Hell yeah.
Sneaker's dad says are we taking the topless van to the bottomless boat?
Probably. Probably.
Chatter to Clown 96 says how are you doing today?
Doing good, Chatter. How are you?
Ozzy 1962 says cold.
Make sure y'all open up a tab. You know what I'm talking about? Make sure y'all open up a tab. You feel me?
The original cat says hey Rellik.
Hello. How are you? What doing? What doing?
Army Vet 007 says heading to Sunday Lupe Tortilla.
Lupe Tortilla. Maybe we'll try a Waffle House. We ate Lupe Tortilla last week.
Says I'm alright, got some bad news the other day.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. We're gonna drive past Waffle House to see how packed they are. If they're not super packed, we'll try Waffle House. If they're super packed, we may go to IHOP. Maybe something different today, rather than the Lupe Tortilla we've been doing.
DJ says, are we having fun yet?
Of course.
Snickers Dad says the waitresses are striking at the local Waffle House. They want 25 per hour minimum wage.
Nice.
Chatter to Clown 96 says found out my friend has cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. Terrible.
Army Vet 007 says Waffle House will be empty. No hurricanes.
Yeah. Sometimes on Sunday mornings, Waffle House can get a little packed, but
Last time I ate Waffle House, I got chronic diarrhea.
damn. We should be ahead of the church crowd, so we should be good. If we beat the church crowd, you know, people go eating after church.
Says good morning, Rellik.
Good morning, Robin. How are you?
Snickers Dad says we keep skipping Cracker Barrel. Better food, better prices, better.
Oh, you know what? Let's go to Cracker Barrel.
Says, have you ever seen a Waffle
Let's go to
House?
Cracker Barrel. I didn't even think about that.
96 cents and my 1-year-old daughter had COVID.
Let's go to Cracker Barrel. I just hope they don't have a wait. You know what I'm saying? You think it's, maybe we're ahead of the church crowd at Cracker Barrel though, you think? Kelly's is too far away. Morning, Michelle.
Big Chill 64 says Cracker Barrel yum.
Let's try Cracker Barrel, see if they have a,
Cracker Barrel sounds good.
see if they have a wait.
37 says way better than Waffle
Momo,
House.
good morning.
Mo___ says good morning.
Waffle Hut.
With the 2004 says morning Rellik.
Morning. Let's try Cracker Barrel.
Diane certainly says Rellik, are you gonna buy a boat?
We're gonna look at a boat. I don't know if I'm gonna get it or not. It might not, the timing might not be good. Some people made some good comments in Discord about the timing. I just got the car. I could potentially, you know, if I don't make the next round of layoffs, I could potentially, you know, have an extra expense. So we'll look at it, but I still gotta think about it. I don't know if it's financially a good decision.
Army Vet 007 says that place events me they have Cracker in the name ha ha ha.
Uh-oh. Damn crackers. It doesn't hurt to look at the boat though, you know? We can window shop.
Rovington says I watched the VOD from yesterday. What the heck was up with all the cops?
They were trying to shut the event down.
I thought we were past those.
They said there could potentially be another round in August if we don't meet our profit goals. They may have to reduce again. So, Army Vet, what doing? Farmerman, what doing? Ooge, what doing? I'm having a good time, yes. If we don't meet our profit goals, there could be another round in August. So, and we thought 2 weeks ago it was over, but they did another round of shutdowns and another round of layoffs last week. So, I don't know.
Snickers Dad says talking about a hostile work environment.
They do what they want to do, you know? They do what they want to do.
Says what up, Rellik?
Fester Boy, what doing? What doing? So it might not be the best time to buy a boat. You know what I'm saying?
Chris 46 says hi Rellik in chat.
Big boy Chris, what doing? I just thought it might be good content, working on it.
Says what doing?
Deranged, how you doing? Shout out to Deranged, hope you're having a good day.
007 says my employer is trying to screw me over. About to learn a hard lesson in court. I don't play.
Can we get a shout out for Deranged on Kick, y'all? When's the next Urbex?
With a clear financial head. You just bought a car and have that payment.
Yeah.
Deranged the Illusion says I'm having a great day. The Shell Griffin 2004 says I should already be in bed by now.
Be in bed? What the hell? You haven't went to sleep yet? What's really going on? Next weekend we might be at a horror convention and we might be at DreamHack. Santa Maria is supposed to get my pass to DreamHack. So I need to message him and see if he
Michelle Griffith 2004 says been up all night long.
see if he was able to make it happen. Why did I come all the way here? I was supposed to make a U-turn at the light. Oh my God, what did I do? I came too far. I can make a U-turn here. It's okay. It's okay.
Army Vet 007 says lost.
I am not lost.
Snickers Dad says lost.
Not lost.
Pork_chop says what doing?
Pork chop. I'm about to be eating a pork chop, hopefully. Pork chop with eggs.
Sparky_toaster says lost again.
Not lost.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says lost again, meet Karen.
Not lost.
Diane Serpent says how far are we till Cracker Barrel?
Like 3 minutes.
Vet 007 says the bra is too tight, got lost. DS_hot says just got here already lost.
Not lost. Not lost.
Lady says 123 no it. Big boy Chris 46 says might not get his bra on.
Oh, Lord.
Pastor Belay says not.
Not lost. Not lost. Not lost.
Diane Serpent says are we going to Cracker Barrel to meet Stacy for a date?
No, we're not. Stacy's feeling deflated today. Oh, I crack myself up sometimes. Eric, good morning. I just freaking passed Cracker Barrel again because I was laughing. What the hell?
Army Vet 007 says Stacy is a cheap date. All she needs is air.
Air.
Little Shorty says
Little shouty.
Snickers Dad says stop verbally abusing Stacy.
I was not verbally abusing Stacy.
Says she will be rest assured and knowing inflation is coming soon.
Inflation's coming soon.
_chop says deflation set in law.
Oh, Lord.
2004 says rude munch.
Oh, Lord. Y'all are funny.
Mo_Mo_ says I hear Stacy takes your breath away.
Take my breath away. Cracker Barrel's already packed today.
Says I know you have a tire repair kit for her.
Oh, Lord. Where are all these people? They're supposed to be at church. What are they doing here? What the hell? If there's like a long line, we're going to go to Waffle House. Know what I'm talking about?
Army Vet 007 says is Stacy's favorite band Air Supply.
Air Supply? Wow. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Ah. The Waffle House. Alistair, what doing? What doing? Where'd my magnet go? Oh no, this is not good. Where did my magnet go? Damn it. Did it fall? Oh, that sucks. Where did my magnet go? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is.
Says poop, there it is.
Poop, there it is. Thought you knew.
Aussie 1962 says we have a Bucky's 38 miles from us.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Alice _Fiend_ says prepping some spare ribs to throw on my barrel smoker for later today.
Damn. I already know that's gonna be good.
Nasty_Maddie says Rellik Army, how are Darren?
How you doing? 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 Oh, almost forgot the modem. Can't be forgetting the modem, you know what I'm saying?
Roving Crone says how ya daring Rellik.
How you doing?
Barley Popper says if you're looking for a boat, I hear there is a Mexican Navy ship in New York City, cheap.
Yeah, the one that hit the bridge, huh?
Says Big 64 nice.
The one that hit the bridge? Looks like there's a wait already, y'all. I see people outside.
Sparky_Toaster says have modem will travel.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Fester Boye says ads.
Looks like there's already a freaking wait, y'all. Damn.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says did you get your purse?
That's my purse. I don't know you.
Army Vet 007 says Rellik can't drive a clown car, forget a Navy ship.
Come to Crack Barrel.
_King_ says morning to all Rellik Army, have a great day. Sparky_Toaster says ask how long we wait.
I can't believe this many people are already here. Didn't they go to church? Did everybody skip church today? How you doing? One? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just humming. Yeah, I'm just humming. Thank you.
And this is our campfire special, just in case you want to take a look at it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
I give you something to drink while you get all
I'll
settled
take
in.
a Diet Coke.
Diet Coke?
Yes,
Sure thing.
thank you.
On Sunday morning. Army Vet 007 says heading over your breakfast is
My name is Caitlin. I'll be your server girl.
Okay, sounds good.
So whenever you're ready, just close up your menu and I'll swing back by and get you. Once
Okay.
you're ready to go,
Sounds
okay?
good. Thank you. Server girl. Let's get organized, y'all. We got a whole bunch of stuff going on here. What in the world is this? That's your server girl. Y'all are cricket. Try to get y'all balanced a little bit. There we go. Does it look good? Ed Villain, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Okay, let's look at the specials and see what we got. We got cinnamon roll skillet, y'all. Cinnamon roll skillet. Look at that thing. 4 stars on her chest. Make sure you open up a kick tab, y'all. Reef Daddy, what doing? Hunter Demons, what doing? Didn't get a Twitch notification. People say Twitch is not notifying. I don't know what's going on. Signature pancakes. Blueberry pancakes, strawberry pancakes, New York strip steak and eggs. That's looking good. But I ate steak yesterday. Java Stout. Is this Rellik? This is the first time I've seen you without a mask? No, I'm filling in for him today. He said he would never remove his mask. So I've been working on his voice, trying to like mimic as best I could. And I think I almost got it down, but I'm his stunt double. So whenever he's not in the mask, I just do his streams as a stunt double. Bacon, barbecue bacon, barrel cheeseburger. This is Willie, where's the bar? Doing great, thanks. Jake Snakes, what doing? Sparky Toaster, what doing? So we are gonna go look at a boat. Let's see. Campfire chicken, savory chicken marinated campfire seasoning. I don't know if I want chicken. Campfire beef, slow tender roasted beef in campfire seasoning, sweet corn on the cob. S'mores brownie, rich chocolate brownie topped with roasted marshmallows, melted Hershey chocolate, oh no, over crumbled graham crackers paired with a scoop of ice cream. You know what that would do to me, right? You know what that would do to me. Excessive, good morning. Gamer Girl, good morning. M1, good morning. KM, I don't know what you're saying. I can't read that. You read all the crap you don't eat. S'mores latte. Listen to this. Rich chocolate sauce, espresso, steamed milk, topped with whipped cream, drizzled with marshmallow sauce, and graham cracker crumbles. Oh my God. Okay. So, we won't do that. $5 take-home meals, which I thought this was always a good deal. Shareables, ice cold beer, early dinner deals. Chicken and dumplings, meatloaf, home-style chicken, smothered chicken, steak tips. All right. Let's look at the breakfast. Two farm fresh eggs with a country fried steak or fried chicken. Bacon and egg casserole. New York strip steak and eggs. Home-style chicken and French toast. Egg sandwich, pancake special, biscuits and gravy. Biscuit breakfast, 2 biscuits with meat. Chicken fried with eggs. Y'all think we should get the chicken fried steak? Been a while since we had a chicken fried steak. You read all the crap you don't eat. Farm fresh eggs. Revy Wolf Princess, it's been a lifetime since I've come to watch one of your lives. Revy, where have you been? Man, there's a lot of people coming in today that haven't been in a while. Where have y'all been? Draco, thank you for the follow. You want steak fried chicken? Nice. Yes, I'll take the Old Timers breakfast.
How are we cooking those eggs?
Scramble with cheese.
What kind of meat for you?
I'll take bacon.
Bacon. And how about your breakfast side?
What do you mean breakfast side?
We got hash brown casserole, grits, and fried apples. Here they go.
Oh, okay. I'll take hash brown casserole.
All right.
And it comes with biscuits and gravy?
Yeah, it does.
Is that like sausage gravy or?
It's just white gravy.
Okay.
I believe it has like pork drippings in it, but
Okay.
I haven't seen any like actual sausage pieces.
Okay, I'll take that with the biscuits and gravy then. That should be good, I think. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Wait a minute. I thought I was gonna get the chicken fried steak. I messed up. Excuse me. I was supposed to get the chicken fried steak instead of the Old Timers breakfast. I had a brain lapse.
All right.
Is that okay? Everything the same except the chicken fried steak instead of the.
All right. Scrambled with cheese, country fried steak, and the hash brown casserole.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Mhm.
I got
Thank
it.
you.
You're welcome.
Almost messed up, y'all. M1, how you doing? Voodoo, how you doing? Why is my nose itching? Did I forget to post anywhere? Did I forget to share anywhere? Why is my nose itching so bad? Ooh, how you doing? Army vet. Next time the parents order? What the hell? I ordered a chicken fried steak and eggs. Can we get some RIPs for Robin? I don't know what happened. I just see so sorry for your loss. Can we get some RIPs in the chat for Robin, y'all? What happened, Robin? Server go, I did not. Been dealing with a lot of mental stuff. Angry family members. Waited a long time to get a new phone since my old phone died. I'm sorry to hear that. Captain Morgan, last time you were there, you kept ordering something different than what you were saying. What sides? I got the casserole. That's all they had was, they had oats. What are they? Oats? No. What are they called? Grits? Grits? Oh no, Robin. I'm sorry to hear that. Insomniac, how you doing? I already knew that. Oh yeah, yeah. Another streamer's mom passed on Mother's Day. That's terrible. That's a terrible day for that to happen. You know? Why do I get so many emails? Like, buying a boat. We're looking at a boat. I don't know if it's a good decision. We may not get it, but it's kind of supposed to be for content. You know, it needs a lot of work, like a lot of work. Kate did morning, but am I charging? The work it needs is mostly cosmetic. It needs a new cover on the roof, a new top. It needs cushions repaired, painting, carpet. The only mechanical problem, it needs a new carburetor. And so, hire a guide for a day. So the boat is about using it for content, you know? Deep sea magnet fishing, oh Lord. Log on to a ship. Does the boat have a cabin? Yes, it has a cabin. It has 2 beds, like 2 bedrooms, 2 bed areas. It has one of the toilet shower combos, you know, toilet shower sink combos. It has a small kitchen. It has a small dining area. So it's way bigger than the pontoon boat. And the living area is way bigger than the van living area. Like, way bigger than the van living area. It's at a boat slip. It's $250 a month for the boat slip, but it comes with all included electricity, water, pool, showers. It's a 1999 bay liner or something like that. But it's more of a project. It's pretty cheap. So I think it's pretty cheap. So I think if I get it restored, I might be able to flip it for a lot of money. You know? I think if I restore it, get it running, get all the cosmetic stuff done on it, I think I could flip it and make a really good profit. You know what I'm saying? It's not so much about having the boat to take the boat, drive it and all that. It's more about the project of restoring it and flipping it rather than actually buying a boat that I'm going to use. Does that make sense? Build a canoe. You know what I'm saying? Capsize it for profit. Get a blow up banana boat. We're going to look at it at least. It doesn't hurt to look, right? It doesn't hurt to look. But I do think if I flipped it, get a houseboat and make kick streamers live on it, yeah. I mean, someone could live on this boat, you know? What's for breakfast? Chicken fried steak. Mr. Van building. You're really not going to use it? I'm thinking about flipping it because the boat's only $800, right? It's $800. And if I restore it, I could probably get a good $5,000 to $8,000 for it. So say it costs a couple thousand to restore it, because it's just paint, it's just cosmetic, it's just paint, stuff like that. I got somebody already that can fix the carburetor. You know, they won't charge me to fix it. This is called Cracker Barrel. And so if I can say I put $3,000 into it and I flip it for $8,000, that's a $5,000 profit. And then all the content I have from restoring it that goes to my YouTube channel and everything, right? So all the content that goes to YouTube, people like restoration content, you know? People like restoration content. Sounds fishy, yeah. It has no leak. It has one leak. It has one leak in the front where the I don't know what the thing's called. The thing you wrap the boat around. What's it called? I mean, the thing you wrap the rope around got ripped off of it, so it has a hole in the fiberglass right there. But Paint the fiberglass. I'm not painting fiberglass. I'm talking about painting inside the cabin. That's all wood. The cleat got ripped off, so that needs to be refiberglassed. But other than that, that's the only damage on the outside. The inside, because the cover got torn up, rain has been blowing in through the door, and so a lot of moisture and water has been blown into the cabin. And so, Green Machine, how you doing? Good to see you too. Thank you for stopping by. And so, it could be haunted, maybe. And so I'm thinking, refurbish the cabin, replace the carpet on the deck, and replace the cover, and then fix the engine. And it'd be pretty much good to go. What brand? How many feet? Beastworks. Shout out to Beastworks. How you doing? I don't know a lot about it right now. When we go look at it, y'all can tell me what you think. I don't know how many feet it is. Let me see. Let me see if it says how many feet it is. One moment. Let's see. "27-foot bay boat with a 454 big block Chevy engine." So it's a 1999 27-foot bay boat with a 454 big block Chevy engine. Reenact Titanic. Bust out another 10,000. What the hell? Sounds like money to invest in retirement. Well, for me, it's about making content, right? People love restoration videos. And, you know, engine should be golden. Yeah, it just needs carburetor. That's it. The guy that had it temporarily went out there once, took the carburetor off, and left. So it needs a carburetor. If you keep it, you can call it the Stacy. I would keep it where it is right now. I would just leave it there. I wouldn't move it. I'll just do all the restoration there. And maybe fish from there sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You can swap for electronic injection if you want to make it way easier. Electronic injection. Lays behind you trying to find you on their phone. What? Does it come with a trailer? I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, it has a trailer. I just don't know. You know, let me ask. Let me ask if it has a trailer. I asked if it has a trailer. I know in a picture I saw it was on a trailer. What you talking about, dance game? I resubbed last night on stream, and now it's showing I'm not subbed. What the hell? Yeah, it shows me you're not subbed either. Rain Surfer, what doing? That's a good question. Because if I sell it, whoever buys it is probably going to want to put it somewhere else. And to put it somewhere else, you have to have a trailer, right? So let me see if they answer. Don't hide your chicken? What does that mean? Don't hide my chicken. With the carb off, do you think water got in the cylinder walls? Make sure the engine turns over? Yeah. The condition of this thing, does it come with a flotation device? What type of boat? It's a 27-foot bay boat. I don't know what model, what brand, but it has, I think in a picture I saw a fire extinguisher. It's got those little things that hang off the side of it. What are those things? They're like, they're long and cylinder. They're white. Buoys? Are they called buoys? Buoys? Bumpers? Are we still doing Stacy jokes? Stacy jokes never went away. They're here forever. Forever. It has electronics, like I see navigation and sonar and stuff like that, but I don't know if it works. Jesse, what doing? I should have brought my shore. You know what? You know what? I have my shore power cable in my van, I believe. We can take that with us. Remind me to grab it. We can take that with us and plug it in and see if the electronics work. Two life preservers. Wow. It does not have a trailer, so that might cause a problem, because if someone buys it, they're gonna want a trailer probably. Stranded on an island. So glad you're wearing your support today. Don't want them to sag. What does that mean? Gaming with wood. I'm retiring on a sailboat. Nice. Someone offered me a sailboat. I do not want a sailboat. But someone offered me a sailboat. It needs a lot of work. They were like, you can have this sailboat. I was like, no, I do not want a sailboat. I don't want anything to do with a sailboat. Doubles as a flotation. What boobs? Yeah, I don't wear a bra. Sailboats hit bridges. Sailboat to sail. You can still motor around. The little diesels run forever, but the sails scare everyone. I know all about using a sailboat with a motor and no sails. I've been learning about that lately on Kick. You know what I'm saying? I've been learning how to do that by watching some Kick streams lately. You know? But I don't want a sailboat. Oh, thank you.
You got it all?
Yep, thank you so much.
And here's some butter for your biscuits in case.
All right.
Enjoy.
Thank you. That's a whole lot of biscuits going on, I tell you what. Biscuits and gravy. Oh, that's hot. Butter my biscuits. Mmm. That is a hot freaking... I just burned my tongue. Wow. I just burned my damn tongue. Butter my biscuit. Call me Sally. What? What? Let's put that right there for now. Oh, I gotta take a picture. Everybody smile. Everybody smile. Why does my camera look so dirty? Breakfast at Cracker Barrel. Breakfast at Cracker Barrel. Oh Lord. There we go. Come on. Turn that flash off. Chicken fried steak, like a man eating chicken. You know, I don't understand what the name means. Mask on, how you doing? Yep, it's great. Thank you. A little bit of chicken fried steak. Y'all are something else. Y'all are something else. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. Oh, get over here. Lady, frenzy, what doing? Y'all done up and done it. I like that their chicken fried steak is not the size of a wagon wheel. Because I don't know who can eat. I don't know who can eat those chicken fried steaks that are like that big. Like, I could have reached the beach. Well, last night after I got home, I saw a post, and I figured out where all the Jeeps went, and they were anywhere near that area. All the Jeeps went to another place called Surfside Beach, which is going south. Johnny Coffee, I can eat 10 of those? What the hell? Strokes, how you doing? Which is way away from where we were. We were nowhere near where the Jeeps actually went to. They were posting all over social media, and Surfside Beach was like crazy packed with Jeeps and people driving, and you know. So we were in the completely wrong area. They said all the people you saw getting pulled over were people who were just driving through, just happened to be, they weren't going to the event. They just happened to be driving down the road, and they said they did it under the thing of doing driver's license checks. They were doing driver's license checks, and chicken fried steak is good, yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Ooh, that scared the hell out of me. I got gravy all over myself, all over the table. Oh my God. Gravy on my crotch. Gravy on the lady. What the hell? After seeing my bra, what? I am not wearing a bra, first of all. Can you do the rest of the stream en español? Sí puedo, pero mucha gente que está watchando, que está amarrando stream, no habla en español. Y no va a saber lo que estoy diciendo. Pero la comida tiene buen sabor. It's good, 100 Demons. It's good. Good chicken fried steak. Watchando. Mucha gente que está watchando. Es bueno. Bueno. Muchacho. ¿Por qué los pantalones están mojados en el medio? Because I'm sweating. The boat not having a trailer might be a problem, you know? I don't know, Rockin' Redmond. I don't have any idea. Maybe, Sparky. I'll have to get an interpreter. Okay. It has a title. I don't know about clean or salvage. I don't think boats have salvage titles, do they? Buying a yacht. I'm on a boat. Michael, how you doing? No bacon? I'm a stunt double. Is that hat NF like the rapper? Yes. What's the price on the boat? 800. That's as low as they'll go. 800. Which I guess is cheap for a boat, but if you can't sell the boat, not cheap. Does the boat have a name? I don't think so. I don't know. When we look at it, we'll see if it has a name on the side. It might have a name. I don't know. Do people normally name their boats? Offer $650. It was $1,200. I got them down to $800. So I've already negotiated. 800 is as low as they'll go. We're going fishing. First we got to get it fixed. You know what I'm saying? Got to get that thing fixed. Name it. It might have a name. I didn't clowning around. If a boat has a name, do you have to keep the name it has? What if it has a name that I don't like? What if it's called like SS Sniffer or something like that? You know what I'm saying? What if it's the SS Sniffer? Nobody wants that name. I'm full, y'all. That's all I can eat. Fishing on a boat.
I'm gonna drop this off with you, sweetie.
Okay, thank you.
You need anything?
I'm good right now, thank you. Oh, I can't even touch those. I am so full. What doing, Wicked Mamba? SS Sniffer. What are you talking about, dance game? The SS Sniffer. McCava Art, thank you for the 37 months. Trailer gonna cost over $1,000. Thank you for the 37 months. SS the Killer. It can be called, what's a word that means fish that starts with a K? What's a word that means fish that starts with a K? Joker's Wild. SS Wet. What the hell? Arigato. Whale Killer. What? Oh, I thought just Killer. Yes. Kingfish. Boats' names are witty. The Krill Killer. The Krill Killer. SS Bedstain. Acrylic. Acrylic. Killer Whale. SS Toilet Destroyer. Clownfish. Clown. Call the boat kinky. What the hell? SS Ranch. SS Ranch. Put a little ranch on that thing. SS Chicken Dance. That's good. SS Chicken Dance. Tillman Fertitta. Tillman Fertitta. Don't you own Landry's? Don't you own Landry's and Bubba Gumps? And you gonna buy a boat? We're gonna go look at a boat. I don't know if I'm gonna get it or not. It needs a lot of work. And so I was thinking about getting it to do like content of fixing up the boat. SS Killa. I need VIP dining, Tillman. I need VIP dining. And, you know, I know you're like a billionaire, so you should be able to drop like 100 gifted subs, you know what I'm saying? Just saying, like, you're one of the richest people in Houston, if not the richest person in Houston. So, you know, little something, something, you know what I'm saying? Little something, something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a private jet, you got like a helicopter to land on top of your restaurants. Like, I don't even want to know what kind of boat you have. But the man magnet, oh hell no. Rellik's booty. Oh God, here we go. We know you're balling. We know you're balling. SS Rellik. That's why the boat stands for bust out another 1,000. Yep. The Wet Wobbler. What the hell? What kind of name is that? The Noodler. The Noodler. Take it noodling. How were those farm fresh eggs? They were good. I mean, they taste like any other eggs. I don't. No way billionaires watch Twitch. You never know. You never know. I know some billionaires know about Twitch. SS Dying Orange Drink. Name the boat Rellik's Army. Oh my Gertie SS. Of course you're eating? Yes. It's kind of like a thing we gotta do. Maybe once a day. Eat something. Maybe next stream in the gym. I'm allergic to gyms and working out. How much do I weigh? I got down to 199 now. 199. Gyms give me hives and like allergic reactions. You know what I'm saying? Yep. We can't be doing all that. Festa boy. 199 pounds. 199 plus tax. How tall am I? No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm 5'11". All right, let's gather ourselves so we can go pay. How much that in kilograms? I have no idea. I have no idea how much that is in kilograms. All right, let me get things situated. I don't know why I keep getting SIM card error messages on my SIM card. Error messages on my SIM card. Put on my fanny pack. We'll be good to go. You ain't live life until you rock the fanny pack. You know what I'm saying? Fanny pack. Sour neon gummy worms. Is there a line to pay, or is there different lines? Have you gotten a text about toll roads? I do. I keep getting them almost every day. I get a text about toll roads. I don't know who they think's gonna fall for that. Check this out. You like Reese's chocolate bars? No, no, no. Mer, 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 mer. Mer, 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 mer.
Are you in line?
Yes.
Are you in line?
Is she open? It was great.
We're having a contest, so we sell the most candles. They're all 25% off. And you want to take those?
I'm good. Yeah.
All right, you tell us 17.
Do you have tap on here? No.
That's about 10%.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay. And then 0418 at gmail.com.
I don't need a receipt. Thank you. Can we get a peppermint stick? What the hell? Would you like to extend your car's warranty? You're welcome. So I guess all these people that were sitting outside were not in line. They were just sitting outside. Who's gonna win?
I don't know yet. We'll find out.
Nobody's got one yet?
We just started.
I don't know how to play chess, but I can play checkers. Y'all have a good day.
L Jackson says Cracker Barrel food is cheap because they plan on making it up on all the impulse items.
Yeah, it is
Yellow
cheap.
Jacket says what a strange man.
That was only
Green
like
Trooper says law.
that was only like $16. You know what I'm saying? I know I tell y'all this a lot, but it's crazy. You can go eat at a
David
restaurant.
says cool area. Army Vet 007 says they were just staring at the pawns. OMG.
It's crazy. You
F1
can.
Mode says first move. Who's winning?
It's
Aussie 1962 says I got text telling me I owed 6.000 in toes, no twos around.
Okay.
Me.
I'm walking here.
Michelle Griffith
I'm
2004
walking here.
says Relic the major weirdo. Sarah Sox says never been to Cracker Barrel. Looks fun.
Cracker Barrel. I'm walking here. Who wants it first?
Jesse ESP says were you with bro?
I'm walking here. What the hell? That scared the hell out of me.
Whiskey Pack 44 says Crack Barrel.
Crack barrels.
Whiskey Pack 44 says Crack Barrel.
Crack barrel.
XX Kansas Guns XX says I got Dumb and Dumber vibes when he comes out of a 7-Eleven and asks two brothers, big gulps. Princess underscore peach underscore I says I've never been to one either. We used to have them in California, then they closed and now there are like two but out in the boondocks.
They're good and they're cheap.
Sam
So
underscore U underscore L Jackson says Mr. Rocco wants to know where the ranch bottle he got you.
I have no idea where that is. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. I'm sure it's around here somewhere.
Sam underscore U underscore L Jackson says in the rubber poop. Princess underscore peach underscore Kai says may have to drive out to the one.
Oh, the rubber poop is in my stream room. The poop is in my stream room. All right, let me figure out the best way to get to where we need to go.
Buy a boat now.
We're going to look at a boat.
Shipper says oh well. Gotta look up, got some chores to do. Have a great
Okay.
stream, bro.
Thank you.
Later chat. Sam underscore U underscore L Jackson says did you ever hang the sign?
You know what? I think my
Find
freaking...
it, fix it says Captain Relic.
I don't have the right freaking plug. I don't think I have the right plug.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says here's your sign.
I don't think I have the right electrical plug. Because it had a three-way prong on both ends.
Excessive idling says make sure you plug us and charge us.
Oh, I need to charge off. That's right. I almost forgot. Let me plug y'all in. There we go. I need to figure out the best way to get to where I'm going. Plug it in, plug it in.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says chicken dance. F1U it says oh electrical plug.
Yeah. The boat.
Whiskey Pack 44 says at least you specified electrical plug.
Yes.
Hollister underscore feed underscore says where's the boat got that?
The boat is across from NASA.
Diane Serpent says Relic how was Cracker Barrel?
It was amazing.
Idling says the best way to get to where you're going is probably driving.
Oh, really?
Army Vet
Maybe I want to fly.
says trying to find an excuse to got to Home Depot we know. Wrong plug.
I don't think Home Depot has what I need.
L Jackson says Stacy says you can use her plug, but then she was a plate.
Oh, Lord. Stacy's mom has got it going on.
Whiskey Pack 44 says that you need to say hi to Cameron.
Cameron. Last couple times we've been, we've seen Cameron, but he's been busy as hell.
Gamecock Jojo says, oh boy, Peter, out really going fast means you're to get lost a few times. F1U says, if it has orange smoke and covered in tiles, don't buy it. Diane
What does that mean?
Says, Rellik Stacy said you should buy that Cracker Barrel so you can have free food.
Oh yeah? I wouldn't call it free food. That would be like millions of dollars to buy a Cracker Barrel, probably.
44 says, morning Jojo. JKB 83404 says, hopefully there's a marine supply store somewhere close for when you need to buy material to fix it.
Yep.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says, Ellen Fowl. Sam _U _L Jackson says, Heartless might be meeting Stacy soon.
Heartless. Heartless.
Jojo says, morning whiskey.
Heartless might be needing Stacy. What happened? What happened? We've done NASA.
Says he just said things aren't happy at times. Find a fix it says if it's an older boat, look for rotting transom wood.
Things aren't happy at times? Oh no. What's a transom? I don't even know what a transom is. Rotting transom.
Jesse ESP says S is or. Army Vet 007 says just buy the Titanic, it's a down to earth price.
Very cheap. SS Karen.
Where you put the motor on if it hangs on it. Whiskey Pack 44
It doesn't. It has a motor. The motor's built into the boat. Like it's not a. It has an onboard motor, not an outboard motor.
83,404 says, I wonder how long it's been sitting there not running. Having that seawater stuck in that engine block for a long time won't be good for it.
Yep.
Find it, fix it says, okay, it's an inboard. Whiskey Pack 44 says SS Stacy.
It's been sitting for about a year.
Astrian 71 says go to Hunt Kraken and Leviathan.
Leviathan. Kraken. Release the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Very bright and sunny today.
If you get it, can you vote on the name?
It might have a name already. What if it has a name? What if it has a name? Are you supposed to change boat names?
F1U it says SS
Abandoned T. I don't
Whiskey Pack 44 says Rellik will become a gator fisherman. Mila Creation says thought we sold the boat to get the van. Avery going on fishing adventures. XX Kansas Guns XX says SS Donna Bull Snippa. Jesse ESP says SSP. F1U it says SS Stepnonomy. JKB 83,404 says you can change the name. Michelle Griffith 2004 says S is Minnow. Asking 69 says boat break out another 1,000. Haha.
Yep.
007 says the boat will be getting divorced with another new name.
have a new name.
44 says SS Willie.
SS Willie. SS what doing? SS what doing? I might call it the Oh My Gertie.
Astrian 71 says Rellik's Art.
Call it the Oh My Gertie.
Roving from says 11 o'clock and all is well.
Oh My Gertie.
Big Chill 64 says to the sign on the Don't Follow Me on Lost.
Don't follow me, I'm lost.
JKB 84,404 says oh, my Gertie is good. XX Kansas Guns XX says SS lost again.
Lost again?
100 says SS, is that watermelon?
Is that watermelon?
Creation says hi everyone right away.
Nilla Creations, how you doing?
Says just called lost again.
Lost again?
Says SS
Fish feeder. What the hell? Potty mouth. Lost again. What the hell? Wax legs. What doing, damage control? What doing? What doing? What doing? Sperm whale. SS poop bucket. Potty move. What the hell? You got to do all that to change a name? What the hell? Okay. Kinda, yes. Kinda. SS Pizza Rolls. It's SS Loquacious Move. SS Loquacious Move. Semen stains. What? Booty scratch. SS Swamp Ass. SS Savage Smothers, yeah. SS Swamp Ass. That has a ring to it. Yep.
963 says Big Booty Goat. Yeah. Compounds 420 says Acid SS Swamp Ass.
Swamp Ass.
Austrian 71 says
Mermaid Hunter.
Funhouse 420 says I go back home. Sam underscore you underscore L Jackson says was that a fast food place or a drive-through and Keller just drove through?
That was a toll road. That was a toll road thing. I don't know what they call them. Toll road. You used to have to stop at the toll road. Yeah. The back before COVID, you used to have to stop and pay at the toll roads. But during COVID, they got rid of all the toll booth people. And after COVID, they never brought them back, and they made it all where it just scans your car. So you used to have toll plaza is what they call it.
Nations 963 says SS. Minnow. Sam underscore you underscore L Jackson says we don't have those here.
Yeah. So after COVID, they didn't put people in them anymore. So they are here in Houston, but they're all abandoned. Like no one uses them. It's all automatic now. And it used to suck having to stop at a toll booth and paying. So I like it better not having to stop.
Funhouse 420 says SS Swamp Ass Adventures Tour.
Swamp Ass Adventure Tours.
Jesse ESP says that you need to drive a license to drive a boat. Lunacy 400
No.
with a Miss Carne asada with a side of bacon.
We got chicken fried steak at Cracker Barrel.
Let's go to the Hooters. Sam underscore you underscore L Jackson says they just sent you a TXT telling you the plan. Sparky underscore Toaster says if all the engine needs is a product, why didn't you buy one to prove to the buyer the engine runs and you could get more money for the boat? Sounds fishy.
Because he's in Washington State. He doesn't live here anymore. So, know what I'm talking about?
Snickers Dad says are you going to put Gary on the boat?
Probably not. Gary needs repairs.
Army Vet 007 says that was box office too, not scalpers. Snickers Dad says Gary always needs repairs. Let's go to Home Depot. Sam underscore you underscore L Jackson says who's in Washington. Smiley 6669 says I really. F1 Good says SS Home Depot.
SS Knock Knock. SS, oh hell no. SS, what the hell?
1669 says Rellik I.
SS, what the hell? We're in Houston.
Army Vet 007 says SS Lot Lizard.
SS Lot Lizard, oh my god.
1669 says looks like Florida.
We're by Houston. We're in Houston.
F100 says SS Boating and Boat.
SS Gertie.
Festival A says SS Red.
McBoat face.
94 says I remember you said something about selling your house. Is the boat what you were gonna move into?
I'm only gonna sell my house probably if I get laid off. But the boat would be an option, you know. SS Shamrock. You going back? SS Pizza Box. SS Couch. SS Couch for sale. SS Couch Trolls. Titanic, yes. Couch Troll. What? SS Lava Cake.
Says Rellik I. Hollister _P_ says SS Yvette. Festival A says Itchy Scratchy S. S. Festival A says Long. Potty Mouth Donna says remember the shoe on head toes law. CB 240 says what you doing today? The one and only Mahler says just call it Rellik Exploder. BM 11121 says SS, bearded clan. Snickerstat says SS that B ***** Rose should have given Jackson of the door. Lunacy 494 says Dana and Beanie can rent it when they come over. It's Big Dog _ says Clown and Crown. Yellow Jacket says SS Pisces Honey Bucket. Army Vet 007 says SS Outhouse. Whiskey Cat 44 says SS Lava Cake would be a good name. Insurance Guy 1 says he moved into the abandoned partially demolished 1928 mansion in Clear Lake that was once owned by Elijah. Festival A says S is Philip. Nations 963 says SS Reaper Creeper. Snickerstat says
SS Earth People. SS Earth People. Life is a highway. SS Front Porch.
Lunacy 494 says SS Philip. That's Rellik spelled backwards. Festival A says S is Colonel Alert. F1 Youth says SS with another S.
SS S SSOS.
Snickerstat says SS Sunken Treasure.
Sunken Treasure.
Hollister _King _ says SS Palm Tree.
Palm Tree.
Jesse ESP says SS This Sucks.
SS This Sucks.
Lunacy 494 says ASS Donut Hole.
Donut Hole. SS Keg. SS Cake-ona. Knuckle Shuffle. What the hell is that? SS Weed Karen. SS Weed Karen. SS Stealth Van.
Army Bed 007 says Olivia Fishing Road, SS Master
Master
Vaders.
Vaders. Minnow. Shaved legs. Lost. Pee bottle. What the hell? What the hell? That is a crazy name for a boat. Pee bottle. Oh my, nobody would definitely buy it then. What the hell? Hey honey, I just went and picked up this boat. It's named Pee Bottle. Want to go out for a ride? We're not far away. Twitch God.
Yellow Jacket says don't get someone else's yum. Diane Serpent says we can name the boat Rellik I. F1 Hewitt says welcome aboard the bottle. Nicey Glenn says afternoon Rellik in chat. Whiskey Pack 44 says SSN. It's Big Dog underscore says Big Dogs. Eric underscore travel says it can also be. See you at the circus. Which account says SS Yellow Snow. F1 Hewitt says SS Orange Rain. Army Bed 007 says you will be close to FEMA. Good time for a roller coaster. 96 City says is your boat gonna be a 20-foot one? Eric underscore travel says it needs a clown lane. Barbie Popper says SS I gotta poop. Jesse ESP says SS Lena to many names. Eric underscore travel says SS Clown hello. F1 Hewitt says SS Extra Ranch. Roving Home says what doing?
What doing? Clowning about. That's a good one.
3404 says are you going to go into privacy mode so you don't dox the location in case you repeat it for a while?
That's true.
I am guessing you're going to.
Yeah, I do need to go into privacy mode.
Says boat names hot. How about
Unsinkable 2. That's a good one. Unsinkable 2.
Hollister underscore King underscore says SS Keto King. Audio VR45 says the big Mister.
Keto King.
194 says SS Cellular.
Audio, how you doing?
Wolf Princess says lol I finally got my Twitch account open.
Revy Wolf Princess, nice.
Says I have to go to Walmart today. I hate going there.
You don't like Walmart?
Nicolard says SS
SSFU2.
Michelle Rickett 2004 says Purple Light. Hollister underscore King underscore says SSK. Roving From says SS Urbex.
SS Urbex.
Says SS Tiger King's back to Sasha.
Whoa, what?
494 says SS Unleashed. Astrian 71 says Waterloo. Eric underscore Travel says SS It Floats. Asian Man Rice Cake says Yo-Yo.
Shout out to Asian Rice Cakes. How you doing?
Says SS Sleepy Hollow.
Sleepy Hollow.
Says SS Big Ol' Bitties.
Big old bitties.
Count says SS
Gang shit.
Whiskey Pack 44 says there's some really strange people at Walmart.
SS, too lost to fish. Too lost to fish. SS, who wants it first? Oh, Lord. Naughty clown. Oh, Lord. Sinky Hollow. Stinky Hollow. What the hell? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hello, Raven.
Eastward says SS talked about
Scan Rick, how doing?
That 007 says SS
Wiggle, wiggle. Burn, 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 burn. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yep, I should probably hide the marina location just in case we end up working on it. We don't want to be working on it, and every time we work on it, someone swats us, because that would suck. You know? SS just fishing. Just fishing. Butt plug? What the hell? Scammed again. SS chicken dance.
Eastward says is it down this way?
Yeah. Yep, it's down this way. Not far from NASA. Piss Missler. What the hell? Driftwood. What the hell? Is he still in jail?
That 007 says, do they worry about swatting at areas where he sucks? Playa 32 says SS 150 MB. Lunacy 494 says SS floating bucket.
Floating bucket.
Says O Tiger. Beastworks says cool, it's close by if you need help. Roving Cone
Nice,
says I'm
Beastworks.
not sure.
Very nice, very nice. What's Axiom Space? What the hell is that? That's the old Fries. Is it being used for anything? It does look like a spaceship.
F1U it says SS Noswati Fields. Beastworks says SS I thought this was a good idea.
SS, I thought this was a good idea. Yeah. You know what we should call it? Money Pit.
Eric _ Travel says SS Wet Green.
We should call it Money Pit.
Says Black Pearl.
SS Money Pit.
Hollister _ King _ says S on you know the rest. Slug Lover says Shark Bait.
Shark Bait. Slot Lover, what doing?
F1U it says SS Sunken Profits.
Sunken Profits, yeah.
Rodney Journal says exactly name.
Yep, Money Pit. SS Receded Airline. Oh my Gertie. At least she floats, yeah.
Sparky _ Toaster says that's perfect name. Call it what it is, Money Pit. Beastwork says yeah, that's what a boat is. We spend 500 each time we put it in the water.
Yep, Money Pit.
Echabard says SS good content. F1U
SS content. Stutter. SS Stutter, I tell you what. I gotta remember how to get there.
Lunacy 494 says SS Big Booty. Eric
Big booty.
Travel says SS Dollar Swallow.
Dollar Swallower.
Diane Surgeon says are we close to the place we are headed to yet?
Yes, we are.
Lunacy 494 says Puntos. Dragon.
Puntos.
Nations 963 says SS Teeny Bikini.
Teeny Bikini.
Eric _ Travel says SS Money Magnet.
Money Magnet. Money Magnet, that's a good one.
Army Vet 007 says you buy this boat no more Korean barbecue. You better be able to catch a fish without help. Beastwork says SS Big Blonde Horn Off. Jesse ESP says SS.
SS.
Hollister _ says SS go around I'm clowning around.
Go around, I'm clowning you around.
Says saltwater boat.
It's a saltwater boat, yes.
Diane Surgeon says SS apple bottom jeans.
Apple bottom jeans.
Says sinkhole.
Sinkhole.
F1U says SS semen net.
Semen net? What?
Sparky _ Toaster says back in my day we just hollowed out a tree trunk and used it as a boat.
Back in my day.
Dave says salty corn.
Salty Clern.
Brizzy says SS big red nose. Beastwork says make sure you only put premium in it. The _ Z says SS my little Benji. Lunacy 494 says SS swamp ass.
Swamp ass.
Mechabard says SS I tell you what.
I tell you what.
Beastworks says we get this thing running, we can start a clown charter.
Clown charter.
With clowns.
Fishing with clowns. I want y'all to tell me if this works. Can y'all hear me? The screen should be black.
SS the salty clone. Super underscore stream underscore server says scene switch to black.
The screen should be black, but y'all should be able to hear me. I mean, the screen should have a picture on it, but y'all should be able to hear me.
The one and only Mahler says SS what doing.
What do y'all see? Do y'all see a picture, or is it just black?
says SS man MEAST. F1U it says clown chowder. Beanie underscore 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 says yes we can hear you.
Do y'all see a picture? Oh no, don't hit that squirrel. Damn, somebody almost hit a squirrel.
Beastworks says yes. Eric underscore travel says you are good. The original cat says it works. Beastworks says you're fine. Eric underscore travel says SS leaky dreams. Diane Serpent says it's good we can hear you.
Okay.
Jesse ESP says yes. Skullduggery00 says hi Rellik.
Hello.
In the boat. Just call it skunk. Beanie underscore 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 says we see a barn. Beastworks says yes picture. The one and only Mahler says picture.
Picture, that's good.
494 says it's a warehouse or something. There's E says it says stream is currently in audio only mode for privacy.
Okay, okay, that works.
007 says yeah the GPS sounds great. Snickers Dad says it's a picture, not a video. Sparky underscore toaster says
Lunacy 494 says that's the original creepy hollow before I repaired it.
Guns XX says it's a picture I'm assuming of your living room.
Of my living room?
Doctor underscore Conic says my ding ailing song next if Rellik get both. F1U it says SS don't with the squirrel. Ecrixis V says a picture of a barn where you hide all the lead waxing product. Vortex says what app do you use for multi-streaming?
I use
Nextbard says so creative. Eric underscore travel says SS duct tape queen.
I'll tell you after the goat stops screaming. I use IRL Pro is what I use. IRL Pro is the app I use for streaming.
Lunacy 494 says SS bad decision.
Bad decision, yeah. That might be one. Bad decisions. Bad decisions.
Underscore toaster says SS spider bite.
Spider bite.
Says, thank you, bro.
You're welcome, Lurtech. You're welcome. Anytime. Always.
Says so if you get this boat, you're gonna only work on it at night, I assume.
At night? What do you mean?
As of right now. Eric underscore travel says the mechanic. Beastworks says cause this gonna be a nice summer.
Yeah, but I'm used to working in the heat. Beastworks. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to working in the heat. Plus, since it has electricity, maybe I can put an AC. You know, 99% of the work is going to be in the cabin.
Sis ranch dipped and wax stripped.
That's it.
Jersey says is it an old boat?
99% of the work is going to be in the cabin.
Beastworks says the heat is good for you.
So,
Journal says if you buy paid for a survey,
if I have to, I can probably AC. You know.
Says no. You said you were used to working in heat.
But I could throw an AC in the cabin. AC in the cabin would be nice anyway, for when I'm actually out doing stuff. You know.
CD240 says when I first bought my boat it was named Lufonda by the previous owner. I guess he loved the movie Napoleon Dynamite.
Nice.
First thing I did was change the name. F1U it says Stacy in the cabin. Beastworks says IB got a small portable floor AC. Nichabard says SS Chat knows best.
Chat knows best, yes.
Says is this a boat to refurbish and flip or is it to keep in use?
Probably flip.
Beastworks says in fans.
Yep.
XX Kansas Guns XX says any chance the boat is haunted.
There's a chance it's on it.
Sneakers Dad says admit it. You've already bought it.
No, I haven't bought it yet. I have not bought it yet.
Slot Lover says speed stream.
So,
Crazy
included in the
says why are we on private screen? Super underscore stream underscore server says scene switch to live.
So included in the monthly fee is this pool. which doesn't look like anybody
Matter
uses
says
it.
Surely Rellik won't end up stranded like Gilligan after a 3-hour tour.
3-hour tour.
494 says, oh, I know where this is. Coming over.
3-hour
Swamp
tour.
Lover says Speedo Stream. Party Mouth Donna says, so we get full streams now, law.
Rotan
no.
Redmond says, SS honk if you're hairless.
What the hell?
Crazy underscore Vix1 says, ooh, nice pool. I wanna swim in it. F1U it says 2 grams words using it. Beastword says make sure you can turn the motor over by hand. I can bring a bore scope if you need to look into the cylinder walls. Snickers
Turn the
Dad
motor
says
over
there's
by
a
hand?
arena next to
What the
Sam's
hell?
house. Hunter Demon says nice.
I don't know what that means even.
Beanie underscore 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 says the real topless screens start now. Here we go. CD240 says how long is it? Eric underscore travel says
It's 20
make sure to take your bra off before you go swimming.
It's 27 feet. 27 feet.
Says those 2 women already want you.
Oh
Beastword
Lord.
says to make sure the motor isn't locked up. Lol. XX Kansas Guns XX says see if the engine is stuck, frozen. Mechabart says
frozen.
haven't seen it yet but let's get it. Spiky underscore toaster says yay with a breaker bar on the crank.
Rockin' our Redmond says,
Rod Journal says
we gonna
pay for a
test the
survey
boat
guide.
in that pool.
Test the damn boat in that pool, I
F1U
tell you
says
what.
27 feet pics. Lunacy
27 feet
494 says 27 feet. Willow will love this boat.
27 feet picks. I've heard it all now.
Beastwork says how long has it sat?
A year?
What year is it? Robin Crone says
It's been sitting for a year.
The Madagar says 27 feet. Is it on a trailer or is it already in a slip?
It's in a slip. It's in a slip. Streamer boat.
Rockin' Air Redmond says, we finally get our hot tub stream, I tell you what.
No, we're not getting a hot tub stream.
Pack 44 says hopefully it isn't as much work as the van and you can flip it fast.
It's a lot of
what
work.
if we wanted to vote for Slingshot instead?
It's a lot of work.
Robin Crone says Kecklaw.
Robin Crone says Kecklaw.
Beastworks says I know this place. Army Vet 007 says a bra immerse now asleep. Rock N Redman says changed category to pools, hot tubs, and beaches.
No.
Eric underscore travel says if the slip is not covered, it's going to have so much bird poop on it.
It's not covered.
F1U it says 27 feet is Rellik's favorite website.
What? Let me make sure my battery's
Michelle
turned on.
Griffith 2004 says Cannonball.
+1 for hot tub.
Murray Matter says if Rellik is Gilligan, does that make
Tickle Fits. Shout out to Tickle Fits.
Tickle Fits just resubbed for 26
freaking
26 months. Holy moly.
+1 for hot tub stream.
Shout out to Tickle Fits.
Like a great place for a chicken dance.
Okay. No, we're not doing any chicken dances here. I am not trying to draw any attention to myself. I'm just trying to look. I'm just trying to look at this thing real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Army Vet 007 says, is the boat long enough for a chicken dance?
Robin
Probably.
Alert says
Mom
make
says
boats
hi to
great
Rellik.
again.
Make boats
Maker's
great again.
Dave says change categories on Twitch to boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes.
Ticklefit says hi Michelle. CV240 says I was looking at slingshots yesterday. They have a ton of mechanical problems including brake and electrical issues that forced them to recall some of them. Rod Journal says Cap'n Rellik.
Capping. Let's see. Okay. Hopefully I have everything and I didn't forget anything.
Lunacy 494 says if it sinks, you can use Stacy as a life preserver.
Oh my God.
Snickers Dad says is this a shrimp boat?
No. It's a bay boat.
Beanie ___ says
Rock
make
and
sure
R.
you can
Redmond
stand up
says,
in
look
it.
at that
It
big,
needs 5
beautiful
foot of
Gulf
head
of
clearance.
America ocean.
Hunter Demon says you have the modem.
I got the
Beastwork
modem, yeah.
says who remembers the website Captain Stabbing. Gamecock Jojo says modem. Army Vet 007 says run Forest. Boop's mom says what the Ferk doing?
What's Ferk doing,
Snickers
Boop's
Dad
mom?
says there looks like so many opportunities to fall in here.
Yep.
Ticklefit says there's the boat on the right, he's just now passing it.
No handrails.
Lunacy 494 says you just walked by it. Ticklefit says lol. F1U
Beware
says
of
she's a
alligators. Do not
XX
feed.
Kansas Guns
What
XX
the
says,
hell?
For a second I thought it was that white thing floating
There's
lol.
alligators here. There's signs everywhere that says beware of alligators. I guess there's a bunch of alligators here.
Sparky_Toaster says what really is going on around
What's
here?
really going on around here?
Beastworks says them gators be everywhere buddy. Snickers Dad says Gary's cousins are all around. C Playa 32 says Rellik will go on a 3-hour tour. Gamecock Jojo says should bought your fishing pole.
Yep.
Beastworks says that's why our mascot is the gator. Dowthink says I mean it is body of water. EAC hand everything 430 says we going
Do
to
not
debate.
feed the gators.
Eric_Travels says the alligator signs are probably to keep people from swimming here.
This one's called KNAT, or KN Not Enough. This one's called Fifth Child. How about that name? Fifth Child.
494 says do not feed the clerns.
What's this one
XX
called?
Kansas Guns XX says Rellik in the open water.
This
What's
one's
the most
called
could happen?
this one's called My Way. This one's called Freedom Number 2. This one's called Southern Comfort. Okay. Does this one have a name? I guess sailboats don't get names, huh? I don't see a name on the sailboat.
Says the truth is, I dressed up like an alligator and if you feed me, I tried to mate with you.
Oh Lord.
Joey who says my way dirty AF. Dowthink says
This
my
one's
way
called
needs a bath.
this one's called In Too Deep.
For my pond.
In Too
Dowthink
Deep.
says so does Southern. Beastworks says definitely gators in this waters. Couple years ago there was a 14-foot they had to relocate cause it was eating pets and waterfowl.
Magic Dragon.
Eric_Travels says name is probably on the app. Randy H19
Riley
says
Grace.
if you get a
That's a
sailboat
nice
name,
boat
it's
right there.
Robing Crone says that's pretty there. Potty Mouth Donna says Rellik never has that problem.
Annalisa, Island of Men.
FNU
What the
says
hell?
SS.
Sea Deedle. Sea Deedle.
Neela Creation says Donna. CD240
This one's called Blue
says,
Chip.
yeah, there are alligators in Clear Lake.
Blue Chip.
I saw a caiman down there once.
A caiman?
It's
What the
extremely
hell?
aggressive.
Wow. And here we go. It does not have a name. This is it, y'all.
F1U it says SDS in too shallow.
The roof is
2042 says,
busted
"Are you
off,
gonna
so it's
name yours
getting
SS
it's getting
accepting
a
all
lot of
purpose?"
rain coming inside.
Joey
This is it.
Joey who says is Rellik's boat called the
Now,
SS
how the hell am
Stacy.
I going to get on there?
Lunacy 494 says SS Buffalo Chip.
How am I going to get on here without falling in the water? It's too freaking far away.
Hunter Demon says it's pretty nice, not bad.
Oh, God. Oh, it's tied in the
Donna
front.
says looks like lots of work law.
Well, that's the whole point.
Underscore says scuffed AF. Beastworks says TV pull the rope.
It's tied in the front.
Sarah Sox says it's actually the paddle boat.
Yeah, the paddle boat
CP240
comes
says
with
it's
it.
got water in it.
They told me the paddle
Leaning to
boat comes
one
with it.
side. Sid3 Ryan says 800 for that. Isn't that too cheap? Whiskey Pack 44 says at least it hasn't started sinking yet. Beanie___ says
Oh,
some.
God.
Titan 2042 says that's why they sold the boat so cheap because he has never figured out how to get on it. JR Blade says run and jump right in.
Okay.
Ha ha. Rock and Redman says get ready to clip. Joey who says a smart man once told me boat stands for bust out another 1,000. Dowthink says well does the paddle boat have the paddles? Whiskey Pack 44 says you're bound and determined to take a bath, aren't you? Insurance Guy 1 says oh my. Eric_Travels says oh hell no, abandon ship. Sid3 Ryan says right, that engine is cooked lol. Lunacy
You think so?
494 says I bet he drinks the water bottles in the sink. F1U it says looks like it's been flipped a couple of times already. Gamecock Jojo says that bad water. PRPLGRL 67 says there's a quart of oil. Donker 2,025,555 says boats are money pits. F1U it says it's a wreck. Bad underscore fish underscore 2 says that thing is in bad shape lol. Joey who says PRPLGRL 67 says oil. Nicey Glenn says run away. K-Kid 1992 says I don't like the water there.
Well,
JKB 83,400
that's just
says the engine is sitting in
that's
water.
just using a bilge
Not
pump.
good.
Well, no,
Skywalker
the hull
says
of boats
blessings
get
to your new
water.
adventures, bon voyage.
The hull of
Whiskey
boats get
Cat
water.
44 says,
You know?
is that a bra hanging from it? Army Vet 007 says standing water in the engine not good. Beastworks says fats don't look bad. Titan 2042 says I bet it fires right up. XX Kansas Guns XX says is that water from rain?
Yeah, that's rainwater.
Underscore says there's a huge hole in it. Jesse
See, up there's the
EXP
part I
says
tell you
don't
needs
buy it.
fiberglass.
Joey who says Captain Rob should be here for this lol.
But the
It's
cover
Dog underscore says did they mention what might be wrong with the motor?
just needs a
Or just
carburetor.
that it didn't run.
The cover needs to be replaced. Because a lot of rain's coming in here, you know?
Missing hoses. Guarantee it doesn't run. Eric underscore travels says run. Snickers Dad
Wounded
says
Farm
what's the
has
difference
subscribed
between this
for
and the Titanic?
1 freaking month.
The Titanic is
Wounded Farm, thank you for the 1 month.
Austrian 71 says crap.
Thank you so much for the
Beastworks says
sub.
non-boat people commenting lol. Rod Journal says what's the asking price? Kersey says how do the bones look? Dowthink says you should brought the Captain Rob. Winnie Mochi says you shouldn't buy a boat without a professional inspection. F1U it says offer 200. Lunacy 494 says was that a fishing reel on the side? K-Kid 1992 says I agree we need Captain Rob. Beastworks says all boats get a little water in them. Yellow Jacket says we taking this out for a spin. Titan 2042 says too bad this thing isn't waterproof. Ramastar says is the wood rotten? Hollister underscore fiend underscore says where the tornado tubes. Zeke Cooper says if you got 5,000 to throw at it, once you pay for it, you may be able to make it safe enough to use. The Suffering 777 says 5 years worth of fixing.
There's another bed in there.
Sid 3 Ryan
got 2
says
beds.
The boat has seen some stuff. Roving Crone says show love one, show love one, show love one, show love.
Thank you for the biddies.
Show love one, show love one, show love one, show love one.
This is the shower bathroom.
Rizzy says tell them 500 law. Wounded Farm says this is Farm 77.
Hello.
Jojo says why he's gonna be a lot of work. Army Vet 007 says and you thought fixing the van was work. Makers Dave says it's perfect.
But
Bilge holds water, the engine appears to burn oil.
But
140 says that engine will not run even if you put a carb on it. You are looking at a fortune to get that thing in decent shape. Rock and Redman says abandoned boats. Yuri Natter says how does it smell in there? Beastworks says that's not too bad. Potty Mouth Donna says you I bet that fridge stinks lol. Sparky underscore toaster says does Lemon Squad do boat inspections? Winnie Mochi says bruh. F1U it says Urbex boat edition. Donker 2,025,555 says if you have 5,000, then you just get a better boat. Randy H 1990 says you should call this boat the Pussy Magnet.
whoa. What's under there? Oh, that's more storage. More storage.
Wounded Farm says needs a lot of work. Lunacy 494 says are you sure you don't already own this? That fridge looks just like you. Dowthink says needs cover new covers on seat on the paint on front. Inside doesn't look actually bad. Potty Mouth Donna says was that drinks in the fridge? You should taste them to see if they are good law. It's Big Dog underscore says do you know someone that does engine work?
Yeah, I already got somebody to fix the engine.
The floor is probably rotting somewhere and that cost a fortune to repair.
I got somebody to fix the engine for free.
Kate 1992 says I think this thing is basically a frame and will need to be gutted and redone entirely. Sid 3 Ryan says Urbex is great today. Z says a lot of mold everywhere, go wash hands and get out. Snickers Dad says fun fact on a boat clown they called at the head. XX Kansas Guns XX says it's a project for sure. Insurance Guy 1 says I see potential for someone. Lyle Paradise says is this Gilligan's old boat? Eric underscore travel says I bet this will have lots of mold. Winnie Mochi says how you know you will never find a girl if you buy this boat. Snickers Dad says this is why we can't have nice things. Sarah Sock says how much is the slip each month? Gaming with
250.
I mean, what is the asking price?
800.
Suffering 777 says the small bed is where the gimp goes.
The asking price is 800.
Mold Mansion. Lunacy 494 says have some cool weekend streams on this. Ramastar says boat bust out another 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Rock and Redman says creeps can flip this easy. Insurance guy 1 says makes to a bed. Nasty _ Maddie.
Oh, this makes into a bed also? How does that do?
Says call it clown around.
Clown around?
420 says imagine if you find Ziploc bags of Quaaludes from the 80s. TV 240 says if you decide to buy, make sure there are no outstanding marina fees. You buy it, you have to pay the back fees.
No, there's no fees. I already talked to the marina.
Topside, imagine the hull.
I already talked to the marina.
94 says take some burgers out of the van and let's try the stove. PRPLGRL 67 says nothing a little cleaning can't handle. Joey Who says Captain Rellik. It's Big Dog _ says taking Indie Store for that fixer upper. Eric _ Travel says the ceiling is rotten. F1 Uid says get it. Beastwork says you can lit on an electronic carb. AMD never have to deal with the carb issue.
What's an electronic carb? I don't even know what that is.
Says main question is the motor and leaks. Sparky _ Toaster says if you buy this trade, I have a Model T to sell you. All it needs is a carb off. Gamecock Jojo says that's been sitting more ton a year. Rock and Redman says flip that light switch. Rotax 670 says this guy built a camper van, how hard could a boat be?
Yep.
Gaming with Wood says is the shell hull fiberglass or aluminum or wood?
Fiberglass.
Snickers Dad says ask them to
Aluminum. I mean fiberglass and wood.
The one and only Mahler says
the roof is wood.
$500 cash, he should bargain to 700 or 650.
No, he was at 1,200.
100 a bargain. Rotax 670 says it's cheap because nobody wants to do hard work anymore.
It was 1,200. I got him down to 800.
Cheap for 800. If you get this cleaned up with a Freya coat of paint, could be worth it.
Yep.
PRPLGRL 67 says it's going to take some work. Beastwork says the block alone is worth 800. Maker's Dave says dry dog it to check the keel and prop, also the rudder. Lunacy 494 says how many clerns can you fit in here? 500.
Probably a lot of clerns, yes.
Shade says nice. Show Shuvi how to do boat streams the right way. Sarah Soft says I think it's kinda sick just for the living space. HOTN Spicy says check for stowaways.
Check for stowaways? Yeah.
400.00 will save him mooring fees. Kate did 1992 says come in. Wounded Farm says Honda virus. F1 Uid says that's Tyas's sex cave. Snickers Dad says I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I need to sell.
Really? How much?
Interested. Insurance guy 1 says is there AC?
No, but you can add AC.
Oh,
that right there just, oh, okay. It just pops up. It just pops up.
Yellow Jacket says, well, there's your dinner. Beastwork says instead of a manual carburetor you have to adjust and fool with. The electronic makes the motor electronic fuel injection.
Oh, okay.
F1 Uid says 1200. Gaming with Wood says this would be great content for sure. Titan 2042 says how else can you get lost in the ocean unless you have a boat, so you have the first step down.
Yep.
CV 240 says my sailboat is for sale and only needs minor maintenance.
I don't want a sailboat.
I have a trailer for it as well.
You have a trailer for it as well?
Area. The one and only Mahler says 1200. Holy shish, 88,888.
Yeah, but CV, this is only needs minor maintenance. It could be used today. I have a trailer for it. It's in the water in the Kima area. But CV, this is only $800. You know what I'm saying? Someone called me last night and they were like, "We see you're looking for a boat. I have a boat for sale for." It was like 3,000 or 4,000. I said, "Yeah, I'm not trying to spend a lot." You know what I'm saying? It's more for the content, you know?
494 says they're a place to fish in front.
It's more for the content.
Says what's the engine? Rotax 670 says you can't even get a rowboat for 800 anymore.
Oh wow. That's a nice breeze coming through there. Ooh, that's a nice breeze.
Says LPOK what he did with an empty van. If this was gutted inside, it could be completely redone. Yellow Jacket says WCV. Doubting says what type of engine is it?
It has a Chevy engine.
Get her own bed. XX Kansas Guns XX says you could make a killing human trafficking.
Gotta go through here. Can I fit through this hole? Ow.
Randy H 1990 says I bet it smells like a fish fart in there. Stripes of Blue says TTS is way behind. Joey
Let me skip it.
Says who is going to be your first mate.
There we go.
H64 says engine would be the first thing I would get going.
I mean, if you had to, if you cleaned this up, you could live on it.
007
You know?
says yes, great content. Seeing a hurricane live from a boat. Randy H1990 says, does .it have a kitchen?
Yeah, it's got a kitchen right here. It's got a gas stove and a refrigerator and a sink.
Blue Dome says anchor is gone. Rotax 670 says Mila Creations I already saw mold. It's a gut and redo project. If the hull is good, it's probably worth it.
Broken R. Redmond says,
does it have a
well, let's
kitchen?
buy it and strap it to the roof. I tell you
what.
what.
To make you catch more fish. FWID says TTS is still way behind. CD240 says that 800 is going to turn into at least 10K to get it in operable condition. Trust me, I've been down that road with my old 20-foot Sea Ray. Stripes of Blue says this will be a project. Winnie Mochi says lots of mold. Road Dog 27 says buying a used boat equals a huge money pit. Eric_Travel says how much will the marina charge toy to keep this year each month?
$250 with all utilities included. $250 including water, power, swimming pool, bathrooms, showers. You know what I'm saying?
Rotax 670 says fish steaks okay, it's sold now.
That made all the difference. Free snacks. Hell no.
Rotax 670 says we're gonna need more bleach. 494 says comes with snacks. Relic's buying it.
Snacks.
Says not skunk on tin fish.
Free snacks.
2042 says sounds like we are moving here.
Free snacks.
777 says not a bad slip fee. Sarah Soft says that's cheap rent. F1 says is there a Home Depot nearby? Lyle Paradise says restoring the boat means lots of Home Depot streams coming up. Staffing says where is the expiration date? Rotax 670 says that plywood needs some fresh glue. Who says I would buy it and start working? Rock M Redman says don't forget to lock that door. Who says and end up living on it? CD240 says so if you buy it, what's the first thing you're going to do?
Probably get the engine running.
Says that's cheap rent. I need a boat. I pay over $2,000 each month. Rotax 670 says oh wow it's in the water still. It's Big Dog _ says this might be more work than the van was. Rotax 670 says card missing, engine parts missing. The Suffering 777 says did he tell you what's wrong with engine?
He said the only thing wrong with the engine is the carburetor.
Anyone that knows things about
He said,
494 says give me the fishing wheel. Bushcutter 1234 says looks like the Bill's pump's not working.
howdy.
F1 says
Well, nothing's on right now. So nothing's connected and nothing's on, you know? So.
The Suffering 777 says excellent if you got a guy to work on it free. Insurance Guy 1 says she is yes sir, she is a real beauty.
If this right here, if this was not busted, it would be in nowhere near as much water damage. But the whole cover is busted. So the first thing I'd probably replace this cover so that it gets it waterproof a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
194 says he's eyeing those water bottles. Randy H1990 says what are you gonna do with that big fat butt?
What you gonna do with that big fat butt? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
163 says that's a real boat. Hunter Demon says I think it will be a cool project for sure, just depends how much you have to pay to get it fixed.
Yeah.
Zone for $2,025,555 says new cover and windows.
Lunacy 494 says Harbor Freight Tarp will fix that right up.
Potty Mouth Donna says look at Rellik, already getting to know his boat neighbors well. Bond says 1015K make it nice. XX Kansas Guns XX says plenty of room for activities. It's Big Dog _ says seems weird that someone just let it go straight to _ setting there. Makers Dave says my carburetor has an issue as well, it blows out gas a lot after Taco Bell.
The guy doesn't live here anymore. He lives in Washington State, so.
F1 it says I vote by it. Rotax 670 says Hunter nobody can afford to have this fixed. It's a D project, but will materials cost too much? Snickers Dad says if fiberglass could rust, this one would have it.
I honestly think it's mostly cosmetic, y'all. Like, it seems like the bones are good. It seems like it's mostly cosmetic. You know?
Sid3 Ryan says the amount of work is huge. I would guess the electronics has to be done too.
You know?
Gone for 2,025,500.
Why do y'all think it's leaning though? That's what I'm worried about. It's leaning sideways.
Been floating for a while.
Why is it leaning? Like, is it leaning because it's sitting on top of the dock right here?
Possible issues I see from here. Exhaust manifolds rotted out. Missing carbon, other hoses. Heat exchanger may be bad.
It seems like it's leaning.
Flooring rotting out, etc.
You know?
Randy H 1990 says I can see myself watching this.
You think because there's water in the hull that needs to be pumped out, is that why it's leaning?
Doubting says oh that why he didn't replace the cover. Lunacy 494 says I bet those hurricanes damaged that cover. F1
Yeah.
says cosmetics ain't cheap. Wounded Farm says ballast. Sid3 Ryan says wind current. Michelle Griffith 2004 says M. Army
So maybe
says, is there a dead body?
maybe the
1992 says wind probably.
maybe the hull needs to be
Light says how much
pumped out with the bilge pump.
Eric underscore
You know?
says maybe it needs the bilge turned on.
Yeah.
Baker's Dave says water in the bilge can cause it to leak. Wounded Farm says bilge needs pump.
Yeah.
Gus Bus Gaming 21 says there's water in it. Rock and Redman says got a gangster.
It's pretty big though. Like, it's a pretty big freaking boat.
Kimchi Flied Light says look like in bad shape.
Yeah.
Steve Cooper says yes.
Hmm.
Sneaker's Dad says it's definitely going to need a new windshield wiper. Eric underscore travel says
New windshield wiper.
look at the hull.
Yeah.
Rotax 670 says it search for one in better condition, at least a working engine.
I don't think I'm gonna find one this cheap, y'all. Y'all don't understand. I don't mind doing labor, like hard work. You know? I don't mind sanding, painting, fiberglassing. Like, there's a lot of work here I can do myself. Because a lot of it's just cosmetic, you know? Like, it's a lot of cosmetic stuff, you know? But I don't have the cord to plug it in. You know, I need the cord to be able to plug it in. I mean, you know, $800.
Rotax 670 says cheap isn't cheap when you gotta swap motors. CB240 says cause it has water inside the hull and the stringers in the outer side of the hull.
You know?
The stringers could be rotting out as well. You could spend a little more and got a boat in a lot better shape. Eric underscore travels says lift up the floor to see how much water is in the hull. You also need to see if it's just water or lots of oil mixed in.
From what I've seen in here, it's just water. Like, if you look in here, it's just water. There's no oil sheen. Like, there's no oil sheen on that water. It's all just water. You know? You know?
1992 says if you're okay with potentially replacing things like the engine and other non-cosmetic things, then go for it. Super Turbo says that's cheap. JKB 83404 says my opinion.
So,
I think this is a basket case.
a basket case.
Says how much for storage though?
$250 for storage.
Says for $800. The owner just wants to get rid of it. Bushcutter 1234 says the 800, does it come with slip, or do you have to pull the boat out?
No, I can leave the boat here.
Says tell him 400. XX Kansas Guns XX says it have that mechanic look at the engine before buying it. Don't want to have replaced an engine too.
Yeah.
Eric underscore travel says the boat does not have a shore power cord in it.
No, I don't see a shore power cord anywhere.
$50 a month comes with power, internet, etc. The one and only Mahler says bilge pump work. Potty Mouth Donna says 800 to buy. 70K plus to fix light.
70K to fix? Nah. I don't think it's 70K to fix.
Eric underscore travel says lift up the floor in the cabin. Rotax 670 says the distributor is open and water is likely in the crankcase of the engine. F1UX says take photos of the engine.
Well, the mechanic's going to come look at the engine in person, so I'd rather have him come look at it in person, you know?
The distributor is missing. The one and only Mahler says the whole intake is off. Revy Wolf Princess says so this is the SS Sniffer right relic.
SS Sniffer.
140 says 800 is going to turn into 10K. Water does the most damage to boats. Those stringers have been underwater for a while. Guarantee they are rotting or will rot before long. Rotax 670 says red flags all over that engine. Superdor Turbo says it's really not that rough. I have seen worse for more money. Lunacy 494 says, is there a cord on the dock behind it? Hunter
No.
Demon says, I think it will be a fun project to do on stream Rellik.
That's what I'm
Blue
thinking.
says this will be a good project for streams during haunt season.
Is that the pump over there?
You can't go anywhere, so why not?
Yeah, that's true. It's a good project for haunt season.
Whiskey Pack
What is that?
44 says, I agree. Hunter. Army Vet 007 says, yep, FaceTime mechanics aren't usually good. Rotax 670
Lunacy
says,
49 bar says, "I'm gonna solar power this boat."
Snickers Dad says it's missing a lot. No batteries, no power.
No, it's got batteries. Batteries are right here.
Nicey Glenn says fuel
I think,
there.
is that a battery
That
or are these fuel
underscore
tanks? What the hell are these?
6 says you'll probably need to
Oh,
pull
these
out
are
and check the hull.
tanks. Are these
Hull
fuel
work isn't
tanks?
cheap. It's Big Dog underscore says mods pay cut for boat repairs incoming. Night Streamer 21 says the stealth van build was fun and great content. This could be too, as long as it has good bones. Civ3 Ryan says how many thousands is too much to repair everything. Whiskey Pack 44 says Rellik did a really good job on the van, so why not? CV240 says I blew the Mercruiser engine up on my C-Ray. It was $10K to get it rebuilt back in the early 90s.
Damn.
Made in the Shade says, will this be months of rehab streams?
Probably.
Didn't really watch the van rehab streams. XX Kansas Guns XX says fix it up and get creeps to sell it.
I'd say it's probably would take me,
says gonna be a fun project.
I'd say it would probably take me,
Bushbetter 1234 says see their fuel or water tank. Eric underscore travels says I see lots of water down here. Nicey Glenn says yep. Zeke Cooper says yes, fuel tank. Nicey Glenn
I'd say,
sitting in salt water. OMG. Lyle Paradise says maybe
I would say this will probably take me,
around for a small fee.
if I was to guess,
Need some fiberglass, you can see the light on outside.
I'd say to get this thing back to pristine condition would probably take me 6 months.
Dad says it's freshwater from rain. Strikes of Blue says 8 to 12 months.
I'd say 6 months.
Deborah 715 says remember it took the awkwards like 3 years and 3 boats to find one that worked for a short time.
I'd probably reupholster the cushions.
Open the bathroom door. Snickers Dad says so 6 asterisk 250. Made in the Shade says maybe just find a deal like Shooty so the real content can start quicker.
But
says, I think you could
the content is going to be, the content is, y'all don't understand. I'm not, okay, let me mute the stream real quick. I'm not doing this because there's a lot of people doing boat content. People are out fishing. They're doing, there's a million streamers doing boat content, like fishing, driving on boats. I'm trying to do the different, I'm trying to do restoration content. I want to restore a boat. So I want to find a boat that's the biggest piece of junk possible and make it look amazing. So I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to show people how you can fix stuff up and restore, like I did with the van, building out the van. I'm trying to do that with a boat. So it's not so much about fishing and boating. If I wanted to do that, I could just go get a boat and take it out on the water. It's about changing the look of this boat and making it look badass. And then flip it.
Cooper says you found it hen.
Yeah, you know.
Rotax 670 says bunch of van build streams now lol you're pioneering.
You know what I'm saying?
194 says it's comedy restore.
You know?
Ken Redman says well this would be that. This is building a boat from scratch. One you it says bingo. Snickers Dad says you need to dry dock this at the haunt to work on it. Hunter Demon says this is great. I enjoyed the van balding, the boat balding I think will be great for the channel. XX Kansas Guns XX says also teach us about the threats of mold poisoning.
Yeah, mold poisoning, yeah.
007 says you are going to need to restore your bank account.
You like some mold?
Insurance Guy 1 says 6 months of content. CV200
well, you know,
says if that's your intent then you found your boat.
Yeah, yeah.
Lol. Java Stout says how many clerns could fit on that thing.
I think it's, I don't think it's going to be as expensive as y'all think it is. A lot of this is cosmetic.
Do what your heart says to do.
You know what I'm saying?
Zero says yay, why not?
A lot of it's cosmetic.
My camper van last year and it's been a blast.
You know? Like all of this is cosmetic stuff. Take these out, wash them, get them nice and clean. You know what I'm saying? Like wash all these cushions.
Cheating clown.
Will these come off?
21 says, I believe in you, Rellik.
These don't come
I
off.
reckon you can do it and it will be great. Zeke Cooper says pay as little as possible. Kate did 1992 says a good looking board is nothing if it doesn't run, but you could always fix it up visually and sell for someone else to fix the other issues if need be.
I think my mechanic.
_2 says, I mean, if you want to throw away $800, go ahead, lol.
I think my mechanic
Funny
can
Nemo
get
79
it ready.
says, hello everyone, good luck boat hunting.
What
Snickers
is
Dad
this?
says we don't want 6 months of driving streams. Sid Free Ryan says as long as you got enough to replace the engine if it needs to, then why not? Lunacy 494 says I think it would be great content, then we could take it to Puerto Vallarta.
But the first thing that needs to happen, is all the leaks have to be fixed.
We know a guy that was restoring a boat and streamed from a bait shop. Deborah 715
So-
says you have to raise it out of the water, store in dry dock and spend thousands upon thousands of dollars and hours finding parts and working on it.
No, I won't do that.
Says SS worse than expected.
I'll work on it where is it. I'll work on it where it is.
Run an air conditioner in here while you work on it.
You know what I'm saying?
Easy content while it's hot during the summer.
I'll work on it where it is.
Hot tuas and some buffering good as new.
Yep.
Snickers Dad says, can we take the engine out of the van and put it
But
here
the first thing that needs to happen is I need to fix this.
44 says understandable.
I need to fix this leak.
Lunacy 494 says first thing that needs to happen is to buy it. Blue Dome says the main thing is the mechanical items and wiring. Cosmetic is the easy part. Deborah 715 says sadly I don't think it's the kind of content that will hold viewers for very long. It's really quite boring to be honest.
Excessive idling. This might need to be fixed.
Sure we know about the carburetor, but don't know anything else.
He said the electrical's good, but
says, no doubt you can get this thing
shout out to Dookie Creek.
F1U it says SS Dead Fish Finder. Aussie 1962 says Rellik you need waterproof lumber. Snickers Dad says if you don't know chat, he's already made up his mind.
I haven't made up my mind.
Says, go down the street and
I think we'll do a poll and then
Raximan says HD.
I think we'll do a poll.
Says, did you check for decomposing bodies?
No.
XX Kansas Guns XX says what after spending all summer getting it fixed up then hurricane season in the fall with no trailer, need to sell it before then.
Yep.
Carl Hungus says have it surveyed to see if it's salvageable.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the a cable to plug in the electrical. Because I don't see a shore cable here anywhere.
Says think about all the Home Depot trips we would get with this project.
Yep. What is this?
Says biggest question, how far away is Home Depot?
What is that? Bucket head.
Says I've seen enough to make it a hard pass if I was looking for a project like this.
Bucket head.
Dookie_Creek says hey thanks Hunter. Deborah 715 says turn on everything that is electrical and see if it works.
Yeah, I need to get a cable.
Says make sure you can invest into it, otherwise now pass. Army Bet 007 says I'm doing.
Let me ask if they have the shore power cable.
Don for 2,025,555 says hurricane season in 2 weeks. CB240 says blue tarp special from Home Depot will fix the leaks ASAP. Also, remember, boat owners never lie about the condition of the boat they're trying to sell. Blue Dome says is the side glass plexiglass. Night Streamer 21 says does this boat need a lot of cop?
It's all plexiglass.
Remember about the van build. Chat loves a lot of cop.
It's all plexiglass.
Says that's a Home Depot shop vac. Big Chill 64 says pump. Dowthink says if the engine is in decent shape I say go for it. Eric_Travels says shop vac. Blue Dome says shop vac. Troglavite guy says goes on a 5 gallons bucket. The Matagar says shop vac. F1 Uid says none of that electrics work. Troglavite guy says just woke up. Oh no, a boat project. F1 Uid says it's open to the elements. Lunacy 494 says wonder if they use that shop vac as a build. Eric_Travels says check under the seats to see if there is a shore power cord.
I just asked them. I just texted them and asked them if there's a.
I love the Urbex and travel streams. I just worry there won't be any for 6 months if you do this, like when you worked on the van. JKB 83404 says talk to Captain Rob. He's got a cabin cruiser boat at home he might sell you. He was talking about selling it. Rock and Redman says get ready to flip, next step is getting off this boat. Whiskey Pack 44 says no starter cord is problematic, but shouldn't you just be able to flip a switch? I
talked to Rob. He wants more for that boat than I want to spend.
says Rellik wants to fix
You know what
it
I'm saying?
visually, and there are people
Like-
out there that like to fix things up mechanically, so even if it ends up being in bad condition mechanically, he could fix it up visually, then sell to a person who wants to fix it up mechanically.
That was a lot of mechanically going on.
Next to this boat looks like it's in better condition. Log. Snickersdad says please pull it to the haunt to work on. Save yourself the travel time for 6 months. The slick fees. JKB 83404 says Captain Robs needs work too. This one here is a basket case. Java Scout says if the boat's a rocking.
All right, let's do a poll. See what y'all think. Let's do a poll on Kick and on Twitch. Let's see what y'all think. Do a poll and see what y'all think. And be honest. If you think it's a complete like nightmare, waste of time, be honest about it. Don't do what you think I want you to say. Say what you think in your personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? So are we on front page? Hold on. Are we on front page? Oh, we are on front page. Kick, thank you for the front page. I appreciate it.
If all else fails, it makes a great new prop for the haunt.
Yeah. Let's do a poll on each side. See what y'all think. Hey, it comes with a free rod, y'all.
007 says Monique good nightmare. Flash Zero says don't know enough about boats to have an opinion. Law.
Just go with your gut.
Says it's a waste of money. Relic, please think about it.
Go with your gut.
Blue Dome says buy for 500.00. Hunter Demon says pulls up on boat. Rock and Redman says front page hype. Sid 3 Ryan says wreck. Could be 10 of thousands to make it back up. Depends. Lunacy
Yep.
494
yeah, I know.
Freestyle has been redeemed on Kick.
Okay.
Ricky Tells says what year is it?
It's a 1999.
27 says too much work. Gaming Liquid says 800 fishing rod. Lunacy 494 says there's a reel on the side. The one and only Mauler says it floats. That's the biggest thing a boat needs to do if you need any.
Yeah.
Kate Good 1992 says tis true. Could end up as a haunt prop. Ash the Variant 013 says that's a nice rod. Log. Ricky Tells says fast pull. Eric _Travel says freestyle on Kick.
Freestyle on Kick.
Says look out Relic swinging his rod around. Captain _Robs _Adventures says I can drop the price plus 2 leg rubs.
Plus 2 leg rubs. What the hell?
How much is this $20 boat? The Madagar says we front page first slot. Reynolds
Front
Jim
page
says
first
this
slot.
boat
Hell
is
yeah.
in better shape than your Urbex career.
Who said that?
Says, speaking of Captain Rob,
Who
there
said
he is.
that? Who said that the boat's in better shape than your Urbex career? Hold on, who said that? Reynolds Jim, I gotta give you a freaking sub for that. Let me see if I can. Reynolds, can you comment again? That was such a good comment. Hold on, let me find you.
Says Cole was a bit quick.
Reynolds, can you comment again? That's such a good freaking comment. That's such a quick-witted comment.
CV240 says run, don't walk. Deborah 715 says
Hold on.
kick was over before it's
That was
over.
freaking good.
Zero Musapop
Wow,
says
what a
not getting
freaking
vote.
quick,
Hunter Demon says damn and
what a
people
freaking
don't
quick,
want
what a
38
quick
minutes
freaking comment. Holy crap.
Reynolds Jim says hola. Farku says howdy. Relic. XX Kansas Guns XX says boat Karens. Hunter Demon says no
Relic
one
gifted a
wants
tier 1
content.
sub to Reynolds
Mechabard
Jim.
says don't listy chat, go with your gut.
Relic gifted Reynolds Jim a sub.
Hell yeah, that was good. That was a good
Eric
comment.
_Travel says he does bring up a good point. Buying this boat will take away from Urbex. Blackshaman says the nays have it on Kick. Jackrippa 135 says hi hi hi. FBJ Warrior says are you buying this boat so Captain Love can spend the night? Big Boy Chris 46 says let go. Reynolds Jim says thanks.
You're welcome, Reynolds. That was a good comment.
Nicholas Fox says XX Kansas Guns XX. Hunter Demon says it's about content and restoring something to make it look better. Hunter Demon says seems like no on both sides one.
No on both sides one. Okay.
CV240 says
The chat has spoken.
Captain Rob.
The chat has spoken.
Trogladite guy says just seeing all that would note. Ricky Tells says insurance affordable for it.
I don't have to have insurance unless I want to put it.
Not rotted out law.
The guy that owned it said he had insurance. He said it was like $65 a month. But the guy that had it, he says his insurance is like $65 a month, but insurance is not like, you don't have to have it, you know, unless you want it, unless you really want to get it. You don't have to have it.
Dr. 777Q says. Dr. 777Q says. Dr. 777Q says.
Yep.
Dr.
772 says.
Hunter Demon says, yeah, but that's the whole point of buying something cheap. Doubt think it's about restoring it.
Yeah. It's all good. You know, y'all are probably right. Y'all are probably right. Probably not the best idea.
FPJ Warrior says, no, I'm saying.
Know what I'm saying?
Think says at Rellik, get the engine checked out, then do the pulls again. Deborah 715 says boats are a nightmare. I owned one and it was just too much work.
Yeah.
Rotax 670 says I've bought cars for more and never realized value from them. Eric _ travel says some marinas may require insurance.
Yep.
Nicholas Spot says so all the people that said no don't get to go on it once fixed lot.
They don't get to ride on the boat. You don't get a boat ride. I'm sorry. You don't get to go on a boat ride. So I wonder why they didn't put this top down during the storm. If they would have closed this top.
Ricky Tell says happiest day was when I sold my boat.
Yeah, that's what everybody says.
Says remember water ruins things. Hunter Demon says doubting. Neela Creation says if you don't need to replace the engine, that makes a solid difference probably.
Yep.
M1961 Lee says get it. F1 Hewitt says does it have a name? Army Vet 007
it doesn't have a name.
Need a project. Can you do some car body work for me? CB240 says you could buy it, then do a stream showing cutting it up and hauling it to the dump.
Hauling it to the dump, yeah.
Kansas Guns XX says if it was just cleaned up a little, I think chat would be more for it. Right now it's in the worst condition.
Yeah, well that's the point. Finding something that's just finding something that's absolutely
about boats is pooping off the back into the ocean.
Yep.
F1 Hewitt says top rotted. Snickers Dad says should just do an engine swap with the van. 670 says if the engine didn't have missing parts it'd be more down for it. That motor might be toast.
Yeah, I feel you.
25,555 says let's just enjoy the van and travel more in it.
There you go.
_travel says SS Dumpster of the Seas.
Dumpster of the Seas. Yeah, it does look pretty rough. But look, y'all don't understand. It comes with this. Free. It comes with free, comes with free, comes with free lures and some power bait.
Aussie 1962 says Rellik you ever thought of buying
that stinks.
Camper for weekends.
Fix upper camper. Ew, that's nasty.
Says Rellik wait to see what the mechanic says before deciding. Eric _ travel says I see a free rusted wrench. Zeke Cooper says
comes with some power bait.
Snickers Dad says can we do a pull to make you eat the fish in the can?
Hell no.
Hunter Demon says half the chat like oh don't, but it's not worth it. Plus it's about restoring something and making it look neat. Oh well, we move on.
Ugh, nasty.
Says a free wrench too and some dominoes.
Yo, some dominoes. Look.
566 says Funny Man Mark says,
comes with dominoes. Does that change y'all's mind?
Says plus a box cutter.
Does that change y'all's mind?
Says only buy the boat if the sardines are not expired. It takes
and electrical tape.
Blue Dome says what year is on the sardine can?
Comes with electrical tape.
Says W Rellik cool boat. Army Vet 007 says
ML.
law for maybe catching a fish. Diane Perkins says is this an abandoned boat?
And some carbon choke cleaner.
Says you know Rellik's gonna eat those sardines if he bought it. CRPL67 says I voted yes.
Float switch.
Aussie 1962 says Funny Man Mark 79 good day. Jesse ESP says no. Snickers Dad says boat. Neil Creation says why did they leave so much trash? No love for this boat.
And we got a tool set. Look at that. Comes with a tool set.
Troglodite Guy says everyone should watch the Sunny and Philly episode when the gang buys a boat after this stream. Eric _ travel.
Breaker. Anybody there?
The issues have been going on for a while.
Breaker. Anybody there? Can anybody hear me? Breaker, breaker.
Radiant says, are you paying for the rest also?
Copy.
Snickers Dad says come some free t-shirts too, but you have to wait for Donna to ship them. Nicey Glenn says that tape all listed. Rotax 670 says snap on our copies. CB 240 says a boat worth 10K is willing to cost you at least 10K whether you pay 800 or pay 10K. Blue Dome says keep the switch, it's for the bilge pump. Insurance Guy 1 says voted no because I would like to buy it.
You would like to buy it? Yeah.
_fiend_ says let your mechanic at least let him tell you number.
Okay.
Rotax 670 says the tools might be worth 800 if snapping.
Snap-on?
Says SS Barnacle.
They are not snap-on. They are Duralast.
Helicopter showed up, that would be great. Eric
Duralast.
Travel says I'm really wondering if that broken shop vac was the bilge pump.
I hope not. Duralast.
Duralast. 163 says S's. OS breaker. Galthing says when is the engine guy coming?
Probably Monday or Tuesday he can make it over here.
670 says aha copy tools.
He said he could check it out probably Monday or Tuesday.
939398415 says HII.
Hello 09, how you doing? Well,
Troglodite guy says get the boat on snapping payments $35 a month for 20 years.
So what is this? This is a tournament.
Just think of how many times Rellik would hit his head on this.
Is this sonar? What is that?
Galthink says okay. Sir Psycho Sexy says Duralast is AutoZone's house brand. Rock and Redman
What is this?
says what are we waiting for? Let's get in that hot tub.
Gypsman, Garmin
says don't waste his time, that thing is a dump. Snickers Dad says that's a fish finder.
All these switches. Windshield wipers, navigation lights, anchor light, bilge blower, bilge pump, anchor light.
Says looks like a lot of work. Hollister_fiend_ says should have brought your fishing pole to fish from the floating pier for free for today, LOL.
Yeah.
Barvin says is a fish finder. Rotax 670 says minimum payments on the tool truck.
Minimum payments?
Dad says the other one's a GPS, not a gypsum.
It's a GPS?
Wolf Princess says so what do we do now then since we're not buying the boat?
Well.
34 says I am from Guatemala.
Guatemala, nice.
94 says lol that's 1 gram PS that Rellik would never use. Gamecock Jojo
Guatemala.
Fish finder. Hunter Demon says also don't think Pope will understand Rellik point of view about making content for his channel and restoring something like when he done his van.
Yep. It's all good.
CD 240 says what is your budget for purchase price? Army Vet 007
Well, this one was appealing to me because I got it for 800. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to spend a lot. Because for me, it's more about the restoration process rather than trying to find something that's like amazing. You know what I'm saying? A kick theme boat? That's a good idea. Retired young? That's a good idea. What if I themed the whole boat kick, like change the cushions to green fabric and put like kick and name the boat like kicking puddles or kicking. What could the boat be? What's a kick theme name that would fit the boat? Sidekick, or sidekick, kicking ass. Ooh, that's a good kicking ass. That's a good name, and have the kick KICK logo in the kicking ass.
115 says it's all about the cost of the restoration. It's very expensive
Yeah.
and way more.
Yeah, but if Kick is willing to sponsor it,
You're fired.
if Kick barely Kick, if Kick is willing to sponsor the restoration, would that change y'all's mind? Like if I talk to Kick and they're willing to sponsor the restoration of the boat, if I make the boat Kick themed, and then Kick streamers can stream on the boat. Like if they come to town, they can come here and stay on the boat and stream on the boat. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be a kick streaming boat.
Eric_travel says SS barely kicking. Snickers Dad says kick to the curb. JKB 83404 says kick in the bank account.
That might be an idea.
Gamecock Jojo says SS 95 fifths.
95.5.
715 says no. Nicholas Fox says if it's not sinking, it can be fixed up. Plus,
Yeah.
a place to live if worse happens.
True.
E10
True.
underscore 314 says kick an ass and get some booty.
Kicking ass.
Ride around. Zero Musapop says hell yeah. Flash Zero says kickstand lol.
Kickstand.
CB 240 says but
It's a
how
thought.
much is your max purchase price?
Kendall Hill 1 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nicholas Fox.
Kendall, thank you for gifting a sub to Nicholas.
Kendall Hill 1 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nicholas Fox. They have given
It doesn't hurt to ask. I mean, they'll probably say hell no, but they'll probably take one look at this boat and say hell no. You know what I'm saying?
Streamers are going to be on.
They'll take one look at this boat and be like, oh hell no.
Too much liability. Retired Young says it would be a great idea. You would be the first to do it.
They'll probably be like, hell no.
Then yes. Reynolds Jim says don't buy this boat because it means we will be spending the next 2 years at Home Depot looking for things.
Yep.
Ricky Tells says SS State. Sir Psycho Sexy says kickin' in, twitchin'. Clovarvin says how did the boat hull look like? Do you know that Relic?
It's got some water in it, but the bilge pump is not on, so. Anyway.
194 says you're not gonna get a Morant on the boat. Astrian 71 says the epoxy glue is too rotten from the boat it crunched.
The epoxy glue?
Sparky underscore toaster says you got big dreams, son.
Yep, big dreams.
Says get Dan Clancy to sponsor
Dan Clancy, yeah, okay.
715
okay.
Says it makes Kick liable for what happens on
the only way Dan Clancy would sponsor it is if I told him that it had a hot tub on it with hot tub chicks. Hold on, I probably shouldn't have said that out loud, huh? I probably shouldn't have said that. I probably shouldn't have said that.
Demon says I think would be a great idea. Beanie underscore underscore underscore, but oh well, we move on. Lunacy 494 says ask Creepy Hollow to sponsor it. It's
Creepy Hollow. Yeah.
2 underscore ton underscore Ted underscore from underscore Teddington says finger kicking good. CD 240 says hey, I just thought of something. I can help you out with a really nice mattress so you can get a good night's sleep after working on it all day.
CV.
Says AC7 man would sink it.
Oh Lord, Action Man would sink it, yeah.
Says what doing after this? Clovarvin says is hull integration on it fine, that is big bucks if you need to fix that part.
Did you say hull integration?
7 says Relic you have extra money, can I borrow a few K to pay taxes?
Hell yeah.
Yowthing says lol. Hunter Demon says I am done CBABWAN. Hunter Demon says beanie underscore underscore underscore. F1 you it says get a hot tub on it. Eric underscore travel says put your bikini on and Dan will arrive.
Put my bikini on, it'll be all good, huh?
Says great idea.
Well, you vote Janky. We love Janky. How you doing?
Janky says yo. Retired Young says Asian hot tub chicks must be on there, and Emily and he would lol.
Yeah, he'd sponsor it then.
Big Sims says good morning everyone.
Big Sims.
Blue Dome says sell the paddle boat for 100.00 by a couple of
yeah, the paddle boat comes with it, y'all. Check it out. Free paddle boat. Free paddle boat. Can't go wrong with that. Sell the paddle boat for 200.
Says who's getting the spanking in the background. Nicholas Fox says people need to see it is floating urbex low.
Floating urbex.
Sims says we buying a boat.
The vote was no to buy the boat, Big Sims.
Keep your clothes on.
Keep my clothes on.
Psycho Sexy says water in the build means you will need a welder, and you know your luck with welders.
Welders, yeah.
Clovarvin says if it any wrong with the hull you can spend a lot over 5K just on that. Well, if Janky says, bro, I want to see your face.
You want to see my face?
Underscore Creek says if all Relics followers on all platforms each gave 5, we could fix it, no problem. Big Simus says, dang. The one and only Mahler says, can I see the outside? Well, if Janky says, YH. Lunacy 494 says it was number 14 to 13.
Okay, well.
Snickers Dad says show the lean again for the people that didn't get to see how crooked this boat is.
I can show it from the dock, from the thing.
F1
Let me see if I can figure out how to get out of here.
JKB 83404 says looking at that crusty dashboard, I'm sure it's gonna need to be rewired. Retired Young says I vote yes if it's kick sponsors Ed. Army Vet 007 says we need a poll, does Relic fall overboard? The Suffering 777 says over or under of falling into the water during restoration. 5. Blue Dome says do you need a boat course now? Big Cigarette 710 says there's a reason boat stands for breakout another 1,000. CD240 says the owner is donating the paddle boat because he knows the cruiser is going to sink as soon as you pull out of the slip. Lol. Snickers Dad says this looks like a great place to do a chicken dance.
Bark, bark.
Barben says if the seller can't take it up from the water for a full inspection, don't buy it.
I don't know if there's a way to take it up from the water because it doesn't run. So how would they, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't run. So how would they take it from the water? You know?
How much those covers are. Chuckzilla says it'll be your skipper. Eric_travel says the kick freestyle never happened.
I know. I'm just trying to. Oh God. Oh God.
715 says tow it to dry dock.
So that's what it looks like.
Says forklift. Terminator 4D says need a diver to inspect then. Katrina 36 says holy. Michelle Griffith 2004 says jump fern jump.
So that's what it looks like from the outside.
Mauler says outside looks clean. Chuckzilla says it passed Rellik. Eric_travel says the boat would have been the best place to freestyle. Army Vet 007 says will they pay you to sink it? Dookie_Creek says you can always tow the hull out. None_Yabi69 says just go to Base Pro and get a John boat. Blue Dome says its name is blank. Chuckzilla says you can find better. Sir Psycho Sexy says yeah, she looks like a Chevy. Flash Zerola says how much does it cost to dock your boat there?
$250.
Simmons says what's wrong with the boat?
$250.
Bargain says just tow it into the shore as always ways to get about up from the water. Big Cigarette 710 says seen better days. Kieran 13 says what's the rent on the marina slip?
$250.
Shrimp says how much does he want for
$250. It comes with it comes with it comes with internet, electrical, Wi-Fi, bathroom, showers.
Dinky_Creek says it's not that bad looking. Feisty Shrimp says $250. Lunacy 494 says water damage inside and needs a carburetor. Insurance Guy 1 says I like it. Flash Zerola says damn. F1 it says SS it's fucked. Flash Zerola says not bad. Feisty Shrimp says oh for the docking. Well if Jenky says okay Eric thanks.
What y'all think?
Dave says it needs a hammock.
It needs a hammock?
Dad_fish_2 says that hull is cooked.
The hull is cooked? You think so?
Eric_travel says are you really trying to buy this to fix it or buy it to live cheap? None_Yabi69 says you will be dumping a lot of money into that. Dowthink says 800 is the boat cost. CB240 says when I bought my boat my wife came down to look at it. When we getting off she stepped for the dock and missed the dock.
Oh no.
She went straight to the bottom. Lucky for me she is a great sport and just laughed it off. It did cost me a new pair of sonnets. Mila Creation says sale price is 800, marina fees are 250. Barben says if I would you Rellik I would walk away. Army Vet 007 says run. Ricky Tells says would love to see under the hill. Nicey Glenn says run away, don't think twice. Even as a fixer-upper. Nicholas Bott says for 800 that's a bargain. Ricky Tells says hull. Shuby Spetrol says nothing a little Flex Seal can't
Flex Seal.
Before and after compared to its neighbor.
Nothing a little Flex Seal can't fix.
Says bottom of boat is probably full of barnacles.
Barnacles? Yeah. I can see the barnacles from here. Yeah, it has barnacles.
Says hull needs cane. The one and only Mauler says if that's hard cleaning. None_Yabi69 says that's cooked. F1
it has
a name on the front, I think.
I don't think there's a name anywhere on it. It's a nameless. It's a nameless boat.
Needs new gel coat below the water line, that's not cheap. Dowthink says I see if you get towed and get the underside looked at now seeing that. M1961 Lee says yes get it. Lyle Paradise says I know nothing about boats, but it looks like a pretty big project.
Yeah.
F1 it says name on blue at front. Feisty Shrimp says put way more into it than that. Dookie_Creek says put a coat of paint on it and sell it for twice what ya pay.
Coat of paint?
Kid 1992 says the ultimate thing here is that neither Chad nor you are an expert, so we really need to have people
yeah. Well, I got a mechanic coming to look at it. You know? I have a mechanic coming to look at it.
Barben says you may pay 800 for it, but you will spend way over 20k to fix it up, not hoard it. Snickers Dad says now show the after picture.
The after picture? Yeah.
Tells says how much to redo the hull. Aussie 1962 says I'd say bottom side of boat is leaking.
Do you think the bottom? But if the bottom, think about it. If the bottom of the boat was leaking, it's been sitting in the water for a year. If it was leaking like that, don't you think it would have sinked by now? If it was really leaking like that, don't you think it would have sinked by now? If it's been sitting in the water for a year? You know? Yeah. SS Stuck.
Needs to be put out of its misery like a horse. CV240 says I promise you, if you keep looking you will find something in better shape for just a little bit more money.
Oh, okay.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says Rellik if you get this hunk of trash and I will leave just saying so don't mind me. Bad_fish_2 says don't waste his time coming to see that thing. Snickers Dad says so you made chat vote for nothing.
No.
Made up your mind.
No, I haven't made up my mind. I just want the mechanic to look at it at least, because you know it might not be as bad as we think. You know. You know.
Rotax 670 says SS Minnow. Mahmood 5.
Lily Udi, how you doing?
94,958 says. F1 Hewitt says Machanik to come laugh at it.
Come laugh at it, yeah. I think I'm gonna still have him look at it. You know? No, I've sent him pictures of the picture. I already have pictures of the engine. And he said that he doesn't think I'm gonna tell y'all what he said. He said this is a very common engine. And he said parts for this are really easy to get, you know? So
Bronconation 69 says how much is the boat? Army Bet 007 says it's going to be worse than we think. Feisty Shrimp says 800 is giving it away TBH. Mamu 5,594,958 says. Kate Kid 1992 says no matter what you choose to do in the end I will be here supporting you. Maker's Face says hey not gonna say not to get it. Just be prepared for all the ladies wanting.
Maybe we buy a boat. Hey, we on the boat. Hey, it's $800. We ain't got no moat. Maybe it's a little bit dirty. Maybe it's a little bit dirty. Maybe it has some problems, but we can't fix it in a hurry. We ain't got no carburetor, but that ain't a big old problem. We got nasty carpet, and you know that we got them. The roof is falling off. It's got a whole bunch of holes. It's a little bit dirty, but we never gonna fold. I thought you told everybody thinking at least the boat is floating and it's not sinking. Now we got a screaming goat in the background, a crazy clown say that we just getting down. Oh no, did you hear that sound? The carburetor is busted, the bottom is falling off. Everybody will think that the hull is kind of soft. We chilling on docking. We chilling on docking. Everybody coming on through. I said it's time for you to clock in. We on a boat. We on a boat. Everybody let's go. We on a boat. We on a boat. We on a boat. Everybody let's go. We on a boat. Do the drapes match the carpet? We can get some new ones from Target. And you know we right on target. Blaze it up and spark it. The boat is rocking, the boat is rocking. What's going on? You know they jocking. And you know they gonna come and take some videos. I mean they gonna be ticky-tocking. I said they ticky-tocking. I said we gonna be moving. We gonna fix it up, hit the water. I said we gonna be cruising. They gonna be pushing and shoving the boat that they be loving. I don't know what's going on. It's even got a freaking microwave oven. Oh, we can hook some hot pockets. Hit them right out the sprocket. And we gonna check those lockets. We gonna go shopping at the market. Get it nice and clean. You know what I mean. We gonna make the inside of that cabin look like a freaking luxury limousine. So let's go. Let's go. Put some drink up in the refrigerator. We gonna do it like now or later. We gonna sail all the way to the equator.
Psycho Sexy says, is it listing or just the camera angle?
It is sideways. The boat's got a lean to it. The boat's got a lean to it. So
494 says I say try the toilet first. That's what you're gonna
try the toilet first? Yeah. Well, I don't have the water connected to it. I know the power connects over there. I don't even know where the water even connects to it at. I'm sure it's got a water connection. But I saw the power connections right there, but I don't have, I've got a plug for one side, but they don't have
XX says I prefer you call it against a lean.
they don't have
says SS leaned it.
they don't have a freaking, they don't have a regular outlet here. They only got these plugs. If I had a regular outlet, I could power it up.
CB240
There's
says
no,
buy it for 500 and put it at the haunt for decoration.
yeah, they don't have, they got water hoses and they got the power breakers
Says time for solar.
and they got the regular plug. I mean these offshore plugs, but they don't have, but they don't have
Rellik wanted. Yes, but he hasn't made up his mind completely.
but they don't have freaking
by someone who actually knows what to look for. So chill, chat.
they don't have if they had 110 outlets, I'd be able to plug up the power and see what it does to make sure the electronics work. But
says 220 volts.
But all they,
Aussie
yeah.
1962 says yep, zero Musapok, yep you did. JKB 83404 says, do you know a boat guy that will come out and look at it for you? Someone that knows what to look for and knows the cost of things.
I got somebody coming on Monday or Tuesday to look at it.
Travel says that's not 110. Trogladite guy says just bring a car battery with you.
Yeah, this is shore power.
Some food, it'll be back.
This is
1992 says is the mechanic a boat mechanic?
It's a 30 amp. Yeah, this is a shore power plug. It's still 110, right? Yeah, it says right here, 120 volt. Yeah, this is a 30 amp 120 volt plug. This isn't 220. It's a 30 amp 120 plug. So it's 110, 120. Yeah, it's a 30 amp 120 plug right here. That's what it says on the thing. But normally they have the shore power connection on the boat and then a regular plug on this side. That's what I have for my van. But this one has the freaking shore power plug on both ends instead of regular plug on one end. So I have a shore power plug, but the other side's a regular plug. Yeah, it's a shore power plug. I have the same thing on my van. It's not 220.
Says if it was more than 120 it would have a sing double breaker in the box. Tough Guy Walkman says we finally need the plug. Shuby Spectrol says single.
Yeah, it's just got two breakers here, two 30 amps. Two 30 amp breakers, and it's got two plugs.
1962 says no power plug.
So one of these plugs is for the boat that would be there, and the other plug is for the boat that would be right here. So it's a plug for each boat. It's just 110, 120 or whatever. Not 240. It's 120. So, no, it has the plug right there. See that? That's
says scene switch to live.
Hi, I'm Fred the Finger.
Ronconation 69 says we back. Aussie 1962 says we back.
I came to check out the boat, and my honest opinion is it's a piece of junk, don't buy it. But I'm just a finger.
Guy says chat needs a finger ring.
You don't have to listen to me.
Giving us the finger.
I'm just a finger.
What the hell?
All right, bye.
Dizzy Death says I agree with the finger. Hi Potty Mouth Donna says the time Rellik got fingered lol.
Whoa.
Tough Guy
Whoa.
Walkman says I have 2 phones, one for the chat, one for the plug.
One for the
Feisty
plug.
Shrimp says no telling where that finger has been.
No telling where that
Father
finger's
TJ
been.
says that finger reminds me of Art the Clown.
Art the
Robin
Clown.
says by Rellik I have to run to Walmart.
All right, Robin.
Lunacy 494 says just a finger, your 2 depths friend.
Whoa.
The original cat says he's just a finger. Sparky_toaster says Fred you sound different than yesterday.
Yep.
JKB 83404 says Fred the finger's face looks a little washed up.
Yep, yep. Fred the freaking finger always jumping up on stream.
Says we need a chicken dance chat. Rolotomo C says never trust a finger that's been up a nose.
Fred.
Lips says they make a cord adapter that plugs into that twist lock outlet that converts to the regular outlet you need. Tough Guy Walkman says
Oh, yeah?
needs a paint job.
Yeah, I've got the cord.
Dave says is the owner wanting out from the boat.
Yeah.
Gizzard Lips says Home Depot or Lowe's.
Gizzard Lips.
Lunacy 494 says have Captain
I wonder if I can find that adapter and come back and check the electrical.
Does anyone remember the movie Freddy Got Fingered?
Freddy got fingered. Should I go find the little adapter and come back and check out the electrical at least? What do y'all think? Or not? Should I not worry about it since we already voted? Should I not check the electrical? See if it powers up at all. See if any lights turn on.
$30.
About 30 bucks? Okay.
Zebra 715 says no. Insurance Guy 1 says why. Big Cigarette 710 says yes. Diane Serpent says yes, check it. Tough Guy Walkman says ask a fellow boater.
There's no one out here. It's abandoned.
Feisty Shrimp says let's check it.
It's abandoned.
What's the worst that can happen?
It could blow up. It could catch on fire. That's. Oh, there's a cable here. Oh man. There's a cable.
To see what they look like.
Yeah, they're right here. This is what they look like.
Feisty Shrimp says all we need is a little Windex. Nicholas Fox says is there a Home Depot local? Troglodite Guy says why did that message get modded lol, there was nothing wrong.
Who knows?
Diane Serpent says can we look at other boats?
See? This is what I need.
64 says abandoned boat dock.
This is an adapter.
Says that's them.
See the adapter right here? I need an adapter like this. Like that.
Says, okay, thank you.
I need this adapter piece. Is what I need.
Tough Guy Walkman says side quest to HD.
I need that adapter piece. I don't know if Home Depot is going to have that piece. That's more a marine thing, huh?
Michelle Griffith 2004 says what are we going to do now?
We might see if they have. Take that one, yeah.
It's free.
It's free, huh?
Feisty Shrimp says don't you have a similar cord for the van?
I do.
Plug into the boat.
I do, but I need the adapter.
The bikini babes for the chat yachty.
I need the adapter piece. Oreo Tomosi. Yeah, I need the adapter piece.
Says just borrow that adapter. Who would know?
Yeah, just borrow it, huh?
494 says Bass Pro Shops, here we come. Makers Dave says will THR Marina let you restore the boat at the dock?
Yeah, they don't care.
He says need to go to West Marine, I think it's called. Gizzard Lips
they don't
says
care.
They make them for RVs too. CV 240 says West Marine is on the other side of the lake.
Oh, really?
Who would have the adapter?
Oh, maybe I'll just go there then. West Marine. Okay. See, look at that boat. That's a nice boat right there.
Guy says imagine him in West Marine lol, we have seen him in the depot. Makers Dave says nice. Feisty Shrimp says adapter will be 60 bucks.
$60? Damn. Do I really want to check the electrical that bad? Well, then I could check and see if the bilge pump works, right? Like I could check the bilge pump and all that. That's a nice boat. Look at that thing. It's a nice freaking boat. That's a yacht, huh? I bet it's nice on the inside.
Beanie ___ says shame there's nobody around to borrow one.
It's crazy that
234 says how old are them boats?
They're all different ages. This one that I looked at is 1999, so it's 26 years.
Boat is $2,000. Wounded Farm says see if motor turns over. Titan
I can't, right? Because it doesn't have a carburetor.
Borrow one or borrow an adapter or just have them. IMJD says I mean if it's floating now it should be good. Would have sunk by now, right?
Yeah, true.
IMJD says lol.
That is true.
Guy says it's all about
I just wonder if we pump out the bilge, if the boat will sit flat and not lean sideways.
Says I will nor ride on the mast though. I ain't no Lieutenant Dan.
It's crazy. No one swims at this pool.
Says yes. 60 is about right.
No one swims at this pool.
Indication of how much it will cost to fix up this boat. Ali Yakup 1 says hello bro.
Hello.
Brusa says nice edges on that lawn. Big Cigarette 710 says you can still crank it. Ricky Tells says you can turn on without carburetor. You can gas and manifold. Wounded Farm says still run starter. Lyle Paradise says when the part has the name Marine on it, it will cost double the price.
See?
Tough Guy Walkman says crank it Soulja Boy. Lunacy 494 says run a
I got the same
to the boat.
I got the same plug on the van.
Underscore Toaster says you do not need a carb to hit starter button and see if it just cranks. Wounded Farm says 350 Chevy. Florida Boy 20,234 says did you see that boat hit the Brooklyn Bridge?
Yeah, I saw that. I seen that. All right, let's see if we can find.
XX Kansas Guns XX says don't make any decision till you get Jess's advice. Feisty Shrimp says if the boat has the same plug, just use your cord to plug from boat to shore power.
It doesn't. My cord has a different end.
ERO1 says hello Bob Rellik in chat.
Hello, my cord has a different end. That's the problem. My cord has a regular house end on it, you know, a regular house outlet, and so
1962 says cool, the old cars just came by some car show. Feisty
nice.
Shrimp says off.
So I need an adapter to go from house outlet to.
Lunacy 494 says Wounded Farm says 110 BS 220. Feisty Shrimp says it's not 220. Blizzard Woods says your van has what is called a flange inlet.
So I have the cord, but one end is one thing. I need another. Basically, I have an adapter already. I just need another adapter because I got to have an adapter on both ends. See, I already have one of these. See? I need another one of these. I need another one of those. I gotta have two of them.
Feisty Shrimp says I need an adapter to my adapter so I can adapt.
Yes.
Blizzard Woods says you need a male to female adapter.
Another one. $30 amp. 30 amp. It's a 30 amp plug. Know what I'm talking about? Let me plug y'all in. Where's my damn plug at? Oh, there it is. Let's see what happens.
Flash Zero says NEMA 5 to 15 adapter to whatever that boat one is. Is it a NEMA 5 to 30?
It's a 30.
Blizzard Woods says yes 30 amp 120 volt twist lock. Feisty Shrimp says know anyone with an RV. They will have the cord.
Yeah, but no, I don't know anyone that's like right here. You know what I'm saying?
Super underscore stream underscore server says scene switch to black. Hervé says ZYSTML Guy 1. XX Kansas Guns XX says lets us know on Discord what the mechanic says about the SS Dan's game.
Yep. So where is that place y'all were talking about?
Super underscore stream underscore server says scene switch to live.
Scene switch to live.
Feisty Shrimp says Walmart would be cheaper.
You think Walmart even has them though? That's the thing. Does Walmart have them? I don't know if Walmart carries something like that, to be honest.
Lunacy 494 says think they called it West Marine. Feisty Shrimp says Walmart has RV section depend on how big the Walmart is.
Yeah. West Marine,
Feisty Shrimp
okay.
says our truck RV stops. XX Kansas Guns XX says order it on Temu. Wait 2 months and see it break in a day.
Temu.
Neo Trick says got 8 puppies NERU.
Order it on Temu.
240 says ZGO to 146. Turn right. Go over bridge. Take first exit. Turn right at Marina Bay Drive. Go down about a mile and it will be on left.
What? It's not this way?
HBASKJERO1 says scene switch to live.
It's not this way?
Lunacy 494 says did you bring your magnet? Looked like a good place to try out.
Maybe. No. I mean, I got it, but I don't want to do that there because I don't want the people, the marina, to be like asking me what the hell I'm doing. You know what I'm saying?
CB240 says yes. Go down to 146 and turn right.
I need a female 110 plug, right? Not a male, because I already got the male. I got the male end on this side. That's the male end, so I need the female end, right, for the other side. So I need that plug to female.
Feisty Shrimp says I need a female. What's that?
A female plug.
Rock and Redman says we need a female.
Oh Lord.
Says 2Def also needs a female.
Oh
Lunacy
Lord.
494 says you need 2 male ends. Ricky Tells says you need trans side.
2 male ends? That won't work. How will 2 male ends work?
HBASKJERO1 says H ha 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 ha. Nicholas Fox says take a picture before you go in, so you don't get wrong one.
I'm gonna take it with me.
Says Rellik only has males.
I'm gonna take it.
Says I doubt you're gonna find a cable at Home Depot. More likely at a camper store.
Yeah.
Neighbors Dave says yes. Male to female plug. Harper underscore 1989 says Stacy. Rellik needs you.
Oh Lord.
Ricky Tells says yum. Space City subs. HBASKJERO1 says did you say you need female Rellik?
Female plug. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
Lunacy 494 says male end plugs into the dock. What plug was in the boat?
Rock and Art Man says,
me too.
well, here we go. It's about time to tell Rellik about the birds and the bees. I tell you what.
I tell you what. I tell you what.
So Psycho Sexy says right. He needs a female to male peg. CB
Plug.
40 says use the
Not
female
peg.
that plugs into your van to connect to the Marina Shore power. Not sure what the other end of your cable looks like. Feisty Shrimp says he needs a female. Someone is feeling saucy today. Sparky underscore toaster says butt plug.
Not a butt plug.
Troglodite guy says 2 male ends connected is called docking. XX Kansas Guns XX says sometimes I feel things Rellik says is taken out of context.
You think so? Do you think so sometimes? Sometimes, huh?
CD240 says never mind, I got it backwards. The female end on your port should plug into the boat shore power. Beanie ____ says very rarely. Harper _ 1989 says he may need a sex swing.
No.
Fly from Nilbog says what doing?
Fly from Nilbog, what doing?
Says Rellik I am eating Cracker Barrel right now.
Damn, what you eating? What you eating? What you eating?
Fly from Nilbog says I just got here. What all this butt plug talk about?
I don't know. They're projecting again. They're projecting again. You know how they do it. You know how they do it. Projecting.
Diane Serpent says smoked southern grilled chicken with corn and green beans.
Damn, sounds good.
Guy says all the times. Java Scout says I'm not a sub relic, but I've made you chicken dance at the best times the last few days.
Thank you, Java Stout. Thank you. Thank you.
Rolodomo C says you should have just
Texas Marine, are they open?
Them into the main, then hook up some raw wire.
Oh, they're not open. There's Texas Marine right there. They're not open. Hook up some wire. Yeah. Texas Marine's not open. This place might not be open.
Fly from Nilbog says Tejas.
Tejas.
Fly from Nilbog says Tejas.
Tejas.
Fly from Nilbog says Tejas.
Tejas.
CD240 says West Marine is open on Sundays.
West Marine, okay.
TTIINNAAYYY says Ola.
Temai.
Aussie 1962 says I'm eating chicharrones.
Chicharrones.
494 says no Bass Pro Shops around here. Big Chill 64 says water and electricity doesn't mix.
Don't mix. That stuff don't mix, I tell you what. So make a right at 146.
CD240 says turn right at the next light. Stay on the lower bridge.
Lower bridge, okay. Stay on the lower bridge. Stay on the lower bridge.
Lunacy 494 says Hulk Hogan is trying to buy Hooters.
There's only one bridge. Did I make a right? Wait a minute. There's only one bridge.
CD240 says you're good.
Oh, okay. One bridge. Do I make a right here? I don't know what you mean by stay on the lower bridge. Do I turn? Was I supposed to turn there?
Rolodomo C says Walmart does have adapters, but I don't know if the one closest to you does.
Okay.
Marina Bay Drive. It's where Tazza J is.
Turn right.
Princess says where are we going now, Rellik?
Turn right.
494 says should have borrowed.
Marina Bay Drive. Okay. Turn right at Marina Bay Drive.
CD240 says yes.
Marina Bay Drive.
Nations 963 says Rellik is buying the adapter so can say already and invested in both. Law. CD240 says it's about where that blue and white lighthouse is.
Okay. Oh, so I don't turn here.
Revi Wolf Princess says are we going to Home Depot or Walmart or to the Haunt or something else?
No, we're going to get a...
CD240 says turn right here.
Turn here? This doesn't say Marina Bay Drive. Is this it? Turn here?
Rolotomo C says look at us, riding in the shade. Michelle Griffith 2004 says turn left. Lunacy 494 says just imagine Rellik in the ocean trying to find his way home. Makers Dave says are you excited about the boat? Are you up in the air still? Flash Zero
I'm up in the
says
air.
there's Target.
There's Target.
Big Secret 710 says relying on chat for directions is the worst thing you can do. Law. CD240 says it's down about a mile on your left.
A mile on my left. Okay. Hey, there's a Home Depot. Okay, there's no Home Depot not far away. Nice. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That makes it nice. Home Depot a few minutes away. Coco Canal.
Feisty Shrimp says Home Depot might have adapters as well. Revi Wolf Princess says let's go to Home Depot for like 5 hours.
Home Depot.
Sparky_toaster says Rellik acts like you gonna live here. Flash Zero says no they don't. Been down that road long.
Check out this place. Lots of little restaurants and stuff here. Wow. Man, this looks like a good place to come eat.
494 says Cameron transferred over this Home Depot.
Breakfast all day? What?
240 says my boat is just down the road.
Nice. Look at all these freaking places. Jackie's Bar and Grill. Jolie's Seafood Kitchen. Spicy Banana. Oh no, Spicy Banda.
Slot Lover says we live bought boat because Home Depot mile away.
There's a lot of freaking restaurants over here.
CD240 says Jolie's is a great place to eat. Viper Venom 2U says if you get the boat we are gonna know these places well. Lunacy 494 says to death would like a spicy banana.
I bet he would.
Shrimp says I just looked at Home Depot website and I see a 15 amp to 30 amp RV adapter for $11. Sparky_toaster says but are there any K barbecue places?
Probably.
Serpent says are we getting that boat?
I don't know. We're trying to check the electrical right now. We're trying to see if the electrical works. You know what I'm talking about?
Lunacy 494 says, let's see what their worm selection is like.
Revi Wolf Princess says what you talking about dance game. CD240 says T-Bone Toms is back at the light.
Yeah,
It's a great place to eat also.
we ate at T-Bone Tom's already on stream. We went there a couple years ago on stream.
Rolotomo C says boat just means bust out another 1,000.
Yep. Bust out another 1,000.
Sparky_toaster says let's take Freddy Finger in store with us.
Freddy the Finger.
Brizzy says it will be good content though and could make that back with KCIP and such. XX
Yep.
Kansas Guns XX says the best time to check the electric is when there is standing water. CD240 says Tookies is real close also.
Tookies.
Back on 140.
You say Dookies?
V0C7 says what doing?
I'm gonna just leave the van running because that way it stays cold in here. Know what I'm talking about? Just leave it running.
CB240 says yes Tookies.
Tookies. Tookies. I thought that dude in the blue was a statue.
How you doing?
Doing good. You know if y'all sell these?
Yeah. No, that's 115 volt. Yeah, we're
Huh?
not gonna have a 115 volt here.
What do y'all have?
30 amp. It's
Yeah,
30
I'm
amp.
looking for a 30 amp.
Well, yeah, but the other end's a 115 though.
Yeah, this is for something different.
Oh,
Yeah, this is for RV. I'm looking for something for a boat.
Gotcha. That's what I was gonna say. That's not.
Okay.
There's a 15 amp to 30 amp. Is right here.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
15 amp to 30 amp. So this is different. So I'm gonna need the whole cable and everything, right? So I don't have the cable. Digital pigtail. This is the wrong one too. This is not what I need. Because I don't have a way to get to the other side. They don't have the...
This guy about to replace Cameron, he just doesn't know it yet.
Oh. Wait a minute. This is also not the right thing. Do y'all think I should let the mechanic look at it before I spend $150 on a cable? Because if he looks at it and says the engine's shot, then I just spent $150 on a cable that I can't use for anything. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I hate to spend $150 on a cable and then he's like, yeah, it's no good. You know what I'm saying? Home Depot don't sell this. Like I'm telling you 100%, Home Depot does not sell this right here. True. I could bring it back. Is this it? This is a 50 foot. What's the difference? What is the difference? Or are these the same? Oh, they're the same. It's $119. If they'll let me return it. This is but no, I need the whole cable, not just an adapter. I need like the whole.
Dog lover says tell guy testing electric and see if he will let you loose cable and bring back. Whiskey Cat 44 says yes on the mechanic unless of course you like wasting.
Well, I mean, I could return this if they let me return it, you know?
That engine is shot. It's had no carb on it for a year and the engine has been uncovered so rainwater has been getting in it.
Yep.
Retired Young says what's the return policy?
The van cable won't work.
HBASJJERO1 says ask if you can return. Jersey says tell the dude the situation.
Is this the same plug?
Ozzy 1962 says yes Rellik wait.
Is this the same? Hold on. Is this the same plug? That looks like the same freaking plug.
Flash Zero says the rings in that engine are probably toast if had no carb on it. Default Hangout says hey hey. Retired Young says if for any reason you were dissatisfied with a product, return it within 60 days for a no-hassle exchange or refund.
I think this is the same plug. I don't know what he's talking about. Hold on. I think it's the same plug, y'all. I think I just need the adapter. What's really going on? Why don't they sell one of these? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they don't sell one of these. I need one of these. They don't sell these. Top shelf to my left. Where? Over here? Is this it? Wait a minute. So I need this plugs in. This. No, I need this one. No, not that one. This one. This one plugs in, right? And then, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm confused on which one I need. Because the dock has female, right? So the dock has female, right? So this one would plug into the dock. This one would plug into the dock. And then this would plug in, my cord would plug into here. My cord would plug into here. This plugs into the dock. My extension cord's plugged in here, and then this one plugs into the boat. So I need this one, right? This shore power is female. So I need, this plugs in, and then my cord plugs in there, and then this plugs in there, and then that plugs in there, right? So I need this one. Or is it? No, it's not that one. I need this one. This one will plug in. This one plugs into the dock. My extension cord plugs into here. Then the other end of the extension cord plugs in here. And then this plugs into the boat. Right? Because the dock is female. So I need something that plugs into the dock, which is this one. Female. Because my other end is female, which goes into the boat, right? So it goes dock, extension cord, boat. Right? Because this is female. Right? So female to, you know what I'm saying? Like that. This should work. And if it don't work, I can return it. So.
Fine, what you needed, sir?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got it. No, a female won't work. What you talking about? Hello. If this doesn't work for what I need, can I return it?
Sure. You try not to
to damage the container, because you'll be able to see this. You'll be able to see. Is that what you're trying to get?
Well, no, this is for another part, but I just want.
Well,
I mean,
he can help you. He knows about.
yeah. I already talked to him about it. But I'm just saying, if it doesn't work for what I need, is it returnable?
What are you trying to do? Because usually electronics, wiring, electrical is non-returnable.
Okay, so
what's your application?
So I have a boat that I'm running shore power, and I have this, and I have because the boat beside me has this with an extension cord that runs to the plug, and so that plugs into the outlet, and you just put the cord.
So
you know,
you're going to try to plug this into that.
That plugs into the shore.
Correct.
And then I have a cord that goes from here to there.
Should work.
Yeah.
That'll work.
May I have your phone number, please?
Can you skip the phone number, or do I need to put it in there?
Sure, if you don't want.
Let me go grab my wallet. I just wanted to make sure that. Okay. Good Lord, it's not that big of a deal. Y'all act like I'm trying to return something that's like $7 million. It's $60. Like, it's not gonna break your company if I need to return it, you know? And I don't know if that's really electronics. It's just a freaking adapter piece.
So I just want to let you know this item has an extended protection plan if you want to. For 1 year, $849, 2 year, $1149, or 3 years, also $1449.
No, that's fine.
Okay. If you decide to, you got 30 days to do so.
Okay.
Make sure you keep your receipt since you didn't give the phone number to return that.
Yeah, you will need it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Need to come back within 30 days.
Okay.
Here comes everything. Besides that, do you find everything all right?
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. You too.
No problem.
Man, can I talk to you about your plug's extended warranty? I'm just calling you about your plug's extended warranty, you know what I'm saying? Can we talk to you about your plug's extended warranty?
Eric_Travel says West Marine if you only leave the year with credit card with a caller. Return it within 60 days for no hassle exchange or refund.
Well, it didn't sound like a no hassle.
Skyline GT_R1 says your gas door is open.
Yep. Not the first time I've heard that.
PRPLGRL67 says makes me believe in Amazon shopping more.
Lunacy494 says, Manager Karen here needs to know your return policy.
They really asked if you wanted extended warranty on it. Rockman Redman says he said what are you trying to do? Sparky_Toaster says your plug is too old to warranty. It leaks, so no warranty for you. Wounded Farm says what was that?
Lord have mercy. Oh my God.
Keep it around at West Marine. If you open the package, they will not let you return it.
They just said on film that I could return it. Is what they said. Y'all heard them. They said I could return it if it does not work. Can somebody clip that so I have it in case they give me a hard time? Can someone clip it?
Shooby Spectral says they run a tight ship at this store. Pun intended. Snickers Dad says we didn't hear anything except you bought a boat.
Oh, okay. Just in case.
Toaster says open package nicely. Feisty Shrimp says don't lose the receipt.
I got the receipt.
Says the adapters are under $13 at Lamar. Beanie___ says if you don't damage the packaging. Kid1992 says they also mentioned that you can see inside the packaging, so you should know if it works without opening it. CB240 says not if you open the package. She said because you should be able to see if it will work before opening the package.
Yeah, but then
494 says,
Can
can someone clit it?
really needs to watch Sunny and Philly when they buy a boat.
Rock-Ann Redman says, sir, we're money laundering with shore power adapters. That's what we're doing.
Feisty Shrimp says she can open my package.
Oh, Lord.
Eric_Travel says I'm looking at the return policy online. You are fine if unopened.
If unopened? But how am I gonna... What? If unopened?
Trogladite Guy says mattress stores are money laundering fronts. Sparky_Toaster says she is a package expert. Snickers Dad says you should have had it delivered Tuesday when your mechanic inspects the boat you bought. Rolotomo C says if you fondle your package too much, there can be no returns. CD240 says, does the boat have an actual shore power connector?
Yes.
Aussie1962 says if packaging is not damaged, Rellik. Eric_Travel says return requirements.
I'm not gonna...
Refunded to the original form of payment must be accompanied by proof of purchase, in original packaging, and new condition.
Lunacy 494 says, now can someone give me the directions back to the marina?
Travel says just have the mechanic look before you try the cord.
But I want to try the cord right now. That's the whole reason I got it.
Dad says to have bought that at Walmart for a third of the price.
Yep.
Rock and Redman says shore power Karen.
Shore power Karen.
CD240 says then you should be able to connect the male to the dock side and the female directly to the boat side.
Yeah, that's what I hope.
IRL 67 says borrow neighbor boat adapter.
Yeah, a bunch of neighbors had adapters, but I didn't want to, I'm not going to take people's stuff, you know. Probably not the best way to start things is by snagging other people's adapters.
Feisty Shrimp says sounds like Rellik doesn't have much experience with male to female connections.
Oh, Lord.
Says you shouldn't need an adapter.
Oh, Lord.
PRPLGRL 67 says this rental office have one you could use.
No.
Trogladite Guy says you should cut the cable in half and try to return it. Hunter Demon says this chat today.
Oh, Lord.
Snickers Dad says you could always stick your tongue on it and test it.
Yep.
Jamie 269 says hi Rellik. It's so beautiful today. Raining here, sad face.
Oh, no. Danny, how you doing?
Big Chill 64 says it all for content, so Eddie will sponsor it.
Sponsorship would be nice.
Feisty Shrimp says, oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz? WW2 Chief says, where are we going now?
Back to the boat.
240 says after you turn left at the light you should be able to see T-Bone Toms and Tookies a little further down on the right. Janny 269 says all is well. I'm soaking. I need to get a hot shower.
Hot shower?
Gladite Guy says my friends all drive stealth vans.
Nice. You need to get that on a t-shirt. My friends all drive stealth vans. Put that on a damn t-shirt, I tell you what.
Jamie 269 says yeah, I got caught in the rain.
Oh no.
Feisty Shrimp says this summer is going to be brutal in Texas.
That's what I keep hearing. I keep hearing we're going to have a bad summer with heat and we're going to have a lot of hurricanes. I don't want either one of those.
Lunacy 44 says, so I heard you want a kick to sponsor your boat. Ha, that's a good one.
Eddie, come on, Eddie. Eddie, you got billions of dollars, like, you know? You sponsor all kind of other stuff.
Snickers Dad says sounds like good weather to work on the boat.
Yep.
Gladite Guy says millions. Gladite Guy says no blog.
Princess Cake.
Lunacy 494 says, was that a restaurant called Tormenta? Sounds like a place to try. Sneakers Dad says,
Tormenta.
box of chocolates.
Box of chocolates. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Flash Zero says, scene switch to
Pier 8. Pier 8 looks popular. I bet people are glad they finally finished working on these damn bridges. This construction took forever. It's a bayliner, 27-foot bayliner.
Sacred First says SS Mother Road Cake. Lunacy 494 says, Captain Rod, we want to ride on your dinghy.
Ride on the damn dinghy.
Underscore says SS Lava Cake.
SS Lava Cake.
Snickers Dad says, looking forward to the engine swap with the van and the boat. XX Kansas Guns XX says, the biggest selling point I've seen so far is close to Home Depot.
Yep, there you go.
Rolo Domo C says, how catfish can you hold in that boat? Lunacy 494 says, when we pass the Dairy Queen, we could have ice cream all the time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Depends on the size of the catfish. SS bra strap, really? Really? Y'all got jokes now?
Flash Zero says SS Mad Max. Janny 269 says, good luck today, I'm out.
Have a good day, Janny.
Snickers Dad says, SS follow me for free showers.
Follow me for free shout. What the hell? Follow me for free showers. There's a restaurant here called Margarita Jones. It's not open. Why isn't it open?
Flash Zero says, are they golden?
Or is it new?
Says SS implication. Flash Zero says KEK. Sacred First says SS wax legs.
SS wax legs. Okay. You got jokes.
Rolo Domo C says, closed on Sundays. Mundane Fame says, is your username Killer Backwards on Purpose Clever? The one and only mom.
Yes, Mundane Fame.
Snickers Dad says SS Top Duster.
Yep. That's the trick to the name, Killer Backwards.
X Sprinkles X says, I know it's so excited, can't wait to see both, hopefully I didn't miss it.
We on a boat. We on a boat. Click it or ticket.
Lunacy 494 says, as soon as I named it the Gulf of America, Rellik wanted a boat. That's patriotism, yo.
What the hell? Whole lot of Flex Seal.
X Sprinkles X says, did I miss a chat? Costido underscore says no. X Sprinkles X says okay.
Flame tacos. Tacos.
Reynolds Jim says always name your boat after the one who was your first love. In your case, I assume the name of the boat will be Hank. So Psycho Sexy says Rellik
Hank.
Anonymous Static says name the boat with S. S. Minnow after Gilligan's Island boat. Aussie 1962 says lot of places and open on Sundays. Snickers Dad says yes, we've already seen the boat.
If someone has,
Says yes, we're going back to the boat.
if someone has a boat name, can someone else have the same boat name? Or once a boat name is taken, no one else can use it? Is that how it works? Can there be multiple boats with the same name?
_U_L Jackson says Rellik, did you ask to see the boat facts?
Boat facts? No.
Says SS Stacy. Rolo Homosi says motor boat of the Viking babes on Sunday afternoon. Snickers Dad says that's bad luck. Eric_Travel says duplicates are.
But how do you know it's bad? How do you?
Says I picked up a hitchhiker yesterday.
Nice.
He asked wasn't I worried about him being a serial killer or something. I told him what's the odds of 2 serial killers in the same car.
Oh Lord.
RB Gamer 2021 says boat bust out another 1,000. Pro Bloody Guy says just never rename a boat. CB240 says any boat can be named anything. There are multiples everywhere. Mundane Fame says yeah, it's your registration number that matters. Lunacy 494 says think it's the registered license that counts. Snickers Dad says SS stealth boat. CB240 says I named my boat after a boat I looked it up in Dallas.
Nice.
The one and only Mahler says SS Screen Canoe.
Mahler.
It says is this a good channel to learn about sailing?
No, it is not, Ian. Not a good channel to learn about anything.
X Sprinkles X says name it Tina. F1U it says SS Siemens Fancy the 69. Lunacy 494 says Stacy is gonna get a nice tan on that boat.
Oh Lord.
Snickers Dad says you can call it Titanic if you want, but I'd say that's bad luck.
Zero Muscle gifted a tier 1 sub to Cape Urban 6.
5 freaking subs.
Zero. Thank you for the 5 subs. Let's get some hype up in here for the 5 gifted subs, y'all.
Zero Muscle gifted a tier 1 sub to X169X.
There you go. There you go, Ian. Thank you so much.
To X169XX_TDV.
Snickers Dad says if he called it Stacy, we'd never use it.
Oh Lord. Y'all are just full of it today. Full of it, I tell you what.
How many basses do you think that thing can hold?
Depends on the size of the bass.
Says you can call it whatever you want. Your closing from the legal registration is always different. Lunacy 494 says Ion learned about swingers from Rellik. F1U it says pressing up arrow repeats last message. Mundane Fame says I am gonna say name it Red Rum, so it's like we're using
Name it Red Rum? That's pretty good. That's actually good. Killer, driving, murder, Red Rum. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good idea, actually.
Snickers Dad says you might not want to call it SS Rum Driver. Sacred Curse says SS Soda Lover.
That's pretty good.
The one and only Mahler says better ask Stephen King.
Stephen King.
Snickers Dad says SS Cyberboat.
Cyberboat.
CB240 says don't forget to go trout. Rock and Redman says you name it Red Rum and no one will ever board the boat, but you let alone buy it if you try to sell it. The one
Maybe.
and only Mahler says Red Rum is in The Shining. CB240 says stealth. Super_stream_server says scene switch to black. The one and only Mahler says hey, why we looking at your bedroom? F1U it says SS Butto. Snickers Dad says Screamboat. Zero Nusapot says, let's see if the boat explodes when you plug it in, that would go viral.
Yeah, that would go viral. I'll say that.
Says privacy mode has been activated so that Rellik can refill his Mountain Dew bottle. Sacred First says Lalo. The one and only Lawler says SS Error 404. M1961 Lee says Red Rum is old. Brett Kidler says name it MAVGA, make a boat great.
Y'all ready for this stream? Let it ride. Sliding in your DMs like, hey, what's good? Got my phone mounted on the dash, cruising through the...
What? Intro vid?
Underscore says hum.
Why'd it go to intro vid?
Super
Big Chill 64 gifted a tier 1 sub to X Sprinklers. They have given 18 gift subs on the channel.
Big Chill
gifted a tier 1 sub to X Sprinkles X. They have given 18 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Big Chill. Hold my cord's long enough.
Lunacy 494 says woo. Got here in time for the stream. Rock and Redman says stream just started. Flash Zero says that's what she said. Sacred First says that's what she said lol. Sparky underscore Toaster says that's what she said.
What did she say?
Long enough. Snickers Dad says she said it's not. He Intoxicated says accidentally starting the intro video again means you have to restart the stream for the day.
Oh yeah?
Eric underscore Travels says Rellik must have slept in today, winking face. CB240 says I'm really hungry and ready to go to Five Guys, but I'm not missing this.
Yeah. Don't want to miss if the boat catches on fire. Watch the damn fire extinguishers be freaking expired and they don't work. What the hell? What the hell was that?
Rockin' Redmond says, looks like that man needs a lifeguard. Grab the man net.
Snickers Dad says don't forget to use that Home Depot shop vac as the sump pump and get the water out.
Yep.
PRPLGRL 67 says that would be bad. Lunacy 494 says there's water. What do you need a fire extinguisher for?
Yep. There's water. Because it's electrical fire. Van camping, probably not. But I don't know, I mean, probably. Probably. If I was to guess. Let's see, do I have my modem?
Rockin' Redman says, about to short out the whole yacht club, get ready to click.
I just wonder how many episodes of this week we're going to get before he falls in the water.
Let's see.
Eric underscore Travel says DQP. Kieran 13 says it's expensive to insure if it just sits off the time it takes to fix it up.
Let me turn on my battery. Beep, beep. Who got the keys to the Jeep? Vroom. Let you see the cable ends. Those are the two ends. See them? That's the two ends. So that should be what we need. You know what I'm talking about?
Snickersdad says that's the 30 amp twist lock.
.30 amp twist lock. That should be what we need, I hope. We'll see. If it don't work, I managed to open the package without tearing it, so that's good. I'll just take it back and be like, it did not work.
Says you should be able to just plug the male end to the dock side and the female to the boat side.
Yeah, should be. No, it's real grass.
No, you need the regular 120V convenience outlet type end.
Convenience outlet. Well, if it don't work, I can return it and then I'll let the mechanic look at the motor and then I'll...
Says I thought that's what you had.
No.
Snickersdad says that'd be a 15 amp standard. Tough Guy Walkman says are all the boats abandoned?
Are the boats abandoned? No, they're not abandoned.
TRPLGRL 67 says just strolling along. Astro 1985 says no. Feisty Shrimp says 250 to live is cheap if you have a boat to live on.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap, huh? Live for $250 a month, all bills included. That's pretty freaking cheap.
X Sprinkles X says that's a lot.
And it's got showers and swimming pool and all kinds of stuff included for the $250. That's not bad. Showers, restrooms, pool. So you don't even have to really shower on the boat. You know? It's a lot if you're not living on it. It all depends on perspective. When you're using it for content, you know. Trash is included, yes. The trash cans, they're included. This water has alligators in it, so I am not trying to jump in it. There's alligator signs everywhere. There's gator signs everywhere. Damn gators, I tell you what.
Feisty Shrimp says storage lots on land would be at least $100 a month with no utilities or facilities. X Sprinkles X says our dam was gravel, we need to be walking on that. Snickersdad says can we look at the boat next door for a minute? TRPLGRL 67 says if push comes to shove it's not a bad choice.
Does it just twist? Okay. The breaker on. Breaker's on. Okay.
Travel says I will turn the breaker on after it's plugged in.
Oh!
It says if that thing's not taking in a bunch of water, I would pay $800 for it for sure. Ian Intoxicated says there's a 100% chance Rellik falls and at some point if he buys this boat. Underscore Coaster says maybe you should not float in the dock and show you how to plug into boat. Snickers Dad says you can always have fruit sell the paddle boat.
Get in there. Why is it not fitting? Oh, there we go. Is that it?
Ian Intoxicated says I love electricity around water. Black Hero says what's going on over there.
All right.
Eric underscore travel says the first time that Rellik has not fit in. CB240 says what's that smell?
I hear noises. I hear noises.
Gizzard Lips says cool, I didn't know your vessel had a flange inlet. Cool beans bro. Glash Zero says SS Kaboom. Sacred First says I used to be a Sea Scout growing up. Rellik a Boy Scouts on water. Scanrick says need a made smiley face. Eric underscore travel says
I hear noises.
next will be smoking wires. Fly from Nobody says oh, break out another 1,000. Snickers Dad says short power, does it work that way? Feisty Shrimp says noises could be gas.
I hear something making noise.
Zero Musapop says are the breakers on in the boat. Means Beans says at Rellik is this your old boat? X Sprinkles X says OMG reminds me of my dad's boat I used to ran on top. Gizzard Lips says the bilge is pumping. Snickers Dad says that's the water.
What is this?
Amy underscore says should we be doing this if you don't own it yet? Gizzard Lips says they're coming. X Sprinkles X says is their bathroom soon as you go into the right. Sparky underscore Toaster says the toilet is running. Viper Venom 2U says the purple is nice, I hope you keep it. Murphy underscore Dope says is there a gator making noise down there? Tough Guy Walkman says cut the red wire. Leo Musapop says yes.
Oh shit.
Underscore Travel says is the bilge spitting water out the side.
Oh god.
Step into the water filled road now electrified. Scooby Spectral says that's the sound of clapping cheeks. Tough Guy Walkman says my ears. X Sprinkles X says Rellik clean your shit up. Craig Rodite Guy says that's fine. Sparky underscore Toaster says now you did it. Percy says LMAO. Eric underscore Travel says my ears. Fly from Nobod says make it stop. Last email says with political speed. Joey 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 Lee says this is going out. X Sprinkles X says you broke it. Strike the Blue says it's going to blow. Craig Rodite Guy says just blow oil pressure along wall.
Oh god. Whoa, what's that? What? What is happening?
J dock backing into H dock.
What? What?
Underscore travel down. Whiskey Cat 44 says well. Last Zero says my cat just ran off. Big Relative 3 Light says whether you do my guy law. Yellow underscore bucket says review. TV Spectral says post got already of stealing boat. Eric underscore travel says maybe chip. The Blitz for 3 says law. Phil Rodney Guy says low oil pressure. Trucks for 3 says it's a radio. Now says WTF. Silk underscore top says well, that didn't seem like well. Zero Musapop says is it time to start. Rock and Redman says UFOS. Says maybe. Flight from Nobody says no way. says that it's killing new viewers. Human says Phil says the best boat. Weekend Redman says call it in fast. Arthur Bennington says just walk away slowly. X Sprinkles X says it's a ghost boat. Rocket Sky says it's also funny. He says this sound is funky funny. Wizard Lip says it's haunted man. Jonathan Nobog says Jesus but it's new. Cambridge says radio. Sleepy Slave says sometimes we just got a man up and buy a paddle boat.
I might need a new fuse for the bilge pump. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Whiskey Cat 44 says you just bought yourself a haunted boat.
Oh, is that it?
Just make sure you don't smell anything burning la la la. Funhouse 420 says that lady was talking from the office. Night Screamer 21 says abandoned ship. Women and children first. CD 240 says get finder unit. Mercy _ Dirk says what the hell is going on in that boat. Sparky _ Toaster says breaker 19 got a copy.
How do you turn this on?
Says that's $200 right there. X Sprinkles X says show me around I wanna see. Don for 2,025,555 says the comedy is worth 800. XX Kansas Guns XX says damn boat is on board.
What's that sound? Hold on.
On the CD turns it off. Snickers Dad says the ghost detector works. Gizzard Lip says is it alerting the Coast Guard? Infinite Velocity says yikes. Fury 13 says it has a built-in spirit.
Oh god, that one's missing a fuse.
Says Rellik. Buy this and place it as if the hunt then just randomly set those sounds off as people walk past.
Oh yeah? Something's happening with the anchor light.
Shrimp says oh water. Eric _ Travel says is the bilge pumping water out the side. Nightwolf 42,077 says it's the Titanic. X Sprinkles X says water not a good sign. Rock and Redman says built-in spirit box. Brio Illibridge says that not good. Feisty Shrimp says probably just rainwater. Joey Who says isn't the water supposed to be outside the boat? Flash Zero says put an LS3 in there. G says do not buy this SHT. F1U says electrocution risk high. Fly from Milvog says braking. Burn ship collides with bridge at Galveston. Flash Zero says with a pro charger. E Intoxicated says this would only be better with
Oh lord.
Snickers Dad says jump it with the bubble gum wrapper. X Sprinkles X says you bought it already Rellik.
No. That's not good.
Says it's at the flux capacitor. Jack Burden 2 says this boat's a heat. Bloody Guy says if you do crank it over make sure the bilge blower is on or you will explode.
Did it work?
Kansas Guns XX says on a 3-hour tour.
Did it just...
Shrimp says MacGyver could make it work.
What is that noise? Oh, this is going. Oh, the windshield wiper is going. How do I turn that off? Oh, okay, that's to turn the windshield wiper off.
Brian says I just saw enough. Please do not buy this boat. Feisty Shrimp says I see 2 dominoes. Look for the rest to see if we have a set. Bloody Guy says bilge blower needs to be on. Big Cigarette 710 says whoa it's smoking. Flash Zero says already made up.
Whoa, oh god, oh no, it's on fire. Oh, oh my god, it's on fire. How do I? Oh god, it's hot, ow!
Mob Deep says this thing looks deep. Whiskey Cat 44 says vote go boom. Big Cigarette 710 says maybe flick the switch a few hundred more times. Eric _ Travels says SS Pass of Texas. Valkin says should NT turn over, should NT be any gas if it's sitting for a year or it's really degraded.
Oh, God.
Ron Mowerman 710 says has anyone told you owning a boat? It's like standing in the shower and throwing $100 bills at your feet. X Sprinkles X says is there a stove to the left and then straight ahead there's a bed and a bathroom to the right. I swear I think this is like my dad's old boat. He had the same one when I was 13 like 30 years ago. Snickers Dad says TTS is way behind. Nightwolf 42077 says delayed. E Intoxicated says just go ahead and find an electrician. G says Sacred Purse says same candle roll on. Rotax 670 says making content already. Joey U says boat. Bust out another 1,000. G says mayday mayday. Nightwolf 42077 says is there a fire extinguisher under the dash? Eric
What does this do?
Travel says fire extinguisher is by your left leg but I bet it's expired. Whiskey Cap 44 says awesome investment. Shooty Spectral says call Shooty for voting advice.
Yeah, call Shooty. Okay, lights on. Light works.
This is good content. X Sprinkles X says definitely need electrician. I wouldn't be talking shit. Gone for 2,025,555 says SS Ashes. CJ 412 says do not.
That don't work.
Says to be fair. Everybody said
Have
the
it on
same
our
stuff
switch?
about the van and it turned out great. But this is a different animal, I think. Feisty Shrimp says is it still under warranty? Sparky _toaster says
Okay, and writing says built-in alerts already. Do they have a chicken dance toggle switch built in already as well?
Okay. Let's see.
Says mayday mayday mayday.
Where's this?
Joey says this boat was born before Rellik was.
What the hell? This thing.
194 says is there any breakers in the boat?
Yes, there's breakers somewhere. There's a panel over there. Let's see. Is there a light in here?
Feisty Shrimp says let's put a UV light to those cushions. Fly from Milbog says this boat is a death trap. Insomnia Caffeine says it's need a lot of love, a lot of cleaning up and disinfecting. CD240 says he's already bought this boat in his mind. F1 Hewitt says is there a dump nearby to get rid of all the stuff you're looking? Infinite Velocity says OMG, nasty. X Sprinkles X says I knew there was a bathroom there. E Intoxicated says the only reason Rellik wants this boat is because he thinks he can get some action from mermaids. Murphy _Dirk says this is where the magic happens. Black Zero says no black light needed for that. Java Scout says the toilet's doing some shit. Insomnia Caffeine says this boat is disgusting. X Sprinkles X says just needs cosmetic and left to work, nothing really can handle. Troglady Guy says and this is when the sock puppet pops out of a cabinet. HBASKJERO1 says for 800 too expensive in that condition. X Sprinkles X.
Phew! Oh my God! Phew!
He'll be hanging out with his alligator buddies. Feisty Shrimp says everything you need to fix it you can get at Walmart.
Are those maggots?
Whiskey Pack 44 says SOS. Snickers Dad says he said it just takes about 6 months. Rock and Redman says well if it wasn't broken before it is now. CD240 says if anyone can bring this boat back to life it's Rellik.
Yeah.
Yellow Dad says whose boat is this and how did it turn get in there? E Intoxicated says any watermelon in that fridge. Java Scout says drink that beer.
The light works.
Fly from Milbog says you. Sparky _toaster says did you not forget how you hated building the van close to the end? 1 week into this thing and you will know you fucked up. Troglody Guy says the hardest working box of baking soda on the planet. Whiskey Pack 44 says he throws chips. Feisty Shrimp says free water. Insomnia Caffeine says drink water we dare you.
Hell no.
Nation 69 says dude should be paying you to take it over. Festival Lady says OMG. Lunacy 494 says beer. Guess he knows how to get really over here to help. Falcon says forget cooking but I think see by himself. There's a Discord Travel says chips in the fridge. Let's see what year they expire. Rotax 670 says I wonder what date is on those tater chips. Big Chill 64 says chicken M7G gets yummy. X Sprinkles X says Rellik you can do this. Insomnia Caffeine says Rellik take a sip from a water bottle. Rick Dacey says we should choose a boat based on highest supernatural spirit energy and pirate souls you can feel within. Rolotomo C says those could be a great haunted house on the water. Douthing says fridge that is. Feisty Shrimp says light works, one less thing to fix. Insomnia Caffeine says it looks like a horror story boat. The one and only Mahler says oh geez you would need to take it out, clean it, put in a black bag and leave in sun for several hours. Beastworks says you need me to grab a 6-pack and a bag of tools.
Oh God.
That sure was a steaming hot pile by. Ian says this is how people down at sea. 240 says the new strain of COVID when you open the fridge door. Beastberg says I don't drink too. Beastberg says oh. Yellow Jacket says CD. Java Scout says those chips are still good. They were refrigerated. PRPLGRL67 says that's good. A working life.
Where did that go to?
Henry Mahler says Dan can't type. Snickers Dad says it's on days like today you wish you. Feisty Shrimp says Rellik just farted.
I don't think the fridge works. The light works,
Insomnia
but
says don't buy the boat Rellik.
I don't think the fridge works.
Rick Dacey says this is Kevin Costner's boat from Waterworld. The fortune in limes and paper.
Phew.
Young says so the owner has been paying $250 a month for over a year for a boat that is in this condition and he isn't even using it.
He lives in Oregon or Washington.
X Sprinkles X says y'all crack me up.
Oh, he lives in Washington.
13 says how long has this lovely beauty been on the market?
I don't know.
Murphy underscore Dirt says I don't think the boat works. Sparky underscore Toaster says the lights work. Now it is worth $1,500.
Uh-oh, don't tell him. Oh, I don't know. So, we got one working light.
Says I would assume everything needs to be replaced really. Snickers Dad says you know Oregon's not in Washington, right? Sandrick says sink it. Lunacy 494 says check the fish finder and let's catch something.
I can't get it to turn on. I don't.
On your budget. It very much is fixable. HBASKJERO1 says ask if they can clean that boat before you maybe gonna buy. PRPLGRL67 says maybe it was his dad's or something of that nature. Yellow Jacket says looks pretty rough.
Whoa, good goddamn.
Not exercise name. This boat, the resurrection. Because that's what you're gonna need to bring this back to life.
This is the 2 time zones in Texas. Do you think this is going to take 6 months to repair? Nicholas Fox says, well, if it's this time, it's not burned down law. Sacred Curse says, my ears. Royce Ford says, time for Harbor Freight lines. Rotax 670 says, LMAO. Brain Tripper says, log. HPASKJERO1 says, ha 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 ha.
What do these switches do?
RL67 says needs electrical work. Eric underscore travel says something is not right if this guy is really paying $3,000 each year to store this POS. Dare to be Danny says Rellik don't take any 3-hour tours in this beauty. Beanie underscore says are you farting? Pro guy says you can unplug the oil pressure alarm that's under the dash. Sacred Curse says there. Bleeding now Rellik law. X Sprinkles X says Rellik's working on blowing this thing up for great content. Snickers Dad says so it's an 800 ghost protector. Eric underscore travel says are you sure that the guy is paying $250 per month to store the boat here?
Yep.
It looks abandoned. Last Paradise says don't touch that again. He Intoxicated says I mean if you can get past the smoke, it's a great investment.
Past the burning wires, yeah.
Scanrick says Ad has posted him somewhere on board. Quick Daisy says phone works. X Sprinkles X says catching on fire Rellik and then tell him you give him $100.
The Candlewood man says, click more buttons, it's working, I think, and who's cooking popcorn, or is that the sound of everything burning from the inside?
The owner should be paying you to take this off his hand. Roadpack 670 says we might need to fix that. Big Chill 64 says nice code. Big underscore dog underscore Danny says to see how they do what he is doing.
I'm a professional. Don't try this at home. I'm a professional. Don't try this at home.
94 says, are you doing SOS? Fly from Millbox says it's all fun and games till it engulfs in flames. Doubting says there's voltage and the temp gauge is moving. More Lyric says this is why Rellik can never be astronaut. Rotax 670 says alarm indicates low oil or overheating. Check the oil.
Oh god, it just unplugged.
710 says that's a boat you tow out to sea and load with 2 hours.
How do you turn this on?
You keep this up and I'll have the cops over here thinking I'm up to something.
Yep.
Sparky underscore Toaster says did you check for fire extinguisher?
What is this? Oh, Lord. SS ashes. We don't know. Man, this thing is. Oh, Lord.
Roadmap 670 says Sparky underscore toaster says you're a professional fluent, not a boat skipper.
Professional.
Sacred Curse says it's dead relic.
Don't try this at home.
44 says fish finder. Murphy underscore Dirk says relic needs to poop in the boat to wages mark. Dare 2B Danny says SS content. Festival AA says 400 hundreds all I would offer.
400.
Says it's not on fire. Feisty Shrimp says that's a souvenir. Kieran 13 says antique GPS. Whiskey Pack 44 says navigation tool. Lewis 494 says plugs might be rusted from saltwater on the fish finder.
Well.
X Sprinkles X says everything has water in it because it's just been sitting there. Nobody's been taking care of it for years. They just
So the only thing I know that works for sure is the radio and the one light.
The Matador says this road too far gone. The owner might as well stop paying monthly fee and let the marinas grab it. Eric underscore travel says please get off this road.
So the only thing that works is a light and the radio.
There's a lot of people who live on the water own multiple slips and use them like a yard or garage for extra boats.
Multiple slips.
Sprinkles X says now they want 800 everything needs to be replaced. Everything has water in it. Infinite Velocity says rough shape is an understatement.
Rough shape. Oh. No fire, yeah. Michelle, how are you gonna call it a piece of junk? It's the SS Swamp Ass. Pay me $800 to take it? Yeah. They're selling it for $800. Yeah.
On restoration, I would tell the guy you take over the monthly slip payments if he wants out. Otherwise, that's toast. Whiskey Pack 44 says that's not a donkey. That's the creeper from Scooby-Doo. Snickerstad says no battery. TRPLGRL 67 says it's going to need rewired. Motor check. Sparky underscore toaster says is your boat mechanic coming today to look at this?
No, Monday or Tuesday. He's coming Monday or Tuesday. SS Swamp Ass. Yep. Don't worry. I think many have that same opinion, Michelle. SS Prostrap. Well, it doesn't have any electrical going to it, so.
Says that's a hidden gem right there. Hunter Demon says yeah, it's 300. Big Sigrid 710 says, do you see that gator walking?
There's gators here.
F1 U says bargain. Yellow Jacket says boat salvage business. Good luck creeps. Snickers Dad says we honest you bought it for 800.
No, I haven't bought it yet.
Travel says are you sure that the legal owner even has the title for this?
Yep.
Beastworks says it literally is a perfect match for the band. Solid Scout says if you don't buy it, Ema buy it relic. HBASKJERO1 says, is it worth for 800? Hell no. Kieran 13 says, did you cut the bracelet? Funhouse 420 says, SX Swamp House. Eastwork says, target at the haunt and make it part of the show.
Yeah.
CD 240 says, well, he hasn't even bought it yet and we're already in the hole by $60.
Yep. But I'm gonna return it.
Pull off the restoration, it's Rellik.
I'm gonna return it.
Says, now let's go return that plug.
Yes.
Nila Creation says, good point CD, haha. Henrik says, walk away and don't come back.
Yep. I'm gonna return the plug if they're still open. I don't know if they're still open or not. Can somebody tell me how late that place is open that I got the plug from?
Trick Casey says 800 seems steep, how about free? Nila Creation says, hey, whiskey. Dare to be Danny says this project will cost more than you expect. Depending on your experience level, it's quite a lot of work.
Yep.
Also, dock fees can add up quick.
Yep, dock fees.
494 says it has a battery. Michelle Griffith 2004 says you said tomorrow for your mechanic. Eastwork says I dropped to 650 and see if they take it. Spicy Shrimp says
yep.
If you were up for a challenge, offer $400, bet he will take it. Sacred Curse says 20k in repairs or more, might have to sell the van car house Rellik I.
20k in repairs? You think it has 20k in repairs? Really?
Doctor_Conic says not worth it, rent a boat. Yellow Jacket says gators in Texas. Rick Casey says
yep, we have a lot of gators in Texas.
Nila Creation says better off remodeling an RV.
Remodeling an RV.
The Hungry Gators. The Madagar says imagine how many storage units you could get for 800.
True, true.
71 says La Paz. Eastwork says I picked you up a pile holder and some fish shrimp tackle on sale at Walmart today.
Nice.
Musapok says trying to return it should be content. Intoxicated says I think we should buy it and tell Creepy Hollow that the next staff meeting will be on the boat.
On the boat and put them all to work.
The doors when they see your van drive up. Lunacy 494 says creeps can't fit anymore in his garage. Manager. Squeaky Goofy 69 says man I know Florida when I see Florida. Sparky_Toaster says if you return the plug today, you better have an excuse ready as to why it didn't work.
I'm gonna just say it didn't work.
Says they're gonna need to call the CEO to return that plug. CD 240 says open till 6 today. Sacred First says it's Texas, not Florida. Spooky Dookie 69 says this so fucking Texas, ha 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 ha. 4 says you're gonna have to give a blood sample to replace it the way they were acting before.
You ain't lying.
Spooky Dookie 69 says it's CD 240 says easy 10k for sure. Go to 20k.
20k.
69 says bullshit. Spooky Dookie 69 says really. Shooty Spectral says where we at? Go look up hours for West Marine.
We're in Kima. I think it's in Kima. Kima.
Zero Musapok says yeah, it's really Texas. Spooky Dookie 69 says there's palm trees in Texas. Sacred First says so too.
We got a lot of palm trees in Texas.
Zero Musapok says Houston. Spooky Dookie 69 says in fucking Texas no way. Eric_Travel says it looks like West Marine closes at 6 p.m.
6? Okay.
Says would it be easier to just build a raft to drive the van onto?
Build a raft.
Sacred First says yeah, but it's Texas. Spooky Dookie 69 says they might heard the beach between us and Houston. One known in 710 says this is Texas. He's right across the road from the Space Center in Florida is not the only state that has gators or palm trees. Why don't you help? In the history will please. One known in 710 says in Texas. Sneaky Staff says this is why we can't have nice things.
That's why we can't have nice things.
Intoxicated says Captain Rod wouldn't even play that game. Spooky Dookie 69 says I'm in Merritt Island Law. Mercy_Word says Gary the Gator would be at home here. Spooky Dookie 69 says I live right near the PSC. Shooty Spectral says Team West Marine closes at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Sacred First says
Hopefully I can make it over there before they close. What time is it? Oh, it's still early. Okay.
I miss living there on the water. Spicy Shrimp says if you buy the boat you need a captain's hat. Vertex says well technically I live in El Lago.
El Lago. Nice.
Says Florida. Spooky Dookie 69 says how far you from Boca Chica.
Boca Chica. About 5 hours.
It's full of Canadian snowbirds and northern snowbirds and in the summer it's humid.
I'm about 5 hours from Boca Chica.
Sneaky Staff says if you get the boat is that New Year is getting to be good and Donna's going to try to be married. Java Scout says I keep daily. Sneaky Staff says better leave now it might take you 4 hours to get there.
Not lost. Not lost. All right.
Lunacy 494 says I say we try out one of these restaurants. That's the real test if we want to be around here.
One of the restaurants, yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably not worth it. Once I saw the dashboard on fire, there's no telling. You know what I'm saying? There's no telling. I think it's not worth it. It was going to be good content, but seeing fire coming out from under the dash, smoke, seeing smoke coming out from under the dash is not a good sign. You know what I'm saying? Heat for winter? Yeah, yeah. Yep. Well, plus none of the other electrical in the entire thing worked except for none of the other electrical worked except for the one light. So I was like, none of the electrical works except for that one light. So, calming claimer, we were looking at a 27-foot bay boat, but it needed a lot of work. Yeah, I don't think that's the move right there, y'all. The motor did not turn over. I tried it. It didn't turn over. But, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I'm okay with the cosmetics. It had a battery. It had powers. All the meters and stuff turned on and everything was moving. But so yeah, I know, Ian. It's there if you want it. I can give you the address. Yeah, that's why I wanted to check out the electrical, because the cosmetic stuff, one thing, I got somebody who'll work on the motor for free and can get parts pretty cheap or free sometimes. So the motor wasn't going to be the big, but the electrical makes me worried. You know, because all those lines run behind the walls and stuff. Yep. But there was no noise or anything. Yeah. You sure? Michelle, what the hell? Well, one of my ideas for it was to not even get the engine working. One of my ideas was not to even get the engine working, right? I was thinking about making it like an Airbnb, like a boat Airbnb, because they have those. People don't take the boats out, they just stay on the boat for the night or for a couple of days, right? And so I was like, maybe it could be like a boat Airbnb. But then with the electrical problems, I don't even want to get into that, you know? Because they have boat Airbnbs that you go stay on and they're very popular, but the boat doesn't move, it just stays parked.
Secret verse says the price of materials are not cheap at all. Java Scout says Rellik is really spending the night on the boat. Astrian71 says Porsche V6 Turbo 3KXE the new diesel. Eastbrook says and the boats are usually very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm saying if it's refurbished and they're and the boat is done very well, it could do it, but that boat is just that boat is like yeah, that it's just, you know, I don't know, that one's a little bit started taking a turn for the worse. I guess that's what they do. Yep. So okay, Michelle, tell us how you really feel. Just a tad. Yeah.
CB240 says I had to have the stringers on my CA replacement. It was 5K back in the 90s. Probably a lot more nowadays.
I don't even know what stringers are.
Says that boat should sign a DNR. Michelle Griffith 2004 says okay, I'll shush it. Murphy _Dirk says what if the gator gets on the boat when we're sleeping?
That's extra.
Jesse ESP says
You have to charge. You have to charge extra for that. You know what I'm saying? Alligators are extra. I hope these people don't give me a hard time to return this part. Literally, it's been what, 30 minutes, 45 minutes?
Eastbrook says like same frame. Snickerstat says what's wrong with Gary? CB240 says stringers are the main beams that support the hull and the engine is mounted to. Amy ___ says Hickey damage it. Ozzy 1962 says scrapyard.
Did I damage it? No. No, it looks just like I bought it. It looks just like I bought it. Probably.
Sneakerstat says we should stop at that O'Reilly's and get them to read the check engine light codes.
Oh, it's off now. Check engine light's off. I told y'all it turns on and turned off when it feels like it. It's off now.
Candy Pepper says sorry I burned your road down. Retired Young says they were trying to intimidate me from returning it. Rollover Mosby says no returns if you lick it.
I didn't lick it, so that's good.
C494 says, this van is possessed.
This van is possessed. It's a glow plug code. I am not going to that freaking pond and fish. Bodies are definitely in that damn pond. Hell no. I'll catch a possessed fish. I'll catch a possessed fish. Oh no, hell no. Y'all done up and done it. Y'all done up and done it. Y'all done up and done it. Oh no, hell no. Y'all done up and done it. Y'all done up and done it. Imagine what a possessive fish would look like.
Scanrick says no, that he did.
He done caught a damn possessive fish over here.
Say you had to.
He done caught a damn possessive fish over
says,
here.
I saw people desperately fishing in 4 inches of water today with 2 foot meters.
Oh, Lord.
Murphy_Dirk says, what if Rellik went to a psychic for one stream? Snickers Dad says,
hell no.
Green Chipper says, ooh. Last Hurrah Adventures says, so did you get the boat?
Last Hurrah, the boat's got more problems than I thought. So, yeah. It's got more problems than I thought.
Willow Domo C says the coffee will leave your face. Tough Guy Walkman says Texas builds nice highways.
Nice highways, yeah. That's why it's always under construction.
Sneakers Dad says that's not a crappie, that's a piranha.
Crappie. That's not a crappie. You ever caught some damn crappies?
Adventure says I've been looking for 4 years in that area. Hard to find one worth it.
Yep.
Lunacy 494 says, can we go to Dairy Queen for some depression medication?
I was looking for a fixer-upper.
Says the boat isn't in its prime. Eastwood says Walmart has complete fishing rods for salt AMD fresh water on sale today.
Nice.
Reflex 1,967 nanoliters. One says Titanic.
I was looking for a fixer-upper, but not something that was a complete rebuild. You know what I'm saying? That one is rough.
Java Scout says maybe buy a fixer-upper, but not one that's gonna blow up. The one and only Mahler says around here I can't figure out how they work on every road at the same damn time in the whole damn state.
Yep.
Scanrick says use that boat for target practice. Tough Guy Walking says what's the average price of turnkey boat?
I don't know.
Says that's what she said. Snickers Dad says at least you know now where you can dock for a $250 a month. Beastworks says fixer you for a boat like that is 10K long.
Yeah, I know where I can dock for $250 a month now.
I suggest we start out with a canoe or a rowboat instead. Murphy_Dirk says that one needs a wrecking ball.
Yep.
Beastworks says lol 800.
800. Well, he wanted 1,200, but I talked him down to 800.
Brandon_ says which boat is in better condition, the one in the middle of the hunt or the one you look at?
They're close, I'm gonna tell you that.
240 says I read this morning that there have been 161 arrests yesterday alone at Crystal Beach topless Jeep event.
Is that a stealth van?
Most for drugs and weapons. Also
Yep.
heard, most of the issues over the past few years have been from frat people, not the Jeep people. Heard
Yep.
the Jeep people went to Surfside in Holly Beach.
Yep, they were all at Surfside.
Says should have pulled the drain and let it sink.
What the hell?
Sacred Curse says or a kaboom law.
Hunt it.
Psycho Sexy says he wanted what?
Hunt it. 1,200.
Remtoon says they call me Mellow Yeller.
Call me Mellow Yeller.
Beastworks says 400 is my final offer. You're gonna spend 5K rebuilding the interior.
Yep. I really don't want to face these people, but I really don't want to plug that I am not going to use. You know what I'm saying?
Says I hear Mexico has a boat up for sale, just has a little broken bridge damage.
Yep.
Joey Lee says Topless Weekend was a car event. I thought it was something different.
Nope, it was a car event. Jcos, thank you for the follow. Gracias.
Snickers Dad says let Creeps sell it on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, Creeps. Such a great salesman. Such a great salesman, let me tell you.
Beastworks says way better boats out there to fix up. Last Hurrah Adventures says too bad it's a car event. Not the kind of topless I was looking for. Feisty Shrimp says let me tell you what.
Let me tell you what.
Says a low rider event and crush those cars with a monster truck law. Ticklefit says we should go eat buffalo balls.
Ticklefit's buffalo balls, what the hell?
Fly from Milbog says mucho arigato. Mundane Fame says so no to the boat. I was AFK.
No to the boat. No to the boat.
CB240 says no to the boat. Feisty Shrimp says okay, get ready. HBASKJERO1 says better to save money and buy another van.
Where's my receipt at?
Jesse ESP says you love him. Snickersdad says don't leave us in the van, this is going to be great content.
Y'all want to go in for this? Oh my God. Are you serious?
Danny says hey Rellik, happy Sunday.
Y'all don't want to go in for this, right?
Always rooting for you and hope good things come your way.
Thank you.
Last Hurrah Adventures says how much is that little boat in the window? Big Chill 64 says no. Sacred Curse says yeah. Scanrick says no. Zero Musapok says yes for sure. HBASKJERO1 says yeah. Beanie ___ says yes, we want to see the drama.
Oh Lord.
Says go assert your dominance Rellik.
Yeah, assert my dominance, huh?
For the rejection. CD240 says hey, how about if you do the repairs to my boat? The says yes. Feisty Shrimp says yes.
Do the repairs to your boat.
Says yes. HBASKJERO1 says yes. CD240 says yes. Nickhouse 1965 says did you buy the cable? Sparky _toaster says take us in.
Of course y'all want to go in. Of course y'all do.
You never let us in the store, always
Of course y'all want to go in. Why wouldn't you want to go in?
Toaster says this will be good.
Turn down for what? Us either? Oh, y'all are already muted. There's no way I'm going in here and doing this with y'all not muted. Hell no.
You back?
Yeah, it did not do what I needed.
It wasn't what you needed?
Nope.
Okay, may I have the receipt, please? Thank you, sir.
It didn't work, sir?
No.
What happened?
It was the wrong plug on the other side. Like, it was the whole wrong plug on both ends. So I need a whole different cable.
Okay.
Do you have an account or phone number?
I do. 281-389-6042.
No problema. Thank you. You have
Thank you.
the receipt. Hold 1 second.
Oh.
Hold 1 second. You may be silenced. It may be asking you to sign something in there.
Okay.
Here comes the receipt. Thank you very much. Let me give this back to you. This is your proof that it was returned.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. I tried to get out of there as fast as possible. That guy was not having it. He was like, what? It didn't work? It didn't work? I'm like, no, it was the wrong end. That guy came out of nowhere. I'm like, where the hell did he even come from? He wasn't there. I was like, where the hell did he come from? Probably.
Says they should have hooked you up to a polygraph test.
What?
Cat 44 says he was waiting for you.
I got my money back. You know what I'm saying?
Says I told you to have an excuse ready.
I did. I said it didn't fit. The ends were different. What do you mean? I was ready.
Snickersdad Dad says they only charge you 25% restocking fee.
Oh Lord, don't tell me that.
It says the last potential buyer of that boat did the exact same thing. Feisty Shrimp says heard him say not this clown again. CB240 says he's gonna inspect the flood for scratches, then come running out saying
Oh God, let me leave. That's right. Let me get out of here.
says not their first rodeo.
Let me get out of here before they freaking come after me. And be like, hey, hold up.
Murphy_Dirk says hit the gas, let's get out of here.
Get out of here before they come after me.
Feisty Shrimp says wait sir.
I'm gone. I got my money. I'm gone.
Master Raw Adventures says hey they sell frozen bait.
I don't care. I'm gone. Got my money.
Renton says back that thing up.
Back that thing up.
Robodomoc says we didn't even get any frozen bait.
Hell no.
HBASKJERO1 says Muriday. Beanie___ says you don't know that this adapter has been used 10 times from the other buyers who looked at this boat. That's why they are mad about it. Murphy_Dirk says the plug is our problem, now we're out of here.
We out of here.
Sigrid 710 says put it in reverse, Terry. Mila Creation says can't buy the boat now anyway cause you can never go to that store again.
Yep.
That's my nuts 27 says you need to reuse that thing, grab a man.
Gotta reuse that thing. Crack my nuts. Did we F in there or not? I forgot to take the modem with me.
Snickers Dad says he's going to forget to cancel the mechanic. That guy's going to be pissed.
Yeah, I need to message them right now. As a matter of fact, I need to send them a message. I'm glad you said something. They be over there waiting on me.
40 says I haven't used them in a while. They used to be a lot friendlier. That dude's attitude will keep me out of there in the future.
Yeah, he was pretty bad.
Says it was good. Renton says I'm not hell no we did that.
I felt like I was a criminal. As soon as I walked in, I felt like I was a criminal.
Lunacy 494 says signal was bad in there. Crack my nuts 27 says way to look out CB 240. California Boy 65 says at Rellik I'm here for the watermelon.
Watermelon? Ooh, I do have some watermelon in the back. I need to grab it.
Snickers Dad says that plug was the only thing they sold all day.
Yeah.
Murphy_Dirk says long. Renton says they saw a drip of sweat run down your forehead. Last Raw Adventures says heck next time we'll go with you to look at boats. I am a mechanic myself, long.
You're a mechanic? What the hell?
Candy Hopper says your boat smells like farts and caught on fire. Don't send the mechanic. HBASKJERO1 says
Do y'all think I have enough time to go in the back and grab my watermelon?
CB240 says what we G gonna do now?
Do y'all think I have enough time to go in the back and grab my watermelon before this light changes?
Murphy_Dirk says Relic's poster is hanging up now.
Oh no!
Mila Creation says no.
Oh, there's a car behind me.
___ says yes. Crack my nuts 27 says yay. Renton says please tell me that's watermelon.
Is that watermelon? That watermelon?
Is that freaking watermelon? Adventure says no.
Please tell me that's watermelon.
Says remember Rellik did the same thing at storage unit. He was gone. California Boy 65 says yes. Crack my nuts 27 says get the watermelon now. Rolo says no. Last Raw Adventure says green. Angel Eyes 01 says yaw. CB200 says it's green. The Brickster 3 says long. California Boy 65 says no. HBASKJERO1
Oh man.
Snickers Dad says you have pastors.
That's some ice cold watermelon.
HBASKJERO1 says ha 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 ha. Whiskey 44 says is the watermelon from your last trip to Vegas.
Oh.
California Boy 65 says fail. Crack my nuts 27 says we need to collab.
Man, that's good.
___ says Candy Hopper says
Crack my nuts.
CB240 says what's the plan now? Crack my nuts 27 says he secured the melon. California Boy 65 says good job on the water.
Man, that's cold too.
Light from Nildog says surprise no one laid the horn on.
What's the plan now? I'm gonna head to the home.
Dad says don't go back now, we got plenty of time. Feisty Shrimp says nothing like driving and eating watermelon. Crack my nuts 27 says
damn it!
hats off.
Woo!
Aussie 1962 says no. Doubting says eating watermelon after touching moldy boat yum. Crack my nuts 27 says which sucks. Mammon__
Mammon, what doing, Mammon?
Flash Zero says watermelon.
Watermelon crawl. Watermelon crawl.
Snickers Dad says, did you see the KBBQ next to the Han closed? CB240 says you could have gone down to
I did not see that.
to get to the freeway.
Delicious. Delicious watermelon. Man, that hit the spot, y'all. It was ice cold.
Snickers Dad says, yeah, they close 7 days a week.
Ice cold watermelon. Can't go wrong with that. I tell you what.
Nikos 1965 says, can I brave and you eat the watermelon? Ozzy 1962 says, I just had Dream Cycle ice cream.
Nice.
Rolotomo C says the watermelon tastes like junior high lip balm from the skating rink. Murphy _ Dirk says, sir, please pull over. We just want to talk about that plug you returned. Snickers Dad says, what's wrong with Gary? Does he need to go to therapy? Flash
His
Zero
mouth
says,
broke.
what kind of fridge you running back there, Rellik?
It's a 12 volt. It's a 12 volt.
Sacred Curse says, I see your boat, Rellik lol.
I don't. What the hell? You see my boat? That's more our speed, huh? Right there. That one's probably easy to fix the interior.
In front of us. California Boy 65 says you're gonna share the watermelon.
That's about my speed right there. That one's probably really easy to work on. Is that a stealth van? Is that a stealth van?
Snickers Dad says the van in front of us has a better paint job too.
Wow.
Says yeah.
Well, so much for that one. A boat fixer-upper would be nice for haunt season, since I can't go far during haunt season, you know? Boat fixer-upper.
Snickers Dad says 6 months of content, he says. Doesn't even last 6 hours. Build your own boat out of epoxy and old clown masks.
Oh yeah, old clown mask. That sounds like a challenge.
Says just got here, was the boat not working?
I was on the fence until it started melting and catching on fire. Once it started having smoke coming out from under the dash, that kind of changed my mind to the no side. I was on the fence prior to that, but after that, I was like, yeah.
Neo Trip says LMAO boy. Zero Musapot says, yeah, true, PPL were acting like the boat was gonna hurt Urbex screens and such during haunt season. Rentoon says, hell to the no. Nikos 1965 says, are we going back to the killing fields?
Ner. That's a big ner. Oh no. Oh man, what if we drive by there and the fire trucks, all the fire trucks are heading to that marina and there's like a smoke?
Says, might as well throw your money directly into the ocean.
That would suck.
Yellow Jacket says, friends don't let friends buy cooked boats.
Yellow Jacket.
Sacred Verse says it needs to be cut out of its misery, Rellik law.
Yep.
Snickers Dad says, did you message the mechanic?
Yes, I already texted them and told them that don't worry about it.
Says OMG law.
I told them don't worry about it.
MR Neo Trip says you just did someone a big favor with an insurance claim then, my friend.
Yeah. He did say he has insurance on the boat. Maybe he's hoping.
007 says, would I miss Rellik torch the marina?
Maybe he's hoping someone finds it and it accidentally sets it on fire. I don't know.
Loomis Spicy 494 says Rellik watches himself on the news setting a boat on fire.
6.5. The guy who owns the boat said he has insurance on it. Maybe that's what he was hoping for.
Brenton says it would be really cool if you do end up getting a boat. Hope you find a good deal.
Yeah. It's got to be cheap and it's got to be a fixer-upper, you know?
It will sink.
So,
X Sprinkles X says that he does. Feisty Shrimp says insurance and rent is paying more for it than it's worth.
yep. I didn't even think about that.
62 says LT nah nah nah.
You know, I didn't even think about that. He's paying $3,000 a year.
First says on the news tonight a burn burned down the boats there long.
He's paying $3,000 a year for it to just sit there. And he doesn't have a trailer for it, so he can't move it.
Snickers Dad says
So,
never had it up if it had a year and a half of
you know what I'm saying? I mean, he might find somebody to buy it, you know? I don't know.
Nikos 1965 says Rellik, why don't you borrow Captain Rob's boat?
Captain Rob boat, he said it also needs work.
Snickers Dad says typical boat owner. Murphy _ Dirk says if Rellik bought the boat he would have to go back and buy that plug again.
The plug. The plug.
Sparky _ Toaster says he needs to just give it away. Feisty Shrimp says plus it looked like some homeless people might have been sleeping there.
Yeah.
X Sprinkles X says that was a lot of work for that boot that was smart to walk away.
Yep. Yep. That's what I'm thinking.
Elamanda 70 says, needs some TLC.
A whole lot of TLC. Needs a whole lot of TLC. The volcano room.
X Sprinkles X says you did good.
Well, at least we got to learn something today. Things.
Shrimp says TLC was a great road route.
Yep.
CB240 says he could have had Cito pull it down to the boatyard and have it lifted out and disposed for less than $3K.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Two planes outside NASA. Maybe you could restore them.
Oh yeah?
X Sprinkles X says full experience. Snickers Dad says TLC went bankrupt chasing waterfalls too.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Says don't want no scrubs.
Don't want no scrubs.
Floyd Sport says what did we learn today?
How about this boat right here on the left? What do y'all think about that one? That one's probably more. That boat's probably more than $800. What do y'all think? Think it's more than $800? Maybe a little bit more than $800.
Yep. Commander 70 says 500K. Sparky _ Toaster says snap your fingers. Rolodomo C says 800.000. Murphy
Really?
_ Dirk says that one looks good for fishing. Naskin 69 says $800 a day in gas yacht.
Wow.
Says for gas. Blazing Lion MF says 1K. Viper Venom 2U says maybe $900. Last Hurrah Adventures says that one will wake the neighbors for sure.
Yep.
Nicholas Fox says the tailor is worth more than 800. Angel
Lunacy 494 says, we learned how to rip off a store.
See, y'all say y'all don't learn? Y'all learn.
Crazy _ Vix 1 says that is as much as a pod. Sacred Curse says it's a high-speed boat. Alamander 70 says Gonzi get 500K. Lambo 617 says did you ask them how much for the boat next to you?
I can't even afford the paint job on that boat. That thing, I don't even want to know what that boat cost.
Aussie 1962 says 44K.
Know what I'm saying? I know it's over 100,000.
After Hurricane, I saw those nice birds scattered all over the road.
Yep.
Nicholas Fox says my X sprinkles X.
I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. It sucks that little bait shop went out of business. Their new location, not very good, and it's got to be way more expensive. It's like 10 times the size. Know what I'm talking about? Know what I'm talking about? We're about to be passing NASA. Y'all ever seen NASA before?
Salamander 70 says, what's the name on the boat?
Y'all want to see a space shuttle?
240 says, cost more than 800 to fill that boat up with gas for the day. Sacred Purse says it's more than you a mortgage on your house. Relic, it's a house as a boat. Angel Eyes 01 says, the last time I was in Galveston was in 1997. I was a kid, there was hardly anything there, and now there's houses
NASA.
everywhere except this area.
NASA.
Says, my dad's cool. Ian Intoxicator says you really should only go to a masturbate shop. Hunter Demon says, Houston, we have a problem.
Hunter, can you stop that so I can do a different beat?
California Boy 65 says,
Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Thank you.
California Boy 65 says my sister met Sally Ride, one of the first lady astronauts.
Oh, wow,
Hunter
nice.
Demon says yeah. Alamander 70 says T38 Calendar.
That sounds like the name of a movie. My Sister Met Sally. Y'all wouldn't have seen that movie, My Sister Met Sally.
California Boy 65 says I got to go in and watch a spatial take off and go past the media and like kind of knew the scientists. Phil Gravitega says there's a conspiracy about the Challenger astronauts that they are really alive.
Sometimes we be driving to the valley. Have you seen that movie, Sister Mad Sally? Oh no, we going back to Cali. 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 Pink cookies in a plastic bag. Getting crushed by buildings. Won't you tell me how you feeling? What's the dealin'? Put your hands up to the ceiling. We on a boat. We on a boat. We on a boat. And it did float, but it was leaning sideways, kind of like the highways and the byways. I mean the bayous, hitting drive-throughs. I'm so crazy, so call me a crazy dude. Oh, we about to do it, keep our cool. Oh no, you're looking at me, yeah, I'm a fool. Maybe just clowning, Jumped on the boat, didn't fall, wasn't drowning. It had a few leaks and a little bit of mold. Everybody looking in the chat getting told electrical didn't work and it started smoking. I'm looking at myself going, man, you must be joking. And I was hoping that it was a good deal, but I don't know, all that freaking water is to spill and the engine got the top half missing. No carburetor, man, I'm on a mission. Should I still buy it? I don't think so. I think to move and walk away real slow. Had to return the plug at the stove. The guy looking at me like, don't come in here, no damn mo. Get out real quick. He's looking a little bit angry. I'm like, man, he needs some hanky-panky. Maybe that'll make him happy. But right now I'm about to get my fingers snapping and get out in the parking lot and leave real fast. Got in the van and I pressed the gas.
To buy a storage unit than work on a boat. At least the MIHT makes some money instead of rules.
That's true. That is true.
X Sprinkles X says run. Strikes of Blue says the boat almost went up in flames.
Yeah, it started smoking when I plugged the electrical in and then I started flipping switches and smoke started coming out from under the console. And so I pulled the fuses, but they were hot and they burned my finger.
Blue says I missed it.
Yep. I'm not gonna say somebody clipped it because y'all don't clip anything, but if there was anything to clip, the dash smoking was probably a clippable moment, but no one clips anything, so there's probably not a clip.
Yellow Jacket says CV right, flip more storages, get a working boat. Sparky_toaster says damn son, you're sounding more like Vanilla Ice every day.
Vanilla Ice, Ice baby. Boom, bada, boom, 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 boom. All right, stop, collaborate, and listen. Trick Daisy, what doing?
Intoxicated says, oh boo, I have no clippers for me.
I have no clippers, like nothing. I could get my arm chopped off on stream and nobody will clip it.
There, I said it. Trick Daisy says true clipping is more of a glitch thing. Snickers Dad says we almost had a topless boat.
We almost had a topless boat, yes.
Snickers Dad says we clip when you almost broke your ankle.
Okay, yeah, you clipped that, nice.
Michelle Griffin 2004 says hi Rellik.
Hello, Michelle.
Beanie___ says we just don't clip.
Just don't clip.
Trick says we clipped an engineer losing to a car.
Yeah, you clipped that.
Yellow Jacket says clipping is a pain in the ass, especially on mobile.
Yeah, I feel you.
Snickers Dad says we clip when you needed to poop and you ran into the store. Lunacy 494 says technically if you cut off your arm then it's clipped. Sparky says kick clips don't work anyway. Why bother? You post on Discord and the clip does not play. Murphy_Dirk says the chat is too tired to hit the clip button.
They're too tired, yeah.
69 says head off AC unit was a great one.
Yeah. Great clip. Because if y'all clip, it automatically puts the new clips on our Be Right Back screen. So the more y'all clip, the more new content you get on the Be Right Back screen. Because I got it set up where it pulls from new clips.
Says we only clip when you make sexual noises and then play them back for years.
Wow.
Maskin 69 says almost knocked her out.
It did. I had a bad cut on my head.
Says sorry again, Rellik, for my outfit.
It's all good.
Angel Eyes 01 says someone clipped it and shipped it with the gauges burning your head. Snickers Dad says we can only clip Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday. Okay, I see. I see what you did there.
Alamander 70 says there is one Donzi with twin engines which is for sale for $749K.
$749K? Are you crazy? Man, if someone has a boat, if someone has an $800,000 boat, how much is their freaking house? If you have an $800,000 boat, how much did you pay for your house? $1.5 million home? $2 million home? AC got a big dent? Okay.
All my LSD says that's not a boat, that is a yacht. Pro Guy says just think of having a $300 million yacht.
$300 million yacht? Yeah.
Says the thing is it's Sunday, so you are on the Fire TV the night of the lazy wolf. That makes clipping impossible, sir.
Okay, I understand.
Says 100 meters.
I understand. Plug Smiley.
Snickers Dad says you don't think is more likely to give you money for an 800,000 vote than an 800 vote right.
Maybe.
Says God bless movies and Donald Trump. Am I right, guys?
What the hell?
2004 says, Rellik, you sure it's all good?
Yep, it's all good.
Says no. Guy says the sickest job setup is bad company fishing, just insane.
Bad company fishing.
140 says the engines on that boat could easily be over 100K each.
Yep.
Bug Smiley says what up?
Fuck Smiley in the building. Fuck Smiley in the building. I pull up.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says okay, thank you, Rellik, word y'all.
Love you too. Fly from Nilbog.
Snickers Dad says still would have been interesting to see the mechanics swap the engine from the Starman to the boat. MR Neo Trick says yeah, that dude got himself into a money trap and he's trying to make it someone else's problem. Bug Smiley says good poop. CB
They're automatically, if you're on Twitch, they automatically are on the channel.
Says Rellik, did you ever get the chance to fix the puncture in your blue doll?
Never had one.
Says Kick probably has a floating casino party boat.
Floating casino party boat, maybe.
Says supercharged motors. Salamander 70 says if you would have caught the name on that boat, I could have worked it out.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the name. I did not see the name. It said it was from Conroe. Conroe. G1, what doing?
Unsigned Metal 2025 says how's the bra holding up?
It's not a bra. It's a camera holding device. It is a camera mount, a phone mount apparatus.
2004 says Hamilton.
Camera mount device apparatus. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't forget to open up a kick tab, y'all. Don't forget to open up a kick tab. If you type over there every now and then, that would be good too, but opening up a tab is really appreciated. We need it.
Sacred Verse says AKA bra.
Nope, apparatus. A harness. Camera harness.
Where are we going now?
I'm heading to the haunt. What the hell?
G14X3R says over the shoulders, boulder holders.
It is a harness, camera harness. Crazy 420.
7744 says hi Rellik. Did you buy a boat?
I know it almost caught on fire.
Camera mount apparatus that just so happens to provide chesticle support.
Chesticle.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says it's a boulder holder for your man boobs.
Wow.
Jesse ESP says bra.
Bruh. What up, bruh?
Flash Zero says sex harness.
No.
C494 says a harness, a strap-on.
No, a harness.
Big Dog says what's happening if I'm on today.
I gotta do some work.
Did you buy the boat?
No, it started smoking.
Says, so if Donna puts a leash on, didn't she walk you around with it?
It caught on fire or melted, so the dash started smoking, and I didn't want to deal with that problem. Electrical is a hard thing to trace sometimes, especially when all the wires are running behind the walls and all that stuff. It can be. I just didn't want to have to go down that rabbit hole.
494 says 2 kick freestyles have been redeemed in the past couple of minutes.
Really?
7744 says it's not been a good weekend for boats. Jesse ESP says we call IT wrong.
Whoa, what is this? A mattress? What the hell is that? Parts of a mattress, foam everywhere. Bruh. What up, bruh? What up, bruh? 2 kick freestyles. Let me do one. What up, bruh? Some rain?
Lunacy 494 says that dash had more smoke than potty wash.
What the hell? Whoa! Okay. Okay, can you say another cuss word? What? Okay. Does it make you feel powerful to spit curse words? I think sometimes your cursing is too absurd. People think that it's all vanity. They feeling stronger when they can spit nothing but profanity. But let me kick it one more time without cursing. I'm gonna bring it right now off the dome, the versing. Sometimes these people be cussing so much they're hearsing. And you know it's flowing like chocolate and like the Hershey. Oh my girdy, I think they swinging and swerving and they deserve it. Everybody know that you saying F it, you curse it. But you know I'm spitting these words just with the wordplay. You don't gotta curse if you got intelligence. Heard what I say? Bubby, let's bring it on down. The verse is coming back. Bringing with the hook and you know they running like running backs. And we had the running back songs bringing back. Let's going on now. I said we keep it all right. Cause you used to give a what? Used to give a what? Used to give a what? What? You used to give a what? Used to give a what? Give a what? Give a what? What?
Goodbye to all stress. All the weight is off my chest. I used to give a fuck.
What?
Now I give a fuck less. No fucks left.
She was very upset in that song. Good Lord. Freak, are you kidding me? Hello. What doing?
Jesse ESP says, I love your ass. Michelle Griffin 2004 says, what the fuck was that about?
Jesse, you're so out there. Your comment makes no sense. Like, what? Like, what? What the hell? That makes no sense. Like, what? Are you drinking, Jesse? Tell the class, are you drunk? Are you drinking? Are you drinking?
Ethan 1992 says, don't. I'm Jesse, he's drunk.
Yep.
Yellow Jacket says, what if Jesse was AI this whole time?
Jesse might be AI, yeah. He might be AI. There's some pretty crazy AI. I've been seeing an AI on Kick, an AI chatter named Christopher Columbus. I've been seeing him in different chats. And he gets in arguments with people. Like, he talks crap back to him and gets in arguments, and he's in a few different chats. I don't know where he comes from, but his name is Christopher Columbus, and he's a crazy AI bot. I don't know if y'all have seen him. If you're on Kick, I don't know if y'all have seen Christopher Columbus in any chats. But some people argue with him thinking he's real, even though he's AI. It's freaking crazy. No. Well, sometimes, but not in public. There you go.
Says, are you good at Annabelle? Did all stay with you?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Says, which has one also called AI Alicia.
Alicia? Okay.
C494 says, I bet Dana already banned him.
Dana may have already banned him, yeah.
Michelle Griffin 2004 says, like that one that was here in chat yesterday. Yellow Jacket says, I bet that's Benjamin's bot. Good Bloody Guy says, Shaggy.
Benjamin's bot.
AI self on screen. It's crazy how good it is.
Shaggy from House IP talks to his AI self on stream. What? That's wild. That is wild. Let's find us another freestyle for Kick. Everybody's chasing that thing that they really dream of. And you know sometimes it starts with a little love. People come around, they see them and they push and shove. Sometimes they just wanna fly high like a freaking dove. But everybody know that you're really gonna show that. We about to hit you with a freestyle and maybe a little bit of throwback. And every time we think about it, we just sit back. And you just know we come around, we don't know how to act. It's just a crazy thing that a crazy brain. Everybody sometimes need a little crazy chain. I mean a crazy train. You see what's going now. And you know we're about to keep it and we'll show you sound. The promised land, the promised land. Who I am, who I am. Promised land, the promised land we be chasing. Thinking about the times it's hard and the things we facing. The promised land, the promised land. Madam, one and only Mauler, shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Got the boat burning clip, hell yeah. Yes. Can y'all let Mahler post it? Can y'all let Mahler post it? One and only Mahler, shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala.
Hunter Demon says there you go.
Inch blades on the Impala.
The one and only Mahler says thanks, so there you go.
Anybody know? You know how YouTube sends you an email as a creator, and they're like, you got this copyrighted song, and if you erase it, they'll monetize your video or whatever once it's erased, and you click erase on YouTube. There's no setting where you can set it and it just automatically does it every time without having to do each thing individually. Like, is there any setting on YouTube Studio where it just automatically deletes copyrighted music without you having to go in and click delete yourself? Like, there's no setting that says delete all copyrighted music off of VODs? Down south, what doing?
___ says all you have to do every month.
That's so dumb. Why don't they make it where you can... Why don't they make it where you can just check one box and it just does everything? You know, like, instead of having to go individual, because when you do one, it says editing in progress, and you got to wait for that one to finish before you can do the other one. It's like...
Ticklepit says no, it's a pain. I wish it was like Twitch.
It's like a freaking, like...
Ticklepit says auto mute.
Yeah, it's so... They need to have auto mute. It's freaking... It's a pain in it, because if you don't go through and do it, it demonetizes your whole video, you know? So you have to go in and manually do it all, and it's like, and if there's a lot of songs, it freaking takes forever. It's freaking crazy. How you been doing, Tickle Fits? You doing good? I was watching you the other day.
___ says even if there's multiple songs in one video, you have to do them all separately.
Yeah, I hate that. Like at least if you have to do the video, it should at least let you check.
ESP says, are you making a wall relic?
Yes, at the haunt. It's supposed to have some help, so we'll see.
This weather been rough.
It's hot, man. It's freaking hot. Ooh, I need to stay on the Beltway. There's a wreck or something up here. There's a damn wreck or something up here. Got all the damn traffic stopped. I tell you what. Something going on. I was about to exit, but I ain't gonna exit now. Hell no. It must be like right here, because on top of the bridge there's no traffic. So there must be something happening like right at the bottom of the bridge. Oh, I see a fire truck. I see 2 fire trucks. That would explain it right there. Oh, it's multiple vehicles accident. 1, 2, 3 right there. Multiple fire trucks.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says you're going to watch your work. Pinky 1992 says it's the boat I tell y'all. The boat caught fire.
It's the boat?
X down south X says I had a YouTube channel with 3,500 hours of content deleted because of their copyright system.
Damn, that sucks.
Meaning ___ says
Pair bridge crash, yes. Damn pair bridge crash. I tell you what.
Lunacy 494 says, if this was Galveston, there would be 50 police cars there.
Oh my God, that was crazy yesterday. I've never seen so many I have never seen so many in my life. That was definitely wild. I'll tell you that. Going dancing? What the hell? Back in my day, we had one police office for the whole damn town. Person is not trying to let me in. They are not trying to let me in. Just turn around. Somebody is smoking it up, y'all. Woo, man. Somebody is like, whoa. You know how strong it's got to be? No. You know how strong it's got to be when it smells like I'm smoking inside the van right now? Do you know how strong it's got to be outside in their vehicle? What the hell? Oh no, I have a problem with these trucks right here. That's the truck that took out the front end of my car. It was just like one of those, and I was driving behind it. And something flew off of it and took out my bumper. Munchies. Not a weed Karen. I see y'all on Kick. I see y'all on Kick. I see y'all with the weed Karen.
The Suffering 777 says I was in Oklahoma driving on the freeway and it smelled like somebody was in my truck smoking pot.
Yeah, it's crazy. That stuff was strong just now. Damn, son. They better not drive to Galveston. That's all I'm gonna tell them. Why did I turn here? I need to be going to the haunt. What the hell? I gotta make a U-E.
___ says lost again.
I am not lost. I am just, well, I probably can't turn here.
Says back in my day we didn't care for none of that wacky.
Back in my day.
Rentoon says Huey Louie in the news. Decal Hangout says not lost, just physically displaced law.
Not lost. Not lost. Just made a little wrong turn, you know what I'm talking about? Not a weed Karen, Ryan. Not a weed Karen. I see. I'm lurking.
Blue says that New Orleans jailbreak is crazy. 7 are still on the run.
I'm assuming they all separated once they broke out, huh?
The one and only Mahler says not lost adventuring.
Oh my God.
Strikes of Blue says they're in other states, they think now.
They're in other states? Wow, they moved quick, huh? They was moving fast. New bridge hype. New bridge hype. What y'all think about this new bridge? Looking nice. Yeah, that's a good place to hide. Nobody will find them there.
Okay, we got this damn song stuck in my head.
You're welcome. You know what I'm saying? It's my specialty. Oh no. Why is the new bridge got a wreck? Is there just a wreck on every bridge over here or what? Like, what happens when people get the bridges? They don't know how to drive? I thought I avoided one. Hit another one. Another one. DJ Khaled. Wow. Wow.
Rentoon says another one bites the dust.
Another one. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Danny girl, what doing?
160 says always having road work never finished.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Delicious. Delicious pastas. Whole bunch of traffic around here. I tell you what, I don't know what's going on with this stuff. Whoa, stealth van. What is you doing?
X down south X says how'd your boat search go today?
I set it on fire by accident. So I'm not buying it now. That's pretty much yeah. Dad started smoking. Ewok Life, what doing? At least I hadn't bought it yet. Blanco, it would have sucked if I bought it and that happened. You know? Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. My dash is on fire. My dash is on fire.
Intoxicated says Rellik already told us what he's gonna do. He's gonna treat the boat just like the extension cord. He'll buy it, then return it.
I did return it, yeah. Well, I don't think I can return the boat.
Next down south access road up Blanco.
Nice. Very nice, very nice.
Intoxicated says in other countries most contracts on stuff like that have what's called a cooling off period where within a couple days you can change your mind law.
Yep, not here. It's sold as is and you accept it when you buy it. You're buying it as is. No warranties, no guarantees. You are screwed. You are screwed at that point.
Elevator 70 says lost again in H-Town. Lost and not really wanting to know where to go. I feel chat wants me to not go anywhere special.
H-Town, hold it down. H-Town, hold it down. That chat is on fire. Oh, I need to give me something from the stove. I missed the exit. No bueno. No bueno. Blanco the peanut butter lover. Oh, let me show y'all something real quick. I want to show y'all something. I showed y'all last week on stream and there was nothing there. Let's go see what happened in a week.
Intoxicated says I'm just gonna say it. The book was also a very difficult purchase because of how far it is. Working on it would be an all day event every single time.
Yep. But I wouldn't mind that. Because the boat is for content, right? So I wouldn't mind. And most of the marinas and anything are gonna be that far anyway. Like if I have it at a marina, it's gonna be that far of a drive. Because I mean, there's not really any marinas in Houston. You have to go outside to like Galveston, Kemah, Conroe, down south to like Freeport, Surfside area. So there's not really. I was just looking for a project for content. So one that has an interior, you know, that could be worked on. One with like an interior area.
70 says, we have seen where the new thong factory is going to be. Sheesh.
Oh, Lord. Put a boat on it? Nice. Okay. Last week, when I showed you this place, there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing. In a week, there was nothing. Nothing.
PRPLGRL 67 says, is there any other rebuild projects you can do besides a boat?
No, I mean, that's just what I want to do is a boat. I just think... OG Kev, what doing? I mean, I already build at the haunt. Y'all see me do that all the time. So, I just thought a boat would be, you know, good. Don't tell me that.
Intoxicated says, Joe Exotic is single again, by the way. So you can return this thong you stole from his house on the street.
I didn't steal his thong, Ian. Perv. Ian the perv.
Renton says, all I want to do is a zoom, zoom, zoom. And a boom.
All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. So, when I showed you this place last week, there was nothing built here.
Intoxicated says,
Okay.
I'll watch you take it.
I did not take it.
Lunacy 494 says, how about we turn that trailer at the haunt into a boat?
Into a boat? This is what's so crazy to me. Is what they can do in a week, in 5 days. Think there's no Saturdays and Sundays here. This was done. My taxes have went up, yes. This was done in 5 days, y'all, what I'm about to show you.
PRPLGRL 67 says, what's opened up now?
This was done in 5 days. Okay? It's mind-blowing what was done in 5 days.
Well, Amanda 70 says, so when is Creepy Hollow going to make Creepy Hollow thongs?
Creepy Hollow Farms.
Hunter Demon says, I see houses.
Yeah, this was done in 5 days, y'all.
Renton says, Field of Dreams. Intoxicated says, it's beautiful. Let's do Van Donuts. The one and only Mahler says you should see how quick they build data centers here.
These houses are fully framed already. And some of them have all the plywood already. Like, how in 5 days?
Says, wow. Yellow Jacket says, oh, they putting up structures. KTK2 says, how long till abandoned? Yellow Jacket says mailboxes. WW2 Chief says prefab.
I'm just like,
Peso says potential new customers.
yeah. And they've done the slabs for a ton more that they haven't started building on.
I don't want a house that's framed that quick.
Look at that.
PRPLGRL 67 says a neighborhood started wow.
They've already done the slabs. This house has all the plywood done in a week. The windows are cut out, the plywood's done. They already put the freaking...
69 says once the foundation is poured and dry, the houses go up real fast.
It's insane.
The one and only Mahler says damn $1 John per house. That's nice. Lunacy 494 says ask if they can build you a house on the Creepy Hollow parking lot.
Look how big this one is.
24,444 says I did new construction in CA for 20 years. Those crap homes are complete garbage. They won't last 15 years. They're just thrown together. Yellow Jacket says premium honey buckets to boot.
How?
Blanco_Peso says do they do basements in Houston?
No basements, no.
Says I'm sure they will be built to last. Maskin 69 says watch by next week Rellik they will have roofs with singles on already. Mammoth 1R3 Fly says good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mama Firefly. I just-
IRL 67 says you need a raised home at Creepy Hollow. Sneakers Dad says this is a scam, these are not boats, and this is near that place that's creepy. Ricky Tells says we need Creepy Hollow homes. Rentu says flying back. Troglodite Guy says time is money. X41 says will be annoying to live in the first house there when all others will be on construction and noise the next 2 years Dan's game.
Like, look at this one, y'all.
Says let's do a before and after review of the porta potty.
This house is completely done. This house is completely done in 5 days. It's got the roof and everything on it in 5 freaking days. Like, how is that even? How?
Says that's sad actually. Someone will absolutely buy those houses and they will start.
Lunacy 494 says, just look at all those honey buckets.
Yellow Jacket
I
says
am
buy
in
a
heaven.
couple of those homes and turn them into Airbnb for the haunt. Ren2 says poltergeist. Snickers Dad says it's what's called a sales model. Donnie_girl84 says model house. CB240 says the company I used to work for provided rental equipment for a world record attempt at building a house in 24 hours.
Wow.
They succeeded. Went from a cleared to lot to a completed home ready to move in just under 24 hours.
That's crazy.
John Doa Joe 420 says Rellik, are you wearing a thong?
No.
Troglodite Guy says magic, that's how. Strikes of Blue says they build them cheap. Blazing Lion MF says teamwork.
But they'll sell this house. But they'll sell this house for
They
$200,000.
know how to work on boats.
$250,000.
Jesse says
You know.
the Mexican are good workers. Thick Booze McGee says cardboard houses.
Sell
Johnny
it.
Stout says in 50 years Relic's kids will be investigating these
They'll
abandoned
sell it.
houses.
They'll sell it for $250,000. You know what I'm saying?
Troglodite Guy says don't let ice know where that is. Lyle Paradise
Like, look at
says
this.
looks like a hurricane disaster in the making. Strikes of Blue says yes, that is how they do it. Lunacy 494 says we could use that scrap wood for the boat. Strikes of Blue says build them fast and sell them for a lot of money. Troglodite Guy says 250 kWHAAA.
Damn, they already ran the plumbing. What the hell? They already ran the freaking plumbing.
Someone might rat you out for stealing materials and get a visit from the po. Lunacy 494 says zoom out.
They already ran all the.
Says zoom out Relic. Snickers Dad
Oh.
says vote your tetanus shot is up today.
They already ran all the plumbing.
Says in Canada that would be 800K. X41 says are we still zoomed in? Ian Toxicated says no shot. 300K minimum. At 250K I'd buy it
There we
and
go.
throw a renter in it. BB Green says got bad news boss, that's a house not a boat. ____
Wow,
OMG,
this is nice though. Look at the size of this living room.
zoomed in. Remtune says
Wow.
Troglodite Guy says okay, it does have hurricane ties, that's good.
Look at the size of this living room.
Ready to move into in 2 weeks.
They got a nice view of a cornfield.
Stand the framing too. X41 says sorry Relic wrong.
It's even got a back porch.
Snickers Dad says that's the kitchen.
Oh, this is the kitchen? Oh, that's the kitchen. This is the living room, right? That's the kitchen.
Lyle Paradise says, but is there a sex swing room? Hollister_Fiend_ says Pex pipe noise. Beanie___ says you would be close to the haunt here.
Wow, so it's a. What is this? So this will be the attic. That's the attic. So this is a. This is like a little game room right here. Right?
Says not with all that particle wood.
And then.
Snickers Dad says no running into air conditioners. in
And
this
so
community.
that's the upstairs bathroom. This is a bedroom. And this is a bedroom. So it's a, is it a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
Says probably dining room down.
Or is it a 4-bedroom? This is like a upstairs den.
Mama 1R3 Fly says, did you go look at the boat yet?
Yes, I almost caught it on fire. So not getting it. So this is a 3-bedroom, right? This is the garage. This is the garage right here. Oh, okay, wait a minute. How many bedrooms does this thing have? That's the garage. This is a bedroom. So that's a bedroom. What? Wait a minute. What the hell is this? Is it a 4 or 5 bedroom? Okay, so this is. That's the washroom. This is another bedroom. That's 4. Does this thing have 5 bedrooms? 5 bedrooms? Because this is another bedroom, right? Oh, this is another bedroom. This is a bedroom. This is a bedroom because it's connected to the master. Oh, this is a walk-in closet. Look how big this walk-in closet is. Damn, that's a big walk-in closet. Wow. This is a big bedroom with a. So it has 4 bedrooms, huh? It has 4 bedrooms.
Lyle Paradise says you can make any room anything you want.
So it has 4 bedrooms.
Says I'm delayed because of YouTube, but the front room was an office.
Oh, that's an office. Okay.
Dad says, damn, you should move.
So this is a 4 bedroom. Waco, thank you for the 16 months.
Java Scout says that's bigger than her house. John
Wow, it is big.
Wago71 has subscribed for 16 freaking months.
Oh, this is going to be open too. So this is going to be a big open area right here. So it's going to have this area and you're going to be able to look all the way up to the ceiling. This is going to be a big area and that's probably going to be like, half walls. So you're going to be able to look over from the den down to here.
Lunacy 494 says, I can wait to try the toilet.
So is this another closet? Oh, it's another closet. This has a closet. This has a closet.
Rentoon says beautiful.
Or maybe, yeah, this has a closet. There's a closet here.
Snickers Dad says guaranteed.
God, freaking, what the hell?
Lyle Paradise says you'll probably be urbexing this in 8 years. Strikes of Blue says Somon already owns this house.
We all up in somebody's
Yellow
house.
Jacket says W Strike.
This one has a closet. Ian, look. This room has a closet. Look, there's a closet right here. Here's a closet.
Happy birthday, Donna.
This one has a closet.
Says that's not chicken. How it goes says workers lunch.
This one has a closet, and there's another restroom there. So is it a 5-bedroom or is it a 4-bedroom?
Scout says where does the sex swing go?
Is it a 4-bedroom with?
71 says Voodoo Bones.
I think this is a 4-bedroom.
___ says pre-urbex is a new thing. Troglodite guy says say closet one more time.
I don't know about that right there. Look at that. It's not even. It's not even screwed in. The bracket. It's just not. It's just hanging there. It's not even screwed in. What the hell?
Intoxicated says it's whatever the salesperson wants to sell. It is.
Oh, look at the foyer. Whoa.
Troglodite guy says that's the wrong type for that.
Look at this. This is actually nice. They got a lot of. They have a lot of high ceiling areas. Yeah, it's nice.
Told you they build these homes fast and issues come up after the owner moves in. Janderklander says hola hola super relic.
Hola, Janderklander. Yeah, it's nice. Not too bad.
Uno says single header illegal and definitely hazardous. Snickers Dad says good place to trap the Texas heat. Troglodite guy says surprised they aren't using zip system. Choma Uno says cheap construction. PRPLGRL 67 says like cathedral ceilings. Lunacy 494 says future Batcave. Renton says describe smell. X down south X says oh hell nah. X sprinkles X says nice place for a nice family. Beanie ___ says WTF. Strikes of Blue says I bet it smells in there. Troglodite guy says don't drop your phone. Lyle Paradise says dump time. Flimflam Artist says law. Yellow Jacket says
cut.
Lunacy 494 says, you all know I just had to try the honey bucket.
Blanco _Pisco says in some cultures pound G is considered good luck for a new home build.
Yep.
The one and only Mahler says did we turn the water on?
Yep, I turned the water on.
Renton says creeps down and they're drinking it. X41 says oh shit the delay. The Britster 3 says lol too late. Snickers. X Sprinkles X says nice homes.
Yep.
X41 says I had to buy new discs. It took a second to play the sound.
You were a little bit late. You almost got me. You almost got me. That's a big house to the left also.
That was the smallest shadow I have ever seen. Sprinkles that says just too close for me. I love to live in the woods. Toma Uno says that house will fly away next storm tornado not necessary.
Yeah.
Blanco_Queso says can we come back and poop in their trailer when they get it installed?
Yeah, we'll come back.
Southex says 20 bucks says he peed on the
We'll come back in there and look at it closer to the finishing. Just remind me.
60 says Jiggle.
Level 1 hype train in the building. Thank you so much. I just can't believe they built this. I just can't believe they built this in a week. You know? Like, they framed, like this one right here. They framed this entire house and put all the plywood and the roof on it in 5 days. This one right here. They did that in 5 freaking days, y'all. And ran the plumbing. And ran the plumbing in 5 days. Like, that is just, that's like next level of work of like, man. That's crazy in 5 days. And there's lots of slabs here. In a month, this whole place will be full of houses. It's wild to me. I just can't believe that. Yeah, it's just, man. Shout out to Johnny Sinful. That's just insane. Like, 5 days, man. That's crazy. Yeah.
Sneaker's dad says amazing what happens when the general contractor doesn't set out the wood. Sparky_Toaster says why are you so surprised? When you build the same style homes over and over, you tend to get rid of it after a while.
Yeah, but 5 days, it just seems like 5 days just seems like a lot of, like, just almost impossible to me, you know?
Sub3 says they'll all blow down first storm. Hi_Bill says IKEA houses. Sneaker's dad says it still takes them 6 months to fix that boat.
Been doing houses for 37 years and we've done 8-day houses. C-Box, that's crazy. A house in 8 days is just insane. That's getting it.
Says yeah, but when you rush shit is not always built right. Chili 4444 says it's all speed no quality.
It'll be interesting to see the final products, you know? What the final products look like.
Johnny_Simple says all depends how many people you have working. Yellow Jacket says damn. Whiskey Pack 44 says it's not impossible if you cut corners.
Me.
X Sprinkles X says nothing is impossible.
Me.
Box 01 says we just did 2 models homes in 8 days for a builder. I would never want to buy one. Ian Intoxicated says I
Oh, God.
saw the sign for that builder. Box 01
Oh God, what just happened?
They're notoriously horrific.
They're horrific.
Sub3 says may you help out my homie VP gloves. X31 says it's crazy.
Did my thing work?
With houses when you live in Europe with all brick house.
Did my thing work or not?
Lunacy 494 says maybe we can get a fixer-upper here.
A fixer-upper, maybe. Did it work or not?
Snickers Dad says no.
Did it work that time?
He Intoxicated says they cut corners. But I mean, you already knew that with a 5-day training.
Yeah.
494 says with what work? Snickers Dad says this is where you dump this into ice cream Cosby Street.
Yep.
Tech Guy Brian says buying.
I got to get some stuff done at the hunt.
Says yes.
I got some help coming to help work on some walls. So, I love y'all. I'll see y'all soon. Let's buy a house to repair and flip. Oh, hell no. The permits, everything else, that's just too much. That's just too much for me. I'll see y'all soon. I love y'all. Have a good day. Be safe. Love y'all. Bye. We might be a dream hack.
Y'all keep coming back, yeah. Got me feeling blessed, that's facts. Every night, same time, same place. My digital fam, y'all ain't fake. Who's gonna join me on my digital front porch tonight? Kicking it back while the guitar plays right. Got my people locked in, feeling alright. Who's gonna join me on my digital front porch tonight? Numbers going up, can't stop. Heart so full, it might pop. Real talk, y'all the reason I stay up. True. This connection we got, can't top. Never. Every comment, every heart. Y'all my people, never part. La la la, we ride or die. Oh, until the goodbye. Who's gonna join me on my digital front porch tonight? Kicking it back while the guitar plays right. Got my people locked in, feeling alright. Who's gonna join me on my digital front porch tonight?